Someone make it make sense.
Probably a couple.
Y'all, Nightbot is so cute. I love him so much. Love you, Nightbot. How's everybody doing? Sorry I'm late. I was teaching and then I was on the phone with my mom, and I just got off the phone with my mom. And also, Triple R Wifey must have had her Triple R Wifey senses going because she already was talking about my mom, probably while I was on the phone. So shout out to all my friends. Love you guys. Thank you for being here. Woohoo! Did someone else change their name? Or do we have a new person? New people are welcome. Love it. We love everybody here. Did you guys see? Oh no, wait, you haven't seen. I have a new present for you guys. If you do, what is the new command? !trip. You may have seen there's a new emoji in the Discord. If you do, oh, hold on, let me pull this down. If you do, hi Candace, !trip. Doo-doo-doo. Thank you, DSN. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Where is it? There it is. Gang's all here. Oh, hold on. There's things that must happen.
It's a house.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
There's a chicken.
Oh my God, you guys. I've already been thinking of just, not on purpose, inadvertently, I've been having ideas too for stuff like this that are just silly that I love, related to this trial, Karen Reed trial. Well, I should say it's the Albert trial. But hi, LA. So welcome. Let me go ahead. Let me find this comment here. Happy to see you. Let me know if you're a person that has changed their name, as people are sometimes do. But happy to see everyone that's here. Shout out to Copper Horse. I'm sure Black Widow will be here soon. She was saying something earlier about how she was like, no one's going live. And I was like, we're going live. So couple of quick things too. I don't want to forget. I had a couple of things in my brain. First of all, my brother just left, like as in recently today, to go back out storm chasing for another round. So for anyone that is interested in following his adventures, Nightbot will put the link in the chat for his channel. I know a lot of you guys have probably already been over there, but we all love supporting each other. As Joel from STS always says, a rising tide lifts all ships. So he's always popping in to support me, and he just surprised us all by randomly going live one day without telling anybody. And so I was like, what? Actually, I learned it from Black Widow. She was the one who told me that. She's like, your brother's live. And I was like, what? Anyway, the other thing, shout out to Iowa Backyard Cam. They are usually here popping in and out, or they might be here at some point. But what I wanted to say is this: if you haven't already checked in with them, you may have heard from like last live stream, maybe they have just moved and they had to like set up their backyard camera and stuff. But if you go to their YouTube channel and you go to their community page, they posted a picture of this new squirrel in their backyard. I've never seen a squirrel like this. I don't even know how to describe it. It's a very unique squirrel, but what's so funny is like the squirrel is like facing like the camera, but whenever he or she took like the picture or whatever, they must have been watching. This is why I'm mentioning it. They must have been watching. Well, they were watching because they had the YouTube mini player, and they were watching the Karen Reed trial with EDB and Jen McCabe on the stand. So like you see the squirrel, and then you see the little mini player, and you see EDB, and then you see Jen McCabe on the stand. And I'm like, this is everything. Like, this is everything. This is the squirrel, and this is watching EDB with Jen McCabe on the stand. because you can't look away long enough to even take a picture. You got to put the mini player on. Anyway, but the pictures are really funny. So, okay, well, I'm very happy that you're here. That's awesome. We love the replay crew. I'm very happy to see you. We are a very tight-knit group in here. So, you know, we're happy to have everybody here. Cool. Yeah, definitely. You guys, if you check out go to the community, like the way I saw it was on the community tab or whatever page. And it had those pictures are freaking hilarious, but especially with like represent, right? LawTube. Like you've got EDB with Jen McCabe on the stand. Like it's like just perfection in my mind. So happy to see you guys. Did you guys have a good Saturday? We had torrential downpours here, so that happened. Oh, I'm not even playing my video. Oops. There we go. Now it should be going. So another thing I wanted to say for anyone who missed it, I randomly the other day, it was actually, was it yesterday? It was the day, yes. It was the day that Jen McCabe was on the stand, that same day. You know, EDB was going to be late because she had her hair appointment or whatever. And so she wasn't going to be able to be to court until like 11:30. And so I decided for the first time ever, and it was like a spur of the moment, I was like, it was like 9 o'clock, and I was like, should I try it? Because I've never done it where it's using the live feed, because then you're relying on YouTube and internet and another screen and like all this other stuff. It's just more things that can go wrong, right? Which is why I make video files. But I also have been really wanting to try it because then it's contemporaneous, like everyone's seeing things for the first time. So it's really different because there's an element of surprise, right? When you're commenting on it. And also I just really wanted to try it because it looks like so much fun. So anyway, I tried it for the first time, and I never in a million years thought I would even be doing any of this, but like tried it for the first time and it went off without a hitch. I was pleasantly surprised. Like I had no technology issues, which is weird because I have them always. There were not any technology issues and it was great. So that taught me two things. First of all, I can do that now anytime. Like I can just, you know, if I'm available, right, I can just stream the trial and give commentary, any trial. And then the second thing is that it may not be so necessary, especially when we're doing these recaps, for me to export the video files. Like the main reason I was doing that for these recaps was because, again, I was assuming that everything else was going to fail, but like it didn't fail. So that would actually mean that we could actually cover a lot more ground because I spend a lot of time getting these videos ready. Whereas if I don't do that, then it's more time with you guys talking about it. So I just wanted to mention that. I'm not quite sure yet how I'm going to structure that, but you know, with the deep dives and stuff like with Murdaugh, the video files definitely made a lot more sense because I would include, like in the video file with the testimony, I would include like maps and other things, right? Like it would cut back to previous testimony, and there was other elements in there that were part of it, you know. But with these recaps, the way that we're doing it, where it's just trying to keep up, you know, I think it's there's not as many elements that I'm adding in the video file, right? It's really just, it was just for my peace of mind, I guess, if anything, or fear of technology really failing me. Oh, thank you, Candace. I appreciate that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, wow. Yeah. So, oh, I know. Yeah. Even when I was doing it, so I kind of tried to follow like in EDB's footsteps. Like I started like 30 minutes late or whatever. And then there were definitely times where I had it on like 2x speed and I zoomed through stuff. You know, it really worked out well though. What I've learned is that from watching so many trials, just a side note, I feel like you actually like, okay, I feel like I love the law tubers, right? And I feel like from learning from them, watching them, one of the things I feel like I've got a pretty good feel for is the timing of like how long a slide, like, I don't know. It's stuff, there's stuff that I learned that I didn't know I knew until I tried. Like I didn't know I knew certain things until I just like tried it on the fly. And then I was like, oh, like this is intuitive, but it's intuitive because I have experience not doing it, but like watching, you know, EDB do it or what. I don't know if I'm making any sense, but basically, like, you know, it's a timing thing, right? Like timing in terms of like when to talk and yeah. Anyway, I'm just blabbering, but But yeah, so be on the lookout for that because we might do some more of that. Just sort of depends. I mean, if EDB's streaming, then there's there's just no need because like obviously watch her. But if she's ever not around, um, so and let me turn this down a little bit because I had some thoughts. What else was my thoughts? So my other thoughts was this. Actually, I'm going to pause the music. My other thoughts was this. So I've been thinking a lot about this, you guys. I've been thinking a lot about this trial and the different approach that I've taken. And I know others have taken with it as well. Like contrast it to really any trial, but you could contrast it to Murdaugh or Daybell, anything. Typically, my knowledge going into a trial is all the knowledge that is possible. Yeah, I mean, within humanly possible, right? Like I'm there. I as you guys know, I love the deep dive. Like I follow I usually am used to following these trials from the beginning and like before they even happen, right? And so with this one, as many people, many other people too, like didn't plan on watching it, knew nothing about it, came in with like literally no opinion on any of it, and only started watching it because I saw the opening statements from the defense, and came in with a clean slate, and then it's this whole idea of like kind of going into it with like a juror perspective, right? I mean, as much as you can when you're not actually on the jury for the most part, right? So I'm really resisting the urge. And I wanted to reiterate this. I'm resisting the urge to Google things. The only additional information that I have done is what you're seeing in these pictures right here, which is not that much, but that's it. That's the extent of it. Like I'm not Googling stuff. I'm not I'm going off of what's presented in trial. And I wanted to shout out. We have another new person here. Shout out to JB from Florida. Are you there's a JB that I think of. I don't know if anyone else is thinking of JB. I'm sure it's a different JB, but anyway, the from Florida, what is it? Channel 8. What's it called? Anyway, sure somebody knows. So he says, he or she, I guess, my guess is that Colin and Higgins are the main culprits with Brian Albert coming in closer. I mean, it's really anyone's guess. I mean, isn't it so insane though? Even just right here, there's more than one culprit. Like we have one defendant, right? But the picture that we're seeing is that the actual reality of it is that this defendant didn't do it, but instead multiple other people. Like, so not only do they have the wrong person, but they have the wrong number of people. I mean, that I agree. I think I feel like it remains to be seen with Jen McCabe's involvement because she's all up in everything. And I feel like we're going to learn a lot on cross. I am so bummed that we don't have court on Monday because we have to wait until Tuesday. But that is going to be insanity. And I can't wait to see what's going to come of that. But like I was just saying, like the idea of coming in with this juror mindset. Now here's what I wanted to say, because I've given this a lot of thought, because I'm like, should this be how I approach every trial? I've been asking myself this. As you guys know how my brain works, I'm always questioning things like, is this a better approach? Should this be the right approach? Should we always be watching trials coming in fresh with a juror perspective? And I had to give it a lot of thought because my gut feeling said no. And I wanted to explain this. So here's what I'm thinking. I think that with this particular trial, it's different. And here's why. I thought about this a lot. So remember, what is the point of the jurors? You guys remember, like when we talk about what does the judge do and what do the jurors do? Does anyone remember from hearing enough jury instructions and stuff like that? Yeah, I mean, also, I don't know if you heard this, anyone that missed it, but I have a theory. I have a working theory that I'm going with right now. My current theory, right? If you want to call it that, based on what we know, because the prosecution's not helping us. I'm thinking at this juncture that, I really feel like there's something. Okay, my first thought was maybe the head injury was from what we're looking at right here, this fire hydrant. Because the top of that, I accidentally saw some of you guys have already heard this before. I apologize if it's redundant, but I accidentally came upon those pictures completely unexpectedly, not intending to. I saw them. So the gash, I thought, looked like it actually could have been caused by falling and hitting the top of that, because we know he was found right over there. But the other thing it looked like to me was like that snowplow on Brian Higgins's Jeep. Like, if you think about the top edge, you know how it's like sharp but rounded. So I'm, with all this bit about car, I don't know. Part of me is wondering if that has something to do with it. Like, he got maybe sandwiched between two vehicles, and then one hit him from the front, and that caused the blunt force to the face. And then the gash on the back of the head was because the snow plow was behind him. If I keep calling it a tow truck, I did that the other day. Just know that when I say tow truck, I mean snow plow. Just FYI. I don't know. I've been doing, apparently that's what I've been calling it. I've realized. So, yeah, the prosecutor, don't even get me started on Molly. Y'all. Yeah, I know. It's everything. There's really nothing that's not suspicious. But let me finish my thought about the jury thing. So, like, but I think this case is different, and here's why. So remember, all right, the question about jurors and the judge. So remember, the judge is there to determine and interpret the law, and the jurors are the judge of facts. When there's not a factual dispute at hand, there's no need for a trial, right? That's where you would have, and we don't hear about this very often, but like a bench trial, right? For example, that means the judge rules from the bench because there's no jury needed. Why? Because there's no question about the facts. If the facts, so what do I mean by that? If the facts, everyone can agree on the facts. Like, what's an example? Like, let's just, I don't know, imagine a situation where everyone agreed, yep, this thing happened at this time. There's no factual discrepancy. It's just a matter of which law is applicable, because you can interpret the law many different ways. And that's a whole other thing with strategy, is how you use case law, because you can pull up case law that's relevant to one area, and then to prove support your theory or whatever you're arguing, and then vice versa. So, keeping that in mind, the facts versus the law. So remember, my question I was asking myself is, why do I feel like this trial is different? And why do I feel like this trial, I'm so glad I knew nothing going into it, but that's not necessary with every trial. And there's a reason I gave that preface, because this is unusual. Well, there's a lot of unusual things, but one of them that's related to this is that there's only factual discrepancies in this trial. This is unusual. I can't think of any trial where there's literally no established fact. The only established fact I would say is that it was snowing. That's it. That's all we have. It was snowing. I mean, maybe something about shoveling the apron. I mean, that's it. So that's highly unusual. Like in any other trial, yeah, they need a jury because there's discrepancies over the facts. But even with that being the case, there's typically many facts that both parties and both sides agree on. Like, this is unusual because there's so many discrepancies in the facts. So in other words, like, therefore, let's say if you're talking about before the Chad Daybell trial or before the Murdaugh trial, right? And you're like me typically, where you're learning about it and you know what's going on ahead of time, right? You're going to come into the trial with background information and stuff. The threat or concern of getting incorrect information, I don't think would really be there. Like, I never thought that. I never felt like that. Like, or misinformation, or being thrown into some sort of toxic argument that you weren't expecting, or just like not being able to seek correct information. That's just like fact-based, right? That's not usually an issue. So with these other cases and other trials, I feel like you can come into it and have a good idea of the actual correct, like, factual basis to set the scene, right? The context. However, this trial is unique because everything is being disputed. And so all this to say that I think the reason why, especially, I'm very glad that without planning to, I came upon this with no opinion, knowing nothing about it. It works out well, because really this trial is the perfect trial where you need a jury, because every fact is in dispute. Everything's being disputed. And the other thing that I think is good about it is that, God forbid that we have let me just use myself as an example. God forbid I Google Okay, let's say that they're talking about going from point A to point B, which they haven't, like John O'Keefe's house, for example, to 34 Fairview Road. And let's say they're talking about that. And let's say that they haven't established, like, this is just an example, like how long it takes to get there. There's plenty of things in this trial that you could use as examples. Like, they haven't established much at all. So anything like that, where it's just like something that's knowable, right? And it's like, I could Google it, right? But you know what I don't want to do? I don't want to accidentally think that Lolly did anything correct when he didn't. In other words, by only relying on what's come into the trial, here's the thing that I've appreciated the most. You're acutely aware of just how much the prosecution is failing. Let me say that again. By only relying on the information that has come into trial before the jury, you can't accidentally give him credit that he doesn't deserve. And you can't accidentally also think the jury knows something they don't know, because you know all the same things. And it makes it so obvious how much is missing. When again, it would be so easy to like get some of this background information and then be less confused. But you know what? Lolly hasn't done anything to help us be less confused. So hopefully that makes sense. So let me see what y'all are saying in the chat, because I was just, going off on a tangent as per usual. Yeah, I mean, and that's totally cool. I get it. I totally get it. I'm usually, this is the exception for me. I usually go into every trial knowing as much as absolutely fucking possible. So this is an anomaly for me. But I think it's, yeah, DSN saying lots of good content providers on this trial. Yeah, of course, EDB. Yeah, she's hard to beat. I mean, this is absolutely true. It's a defense trial put on by the absolutely, if that's what it is. Yes, I know, it's insane. And there's so many discrepancies around that too, because like, remember, like with Matt McCabe, well, we'll talk about it, he gets on stage, but just, with Matt McCabe, like, remember he tells Karen to like shut the fuck up because she's going to wake up the neighborhood, right? And like, that's how loud she is. And like, well, okay, like, clearly the Alberts just, couldn't be bothered. Rum and Coke, that sounds very refreshing. Coca-Cola. That sounds very refreshing. I don't think I've ever had a rum and Coke. I think I've only ever had rum in like a mojito. God, a long time ago. I don't even know. That sounds really refreshing though. It's hot and humid here right now. They're rehoming everything, literally everything. Oh my God, I know, right? Yeah. And it's funny because y'all, if you've been here before, you've heard me say a couple different times, I've given specific examples when there's factual information that's in dispute. I've given specific examples where this information would come up, and I've said, this might be another unique situation here where Karen might be taking the stand because there's some stuff, this is not typical, right? But like, there's some stuff that it's like, well, she might need to, just because of this factual information where there's no other way. And what's really funny is that I finally heard, I forget who it was. It might have been Laura, I finally heard somebody else make a similar comment. And it was at the same point during testimony that I commented on. I was like, look, yay. Like, because, that is, you almost feel crazy saying something like that, right? Because as we know, witnesses or not witnesses, defendants are, not ever going to be advised. It's up to them, right? But like, they're never going to be advised to take the stand. I mean, very rarely. This would be an exception, but this case is exceptional in every way. So yeah. I don't know that much about the missing belt. I don't know. Has that come in? Was that from maybe the beginning of trial? Like maybe it was such a long time ago that Lolly has lollygaggled that out of my brain and I forgot about it. That's a great point. He was. Good memory, DSN. Good memory. Hey, while I've got your memory here talking about drinks, do you remember which witness? Do you remember who it was that has already? It was someone who already testified, who was drinking Bud Light. Because you know how everyone, I've been trying to make a mental note of everyone's favorite drinks. I think that ends up coming up in certain things with this trial, like who drinks what. Like they all have their preference. Was it Chris Albert? I think, and I feel like there's also someone who said Coors Light. So let me, if anybody remembers, I'm not referring to the Bud Light with lime. I'm referring to just regular Bud Light. It was from earlier in the trial, and then there was also a Coors Light. But the Bud Light specifically, it comes up again for something else. So I made a mental note to self to try to remember who it was that said that was their favorite drink. Oh, it was Colin. Okay, thank you. Interesting. I mean, Lolly, I keep saying this. I think Lolly's confused. Lolly's putting on Lolly is putting on their case, right? In a way, like I keep thinking to myself, maybe that would explain everything. Maybe he's just confused. Maybe he thinks he's on the defense team. No one's told him, and he's just confused. That would explain a lot. Right. No, I heard that about John O'Keefe, but I'm thinking about someone who was alive still. But thank you. Yes. Yeah, Nick, but Nick, you're right. Nick was drinking the rum and Coke. So, man, I don't know. What are y'all's thoughts on Jen McCabe though? Because I know there's like there's some mixed opinions. Like she was on direct for longer than I thought she would be. I was kind of thinking that they were going to finish with direct earlier and then start cross. And I wonder, well, having said that, Lolly doesn't have a strategy. I keep accidentally almost giving him more credit than he deserves. And I almost just did that right now. I was going to say, and then I stopped myself, that maybe he has a strategy. It was planned it ahead, right? That he wanted his direct to take all day or the rest of the day so that the jurors would have the weekend before cross. But then I'm like, wait, that would require thinking. So, no, it was probably just because he's lollygaggling. And so it took him forever. Right. Yeah, I also found her crazy. Think about Matt McCabe though. Okay, let's talk about this. How did you guys feel about Matt McCabe on direct? Now let's separate this out as we do. Let's separate it out. Let's separate it out of like involved and then like did a good job testifying. Like credit, like in other words, she could still be involved, but like she could also still do well on the stand, right? So we can isolate those characteristics because it's important. It's important to be able to figure that out because remember, the jury gets to decide how much credibility to give, right? So yeah, Matt seemed like a goofy, nice guy on direct. I agree. He came across as fairly likable, like a goofy guy. I think that's a really good way to put it, right? And then what about cross? We have seen a lot of people change is kind of what I'm thinking. By the way, Need Some Z's, I saw you, where was it? In somebody's chat. I don't remember. I said hi to you, but I don't know if it tagged you because I was on my phone and not my computer. It might have been Lawyer, but I just wanted to say that I said hi to you, but I don't know if you saw it. Dude, I know, right? I know. I can't wait. We're going to get to it. So actually, speaking of which, here, let me go ahead and start playing. We're not going to get to today because, of course, that was from what, yesterday? God, it feels like a lifetime ago. Dude, there were so many fucking moments, man. That cross was brilliant. I'm so glad that was the day where I randomly was like, oh, hey, like I better stream this. And I was available because there were so many bombshells. And I was like, I got to react like live to it, like when they were going through those text messages, it was like a perfect day to be able to be doing that. And then the moments like that. All right, let me pull up this video file for us to start here. We got a snow squangwin. I wonder where wifey is.
It's a house.
For anyone who's new, let me just say this. This is so fun. We have if there's new people. I guess I should always be assuming there's new people. But anyway, so we did the deepest deep dive of all the deep dives on the Murdaugh trial, and it was the most fun. It was awesome. We have a whole playlist for it. I love that trial so much. I would happily go back and do the whole thing again, start to finish, and deep dive it from scratch. I mean, it was so much fucking fun. We have a lot of like jokes that have carried over from that. So there's a lot. The It's a House is taken from the 911 call, just in case anyone's really fucking confused. Like, and I'll replay it now that we know. But like the 911 call, when she's like, "Is it a house or a mobile home?" And he goes, "It's a house." Like his voice cracks like that. You know, I can't do it as good as him. But like it's so funny. So also we have like there's this as well. Like there's, I think, do we have a house now? I can't even remember. I know there's the truck. What the truck? I think maybe it's a house. Usually wifey's here. Okay, there we go. We have that. We have a lot of, also, let me just put commands in the chat. Let's just do this correctly. All right. And also let's share the Discord. Oh, interesting. I don't know why it just that. So Discord. So what the heck? Okay, so yeah, so let's hear it again now that we know.
It's a house.
So that's the story behind It's a House. And we have a lot of, oh, we got a 22. We got a 22. Hold on. So now this is one of our Karen Reed related.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts?
Yes.
I want to see it again. I want to see it again. I want to see it.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts?
Yes.
Bravo. Bravo. Oh, it's good stuff. I know the what's that is the best part. It's the I know. Hi, wifey. I'm so glad you're here. Shout out to Triple R wifey. I know, right? Let's do this again too, because this is a new one. Why does it keep, that's so funny. Oh, I wonder if it's set to where, okay, I'm doing these commands and it thinks I'm changing my screen layout, which is funny. I mean, it's fine. Like it's all good. It's all good. Okay, hang on. Wait, hold on. We need the sound effect. Hold on. Let's do this the right way. Oh wait, it was so quiet. Let's do it again.
It's a house.
And for anyone who's like really fucking confused, this is the actual tractor that was from one of the evidence photos showing what they called the skinning shed, but it actually looked like a house. And it was like, we actually thought it was a house. It was like all fancy, like a fancy cabin. And that was what they called the skin shed. And it was right near the kennels. I actually just said skinning without the G at the end. It's happening. Murdaugh brain. But this tractor is in the background of the evidence photo. And after a long series of really great jokes that we had going on, we began the road trip crew here. Road trip crew gang's all here. Also, we have some other fun things. I don't know. Well, I'll save them. Let's see what's happening. What you guys are saying here. Yes, I was actually on the phone with my mom right before the live stream. So, and I was telling her that you said she's a great mom. Woohoo! You did spell it correctly. Yeah. So, okay, let me get back to, let me pull this down. Oh. Okay, let's get back to this tier video.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name is Brian Albert Jr., and it's Albert.
Oh, right.
And
So this is, I don't know if many people can appreciate his testimony as much as those of us who were here for the Murdaugh deep dive, because we did a lot of talking about Buster. Boy, did I feel it with that from that one sentence. I was like, oh my God. It's like what? every time. Man, the way they threw him under the fucking bus. And now I'm learning who was it? As now with the McCabe's having testified, they have a strategy of throwing the Carrie, whatever her last name is, under the bus. We hadn't heard much about her. I realized that as well. Like they're really trying to throw her under the bus. But anyway, him and his poor birthday party that he's not invited to, and all the rest. You guys, it'll be really interesting to talk about his testimony because I think there's a lot of similarities. And the other thing is, it'll be interesting to see what you guys think, but like to me, he definitely strikes me as different than the rest of his family. So let's watch some of this and see what you guys think.
I live currently in Norwood, MA.
And how long have you lived in Norwood?
I believe I think it's about a year, since last May.
Later, girl.
And prior to moving to Norwood, where did you live before that?
I lived in Canton.
And where specifically?
Yeah.
In Canton?
34 Fairview Road.
And how long was it, sir, that you lived at 34 Fairview?
I'm going to guess, but I'm going to say maybe about 10 years.
And how old are
Me
you now,
too.
sir?
I'm 25.
Me too.
And with respect to both where you live in Norwood and where you live in Canton, who, if anyone, did you live there with?
Well, when I lived in Canton, I lived at one point with my 4 siblings, but then some of them moved out. And then in Norwood now, it's basically just me and my parents, and 2 of my siblings are at school. So they come home in the summer and stuff.
And by your parents, your father's name is Brian Albert as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And your mother's name is Nicole?
Yes.
Now, do you work, sir?
Yeah, I do. I work in IT.
So
how long have you been doing
I'm pretty sure he's the only person we've heard from yet that in this trial that works in IT. Correct me if I'm wrong, but like, I think it's kind of interesting, right? Because just kind of taking a different path. I did actually watch that trial. I did watch that trial. Yeah, I don't know. I don't remember there being as many like tangential squirrel holes like there is with Murdaugh, with like all the extraneous cases and stuff. Speaking of which, I've been completely neglecting Gloria Satterfield, but at some point it'd be nice if I could clone myself. Oh, Matt McCabe was also IT. Thank you. I was wondering about that because I couldn't remember, but he does strike me as an IT guy. Sorry, my brain just went to the comment about the guy when I said the word guy. But yeah, so I was also remembering that I've been neglecting Gloria Satterfield, right? But I need to clone myself because there's like so much stuff. So and coming up here in a couple days too, we'll have another Cobra hearing. Woohoo!
That job will be a year, maybe a year in August, I believe.
I need an intern.
So if I could turn your attention to the time frame of January.
And that's the thing is that with Gloria, like we, that's not time sensitive. It's not contemporaneous, and we will definitely review where we left off. I appreciate that comment though, because that's kind of, I hope you guys are okay with that, but that's kind of the stance I was taking. As y'all know, this trial was not planned for me. Just like with Runkle. Runkle and I did the same thing. I mean, not that I'm trying to say anyway, he was also not planning on covering this. EDB was. But anyway, I was actually thinking I was going to be finishing with Gloria Satterfield and then continuing the Koberger docs. And then after Daybell was done, I was going to do a deep dive on that. But like then everything kind of went by the wayside when I heard these opening statements. So anyway, if anyone wants to be an intern for law school university, let me know. Hi, Sleuthy Goosey. Happy to see you. I feel like I remember you from Debbie Heard. Am I correct on that? Maybe, potentially.
28th, 2022 into January 29th, 2022. Do you recall that specific time frame?
Yes, I do.
And with the 28th and the 29th, do you know roughly what days of the week that was?
Maybe a Friday and a Saturday, I believe.
And with respect to 28th or the 29th,
Dude,
what if any?
did you get the freaking oil slick or the black like gunmetal tumbler? Because I have dreams about that. I have to, if it's like a nightmare really, where I have to choose which one between the two, and it's like it can't. Sorry. like the spot like spikes. Her aesthetic with that, like spikes. Okay, brief. Promise it'll be brief tangent. I have an anvil right behind me here in this room. I have an anvil, and I have a oh my god, why am I forgetting what it's actually called? A rivet tool. Like for metal workers. You might say, why does a squirrel have that? Great question. Because I have to put pyramid studs on my things. Like I will not have like a purse or like a handbag or anything that is like, if I would normally buy it with pyramid studs, but for whatever reason, I can't find one that has that. Like I started putting pyramid studs on all my shit when I was like in high school. I guess I started with like the kind where you just like poke it through and then bend it. Well, those fall out and they're just not sturdy enough. And I also wanted to be able to do like boots and stuff. So I figured out how you can get actual rivets, like the types that hold jeans together, like actual rivets. But they make them that have pyramids, like the punk style. But you have to get a special tool, y'all. You have to get a special rivet setting tool shaped like a pyramid. And it has to be the right size because they actually make these pyramid studs in different sizes. It took some doing because there's like only like one or two places where you can get this specific tool. I think it was like on Etsy and it took like months to come in. The anvil I just got at Harbor Freight. Shout out to Harbor Freight. But you need the anvil and you need the rivet, the special rivet tool. And you need the pyramid studs, but those are not as hard to find. The pyramid rivets, I should say. Anyway, point being, those tumblers that she has the black one and then she has the oil slick one. And they're like, it looks like they're covered in pyramid studs. And I just have to look away just because, yeah. I agree that he's not like the rest of his family. I don't know that he has that much. I mean, I don't know. We'll talk about what we think of his, in terms of what information. And I don't know. It makes me wonder if he didn't really see as much as everybody else or have as much involvement, because he doesn't seem like he's being dishonest, So yeah, so what merch did you get? I'm super happy for you. Oh, you got the oil slick. Oh my God. Okay, cool. Well, I'm happy. Beautiful picture, by the way. Oh, cool. Yeah. DSN's been looking into the Reddit rumors. I'm trying to think of an example of what I'm thinking. Like, it's like cheating on a diet or something. Not. I mean, obviously, it's not like it's probably not nearly as bad as going on. Well, again, because I've stayed away from the toxic. Not that I think that maybe the tenor has changed, hopefully, but like I guess a lot of the toxicity probably happens on like Twitter and stuff, which I don't even use. So, oh, okay. Yeah, I was like, I recognize that name. I don't know. Maybe I've seen. I think the FBI is watching this. The feds are watching this. And they're still investigating it. And like, actually DSN's probably because this is pre-trial stuff. And so I think he's probably the resident information person on this, but like, they tried to get this trial continued, like in other words, postponed, right? Because of the federal investigation, and it was denied. So the federal investigation is still ongoing, but you better believe they're watching this trial. I agree completely with that. Yep. Oh, cool. Okay. Triple R always knows what's up. Triple R always knows. Oh, did you change your R's on there also, wifey? Or am I just seeing things?
Significance to those dates have?
Yeah, so the 29th is my birthday. The 28th was the day before my birthday, obviously. So I had a few friends over for my birthday.
In the
Exactly.
week leading up to that weekend, what, if any, plans did you have with respect to sort of the night before and the night of your birthday?
Yeah. So I was kind of up in the air. I didn't know if I wanted to go out. I'm kind of a homebody person. I like to stay at home. So I was kind of up in the air. So my plan was to have some of my friends over to my house. We would eat, have a couple of drinks, and then I would decide then if I wanted to go out locally in Canton or not. So that was my plan. And then,
So in other words, he wanted to stay home, and his parents and their friends were using his birthday party as potentially an excuse to party, right? But almost definitely an excuse for other things, right? Or whatever, convenient.
a few days before, that's when we found out that the snowstorm was actually going to happen, because you know how
Fact.
they always say it's going to snow and it never does. So
Yep.
then that kind of threw a wrench in it, but I was kind of like, well, we'll see what happens. And so we went along with the plan.
And that particular evening,
I wanted to say I wanted to just say thank you, Needs and Z's. I really appreciate that you are conscientious, and for everyone else too. But I just, for anyone that is conscientious and adds IMO at the end, I know we all have learned a lot of those things from other channels, which is awesome. There's we don't need any rules because we know the rules, which I just love. And by the way, I should just preface this: y'all can curse as much as you fucking want. I don't care. Obviously. So that rule does, all caps are fine, emojis. Like, I have no rules on caps or emojis or cursing, right? But in terms of the rules that really matter, in my opinion, are a lot of those other things that we've learned from other channels. And so I just really appreciate, I just wanted to say thank you for being conscientious and adding the IMO for things that are opinions. I just really appreciate that.
of January 28th. That's at some point people
fuck it,
came over
Mikey.
your house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And about what time was it that
Yes,
your friends first started coming over?
I would say my friends first arrived probably around 7:30 p.m.
And who were the first of your friends
Yes,
group
that was
that
brilliant.
came to your house that night?
The first two were Sarah and Julie.
And just for the record, Sarah's last name is what?
Levinson.
And Julie's last name is?
Nagel.
Y'all,
And-
did you hear that Runkle? Runkle has been calling Nightbot Fightbot. I was actually really pleasantly surprised because it came up in when he was on Law and Lumber, and I was actually editing this video, so I was not in the chat. I just was like listening in the background or whatever, and I heard somebody start talking about Nightbot, and I'm like, oh fuck, I'm gonna have to go get in the chat because people are talking about Nightbot, and I love Nightbot, But before I could even get to it, people were saying justice for Nightbot, and I was like, yes. But I thought that was really funny that he was calling them Fightbot because I guess people were coming in during the coverage of this and probably using all caps or too many emojis or something, and the Nightbot was scolding them.
With respect to them coming over to your house, was there anybody else from your household or your family or anybody else that was present when Sarah and Julie stopped by?
I believe when they first got there, my mom was still at the house. She hadn't left yet to go out where she was going.
Do you know where she was going that night?
I believe she was going to the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
You know who, if any?
So I'm curious, JB, I'm curious what your thoughts are on, do you think it was an accident or do you think it was on purpose? I'm just curious because we haven't gotten to chat with you. We all know each other here a lot of the time. So it's interesting. I love having another person to contribute to the conversation. And I'm curious. I mean, 100% facts right there. Yes, definitely. Yep. It really is. It really is. But, because we would have to ask ourselves, see, I'm going through this logically, like, what is there an overlap? Like, what is it that Colin and Higgins both have in common that they would both gain? Like, if it was a planned thing, right? Like, I'm thinking, I guess. Like, that's why I'm thinking if it, like, with the implication that they're both involved, to me, I think that probably speaks more to like an accident, potentially. Just from what we know. Of course, we don't know really anything. So.
When when she was going there with.
Yes, she got picked up by my
Absolutely.
Aunt Julie.
Now, Miss Levinson and Miss Nagel, how long?
Not
have you
yet.
known?
Someone go yell at her, or by the yell I mean hug her on Discord, because she was talking about looking forward to this earlier today.
I've known them, I would say, since high school. I think I was a sophomore and they're a year older than me. They were a junior, so probably a good 7, 8 years, 9 years, 10 years, in between there.
And when they came over your house, what was it that you did?
Well, we were just hanging out. I had a few more friends who were on their way, so they came after. Probably around 8 o'clock, I would say, 8:15. They were there, and we were just all hanging out, listening to music.
My mom, I should say this for when she gets here, but my mom was actually talking about her because of how she's always on my brother's live streams. I don't even have, like, it's just such a beautiful thing, right? Like, my mom was like, oh yeah, like before my mom even knew that she was like who she was, she recognized her because of the Ireland, like in my brother's chat. I'm like, yeah, that's Black Widow, anyway, it's just really cool stuff.
We ate some food. I think we played some card games, just normal hangout stuff.
And over the course of this evening, did
that it?
yourself and
Is
your
that
guests,
it?
did you also have some alcohol?
No, yeah, people were drinking, yeah.
Recall, generally speaking.
Wait, I have an idea.
Mostly like seltzers, like White Claws or Trulies and stuff like that.
With respect to having your friends over your house, where sort of within the house were you all sort of hanging out?
We would all just kind of hang out, probably, I would say, mostly in the dining room.
I have an idea. Just because it's relevant to the mating call situation.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts.
Yes.
Yay! Happy.
The dining room and the kitchen were kind of like one big open
Right.
space. So we would be like in the kitchen or the dining room. And sometimes I think we may have like walked into like the family room area,
Well done.
sat down for a little
Well
bit,
done.
but mostly it was just the dining room and the
Well
kitchen.
done.
Now, later on that evening, who, if anyone else, came by the house?
Well, my cousin Colin arrived at the house at some point. And
Who?
then
If anyone else in this chat has started to actually get used to Lolly talking like this, are you starting to get used to it? I feel like we need to really, we need to fight that. Like, don't let the brain worm happen. Like, I mean, you kind of don't have a choice, right? Because like, it's gotten worse every day. Like every sentence is now like he adds that in, even when it makes no sense. Yeah, I feel like I'm starting to just get used to it, and like that's not what we want. We don't want to get used to that. It's still good for you, Super Planner Girl. Keep it up. Yeah, they have drinking. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. I mean, that right there, I will just say, is enough for, guess what? Second-degree murder charge, which is what Karen Reed has. Because the thing about second-degree murder here in the the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, like, for example, getting in a drunken bar fight and getting rowdy and getting mad or whatever and belligerent and then like killing somebody, that would count under the state code for the second-degree murder charge. Because part of the whole thing and part of the reason why it's so ridiculous with what we're seeing here is because it's inherent in the charge that there had to be some sort of precipitating event that caused something like losing your temper or a jealous rage or something like that, where you like an sudden emotional outburst, some sort of event, as opposed to like a planned, premeditated situation. So what you're describing actually it fits with the charge. So I just wanted to throw that out there. Yeah, tuned him out. Yes. Hey, question. Technically, what states are all included in New England? Like, where do we draw the line? Is Vermont part of the group? Are they included? Are they invited?
my mom and my dad and them came back from the waterfall back to the house at some point as well.
if you recall, how was it sort of that Colin came over to your house that night? Did he reach out to you at any point? Did you reach out to him?
Yeah, I don't exactly recall how he knew. I don't know how he knew that I was at my house, but at some point he did call me and said, "Oh, are you still at your house?" And I said yes. And he said, "Do you mind if I come by?" And I said, "No, of course you're welcome to come by."
Do you recall about what time it was that Colin came by the house?
I don't recall exactly. I would say maybe closer, maybe 10:45, 11 p.m.
Possible.
You mentioned that at some point your parents and some people that were at the waterfall came to your house. Is that right?
It is okay. You're all good. Yeah. Fuck the. Well, I try to love everybody, but no one's gonna attack wifey. Not on my watch. That's what I'll say.
Yeah. So first, a group of my friends had left my house,
Thank you,
and I think that was probably around.
All right.
They were only there for.
Close the loop on this one. 6 states we've got in New England. In New England, thanks to DSN, we've got Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont. Okay, Vermont is included. The Commonwealth, Rhode Island, and Connecticut. You know, you learn something new every day. Love it.
For a few minutes while Colin was there, so I would say probably around 11:10. A few select people left the house to go home.
Yeah,
so that point,
we've not even talked, which is great. I mean, I'm realizing it now. We've not even talked about you know who. It's not even come up, which is awesome. And I think we can just keep it that way, right?
it was just me, Colin, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson at the house until my parents arrived.
And so Courtney, Catherine, and Emily would have left at some point shortly after Colin arrived.
Yes.
And when your parents came home, if you recall, what was sort of the order of, do you recall about what time that was?
I would say that would be right around midnight, I would say, maybe 12:05, 12:10-ish in that area.
Yeah.
And
not actual turtles. We love actual turtles. All animals are welcome. These are not actual turtles.
just turning back to Colin for a second, do you recall, do you know how Colin came to be at your house?
Like how he was dropped, like if he was dropped off?
Yeah, yes. Did you know whether or not he drove there, was dropped off there, similar to
We don't have any of that here.
I know he didn't drive there, but I would assume he got dropped off. He didn't say how he got there, though.
Right, so we'll strike. You don't know how we got there.
Okay, yeah. I didn't.
And as far as the order of people that arrived back at your home, who were the first people to arrive back at your home?
Oh, Lolly.
The first people to arrive were my mom, my dad, my sister Caitlin, and my dad's friend Brian Higgins.
And prior to that evening of January 28th, had you met Mr. Higgins before?
I don't recall ever meeting him. I could have met him in passing, but I don't ever formally remember meeting him, no.
Do you recall ever seeing him at your house at Fairview Road prior to that?
I don't think he'd ever been there that I have saw, no.
And as far as Colin was concerned, when your parents and your sister and Mr. Higgins arrived, in relation to that, when did Colin leave the house?
Colin was actually getting up and leaving as they were coming into the house.
And similar to, do you know how Colin left your house or how whether or not he drove or was picked up or anything else?
Yeah, he was sitting at the table and I was actually sitting right next to him and he stood up and said, "I'm leaving, Allie's picking me up." And so I knew who Allie was because she's my cousin.
And what is Allie's last name?
McCabe.
And she's your cousin as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And following
I like his
their arrival back.
I like his outfit. I mean, I was thinking it's a nice, I like the color choices. Like what color would you guys call that sweater? It's like a grayish green. And then I really especially like that against the tie. It's like a steely, like an ice blue. I don't know. I really like that. I think it's nice. It's I don't know. I just like that combo. I know. I feel like we're gonna have to learn more about Canton High School, just because to represent. Like we had Gamecocks in a. Who was I talking to? I was talking to somebody the other day in real life, like in here where I live. And they were talking about. Dude, it was just so funny. There's who I don't remember who it was. Someone who knows nothing about true crime or cases or law or whatever. Probably doesn't even know who Alex Murdaugh is, right? And they were talking about South Carolina, and I think they said they went to USC or whatever. And I was just like, "Go Gamecocks!" And they're like, not like They're like, yeah, go Gamecocks. And I'm like, oh, wait. Like it was like a misunderstanding of like the joke, because like I'm saying it as a Murdaugh reference and like they're saying it as in I went to school there and that was the mascot reference. So that was pretty fucking funny. Anyway, yeah, that's right. Exactly. It's a dark stage. I really like it. I really like it. I don't know what's going on here with. I don't know. Do I need to learn things that are happening? Someone let me know if I feel like there's information happening that I don't know
If
about.
anyone else showed up at your home that particular evening.
And then I would say maybe 10 minutes later, my auntie JJ, well, her name is Auntie Jen, but I call her JJ, and Uncle Matt arrived at the house.
Your Auntie JJ and your Uncle Matt, what is their last name?
McCabe.
And was that, their arrival, was that before or after Colin had left?
Colin had already left at that point, yes.
And so the alley that Colin was picked up by, what if any relationships does she have to
Well, I'm glad I'm not
Auntie
the only
JJ
one.
and your Uncle Matt?
That's their daughter.
Right. Yes.
Now, throughout the course of the evening, well, let me ask you this, as far as, when was it that the last person who didn't live at your house on Fairview Road, when was it that the last person left?
The last, I wouldn't know I couldn't tell you the time.
Oh.
Well, the last people to leave were
Okay, I didn't know.
Auntie JJ, Uncle Matt, Sarah, and Julie. I don't know exactly what time that would be. I can't even guess. I don't know.
And you mentioned your sister, Caitlin, was that?
Oh yes, I'm sorry. I was just thinking of her as my sister, like sibling. So she didn't live in the house, so she was the last person to leave.
And prior to her leaving,
How are they
was when
attacking
your
you?
Auntie JJ, Uncle Matt, and
Yes, yeah.
Oh,
so
okay.
with
Well,
respect to after your Aunt JJ and your Uncle Matt McCabe arrived at the house, who, if anyone else, came by the house that you were aware of?
No one.
Well, let me ask it this way. As far as anybody else following them actually physically come into the house?
No one else came into the house after them, no.
And at some point, were you made aware of someone out in front of you?
I saw someone outside of the house, yes, a car.
And what was it that sort of drew your attention to the front area of the house?
Yeah, so at some
we haven't had any issue with people coming in and doing anything, like, so I don't know. One of the nice things about being a small channel, right?
point, my friend Julie stood up and said, "Oh, my brother's outside." Her brother was there to pick her up. And someone made a comment saying, "Oh, no."
Not what they said. What happened as a result?
Okay. She went outside to talk to her brother. And so I looked out the window at that point, and she was outside talking to her brother. So his truck was there, and I saw another car there as well.
And with respect to your friend Julie Nagel, her brother, what is his name?
His name's Ryan Nagel.
And if you recall the time that Julie gets up and goes outside to talk to her brother, where were you within the house?
I was still sitting at the dining room table.
And
with regard to that area of the
y'all,
dining
you
room
guys,
table, how was
y'all, one of the funniest things. So, Peter Treyosler, he called. I'm gonna use this as like a little homage to him. He called Ryan Nagel. He was doing one of his recaps. He was like talking way too fast to where his mouth couldn't keep up with his brain. It was really funny. So he's like trying to remember everybody's names, and he was talking about Julie and her brother. And I guess he couldn't remember his name, but anyway, he started referring to him as Brother Nagel, and I'm like, that's amazing. So I'm going to be calling him Brother Nagel when we get there, just so y'all know.
that you were able to see out?
Brother Nagel.
There's two windows there,
monk, right?
so I just turned around and looked through the blinds.
And when you look through the blinds, what is it
looking
that
at
you
blinds,
saw
yo?
out in front of your house?
Matt McCabe be looking
Yeah,
at
so I
blinds.
saw a truck, which was Julie Nagel's brother's truck, I believe, and that was
Brother
a
Nagel.
little ways, almost like in front of the driveway of the house, and then a little ways in front of it, there was another car that I hadn't recognized before. It was a dark SUV-ish, and that's all I knew about it and could see about it.
Now, similar to yourself, who, if anyone else from sort of the group of people, either in the kitchen or in the house, did you observe near a window or a door that was looking out in that?
I believe my uncle Matt McCabe noticed the car outside as well.
And with respect to the dark SUV that you didn't recognize and what you thought was Julie Nagel's brother Ryan's truck, was there anything in between the truck and the dark SUV that you saw outside?
Not to my knowledge, I didn't see anything, no.
Now, with regard to being out in front of your house, those two vehicles, do you recall which direction they were facing?
Yeah, they were both facing, going up Fairview towards Cedar Crest.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm a nice person. I think I'm a nice person anyway. People would probably say that. And I'm a lover, not a fighter, or whatever the saying is, you know, make love, not war, all that type of stuff. But, you know, if anybody talks some shit to my wifey, then I might learn how to become a you know, a karate squirrel ninja. There might be some squirrel ninja action happening. So, yeah.
So whatever this is, I don't know.
Well, let me ask you probably in a better way. As far as what was facing towards your house, was that the driver's side or the passenger side of each of the vehicles?
That would have been the passenger side.
And that's with respect to both vehicles, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, at any point in time during the time that these vehicles were out in front of your house, do you recall hearing anything or any sort of noises coming from the front of your house that drew your attention?
No, I didn't hear anything, no.
And as far as looking out the windows and seeing these vehicles in front of your house, how many times did you look out?
I believe I looked at that one time, and then I think I looked out one more time after that.
And as far as your friend Julie, if you know, about how long was she out in front of your house at that time?
I would say not more than 5 minutes, more likely about 3 or 4 minutes she was outside.
And when did you see her outside in relation to the truck as well?
Yeah, I saw her at the passenger door of the truck.
Now, that vehicle that you...
You know, I don't think enough people, like, you know, I don't consider myself a real YouTube channel. So, like, I don't know. I don't think that there's just the thought, the odds of like actual channels like discovering that this is happening and then watching it, I feel like are just not like gonna happen. So I don't know. I just you know, hopefully we can just be not having any type of other drama stuff happening. You know, I'm not for that.
You didn't recognize the darker black SUV. Was that vehicle in one place or more than one place during the times that you looked out the window and saw it?
Yeah, so the first time I looked, I would say it was closer towards the mailbox, maybe a little bit in front of the mailbox. And then the second time, the last time I looked out the window, it had moved further down, closer to...
Wifey, you don't have to worry. Like, I'm on top of it, man. Like, it's okay. It's okay. I mean, I don't think there's really anything happening. I mean, I haven't seen anything, but you don't have to worry about it. This isn't, remember, you don't have to, you don't have a job here, right? Like I've got Nightbot, you know, I've got my squirrel ninja moves. Hi-ya! So you don't have to worry about that. Okay. I got your back. And I know everyone else in here does too.
I'll say, the flagpole. So closer that way and went down that way towards the flagpole.
Now, your friend Julie, did she take that ride home with her brother Ryan at that time?
No, she came back in the house.
And as far as your friends Julie and Sarah that were still at the house when people from the waterfall came home, do you know how they happened to go home on that particular evening?
Yes, my aunt J.J. McCabe and Matt McCabe drove them home.
And do you have any idea about
Candace has your back too, wifey. Oops, Candace.
No, I'm not really. I'd be guessing. I would say maybe one something, maybe.
Now, with respect to your kid,
Yeah,
your sister,
I think,
Kate,
like,
who you indicated was
He comes across as really credible and honest. I mean, really, it's really such a distinctive difference from from the other people, from like literally everybody else except for maybe like the Cola Keithuses. And then was there any other people? No, I feel like it was just them and him. But yeah, it is interesting. You could also kind of liken him to like a John Marvin, right? Like, more like Buster, because Buster was kind of got more wrapped up in it, right? But like John Marvin in terms of just the personality, maybe. And luckily for John Marvin, he didn't get wrapped up in any of Alex's fuckery.
Last person to leave the home that evening, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you awake or downstairs at the time she left?
I don't know if I was downstairs when she actually left, but I was down there for a minute when she was the last one present at the house with my mom.
And do you know how she was leaving the house that night or how she was getting home?
Yeah, I believe her boyfriend was picking her up.
What's her boyfriend's name?
Tristan Morris.
So the two windows that from your bedroom face the backyard area?
Yes.
Now, at any point in time after you went up to your room, same question as before, were there any noises or anything that drew your attention outside of the home at any point prior to you waking up?
No, I didn't hear anything.
And if you know about what time was it that you woke up later on that morning of the 29th?
I can't recall the exact time. I'd say maybe, I know previous testimony I may have said earlier, but I don't believe it was that early. I would say 7:30, 8 a.m.
What was it that woke you up that morning?
My dad had knocked on my door.
And without anything...
So did you guys notice that? I wanted to point that out. I wanted to point that out real quick. Let me just rewind it a second. I really appreciated this.
Face the backyard area?
Yes.
I can find it.
Now, at any point in time after you went up to your room, same question as before, were there any noises or anything that drew your attention outside of the home at any point prior to you waking up?
No, I didn't hear anything.
And if you know about what time was it that you woke up later on that morning of the 29th?
I can't recall the exact time. I'd say maybe, I know previous testimony I may have said earlier, but I don't believe it was that early. I would say 7:30, 8 a.m.
So that was what I really appreciated, like the fact that he just was forthcoming about that. This really goes a long way, right? To think about how this would be perceived to a jury. When you have someone like this, just remember what they said in previous testimony. Exactly, honesty. Remember what they said in previous testimony, and then just without being confronted or whatever, just offered it up. Like, just that's like the honest thing, right? It's like you're like, yeah, I know I probably said something different before, but like, here's what I remember now. But it's like, it's not combative. It wasn't even prompted, right? It's really refreshing, and it comes across so differently than when we see it other times with other witnesses. Much of that we will see later on in this video.
What woke you up that morning?
My dad had knocked on my door.
And without anything specifically that you dad talked about, following that conversation, where did you go?
I just threw on some clothes and I went downstairs into the main first floor of the house.
You came downstairs.
I know, right? Yeah, he said he's 25 now, he said. And then he said he still lives at home with his parents, but like they moved, right? So they moved, but he still lives with them. And it was his 23rd birthday at the time. He's 25 now. There's something else I would say about his testimony. Yeah, just like the the other thing I was going to say too is like, think about too, like the difference between him and other witnesses. So like when it comes to this, like, prior statements, right? Or in like impeachment, so usually you'll see a couple different things, right? Either they get confronted with it and then they get combative, and like blah, blah, or they do what we will see plenty of also. There's the other strategy, which is the strategy of trying to parse words, which is like, yeah, I stand by what I said. And they're like, well, what you said isn't accurate because of blah, blah, blah. And they're like, no, blah, blah, blah. And then it's like one word is different or whatever, right? Like parsing words, semantics. There's that strategy. Instead of doing any of that bullshit, he's just like, yeah, I might have said a different time. I know. They seem so different, right? It's really crazy. Like I have a hard time picturing him with this family. I mean, like we're gonna hear it in this video, but like from his best friend, but like, you know, just this, you know, they said he only drinks White Claws, right? That's he only drinks White Claws. He's not like you know, he doesn't drink Mick Ultra or whatever. Iowa, you missed it. I did a big shout out to you earlier. I'll do it again. So for anyone who missed it, Iowa Backyard Cam has these amazing. I hope you saw what I commented, dude. So they have these amazing cameras and this new squirrel, my favorite squirrel. That squirrel is a miracle squirrel. And if you go to their channel on their community page, they have these pictures. And here's what I freaking, dude, it was awesome. I loved it. Like the squirrel, the picture of the squirrel in the new location. And it's like on the phone, you can see that there's EDB, like there's the little mini player and EDB and Jen McCabe on the stand. And I'm like, this is all my favorite. This is everything. This is squirrel and LawTube. And there's Jen McCabe on the stand. Oh my God. It's amazing. And that squirrel is the most special squirrel I have like ever seen in my life. I don't know what's going on with that squirrel, but I love it. I love it so much. Everyone needs to check the squirrel out. And for anyone who missed it too, my brother has just left as of today to go back out for storm chasing too. So I'll put a link for the chat in the chat as well. Because so for any nature people, we got you covered.
The main first floor area of the house. Who, if anyone, did you see?
Yeah, so when I went down there, it was my mom, my dad.
Yeah, I don't know how it works. I commented on it. Are you not able to see? Like, I commented on it because I was like freaking out because of the cuteness. So I don't know. I guess I'm not quite sure how those things work when it comes up like that. I press a button that makes it look like it's a comment, but then I tried to find my comment and I couldn't see it. So I really don't know what's happening. Shout out to Mant. I'm sure he'll have a live stream soon.
My auntie Jen and my uncle Matt.
And about how long were you down in that area of the home?
I would say the first time I went down there, I would say I was down there for maybe 15 minutes or so.
You said the first time you went down, were there subsequent times after that?
Well, yes, I went back up into my room after I was down there the first time, and then I came back downstairs. And at that point, there was no one there besides me and my parents.
And that second or subsequent time that you came downstairs that morning, to know about how long it was after the first time?
I would say maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours maybe.
Now, with respect to your birthday, as far as what, if any, sort of ritual or thing do you have with regard to your Aunt Judy?
Oh, yes. So my aunt likes to get me donuts.
You know what's really fucking funny? So I didn't buy, I mean, I don't think anybody really bought, right? Y'all let me know. The donut story, right? What did we think about the donut story from her testimony and from everyone else's testimony? What did y'all think about it? And then did it change it for you the way he describes it right here? Let me, as you think about that, I'm going to rewind it again so we can look at his face, because this was really interesting. Like for me, the way he describes it, I'm like, wow, I don't know. I'm curious what y'all's thoughts are. Let me just find the right little moment here.
Subsequent times after that?
Well, yes, I went back up into my room after I was down there the first time, and then I came back downstairs. And at that point, there was no one there besides me and my parents.
And that second or subsequent time that you came downstairs that morning, to know about how long it was after the first time?
I would say maybe an hour and a half, 2 hours maybe.
Now, with respect to your birthday, as far as what, if any, sort of ritual or thing do you have with regard to your Aunt Judy?
Oh, yes. So my aunt...
That right there, the way he remembers it, and look at his smile. Let me just pull that up one more time. Yeah, that to me, I'm like, oh my God, this is real, because it came across as really, you know, like they're hiding something, right? Well, I guess because they are, but like the donut thing was like really sus, right? But like the way he describes this is, it hits completely
your
different.
Birthday, as far as what, if any, sort of ritual or thing do you have with regard to your Aunt Judy?
Oh, yes. So my aunt likes to get me donuts. It started, I don't even know, probably when I was like in middle school. Because I used to really like donuts. So every birthday she would give me six donuts in a box, in a card. And that was just our ritual. She would bring it over every day, every time it was my birthday.
And did you get those as far as the donuts and the card and everything at some point on that particular morning?
Yes, I believe that when I went downstairs the first time, the donuts and the card were there already, so I had known that she had come by and dropped them off for me.
Did you physically actually see your Aunt Julie on that particular morning?
No, I didn't see her then.
No, I think for me, what it was the way that you could tell he was remembering a memory. The way his face, like, you know, like the way he was like, oh yeah, like he wasn't planning on it. It was like he thought of it, and the way he smiled, you could tell it was like genuine memory recall, right? Of like remembering a pleasant memory. That's why I'm like, you know, I don't know. Is he necessarily saying that it happened that day? Not, you know, well, not really, but in other words, like that it was a thing. It sounded like so. Right, not in his car though. Exactly, not in his car though. Yeah, that's where it got weird. I don't know. I'm missing something. Intro. Oh, you want to introduce EDB to fountain pens? You know what? She said, I don't know. I could see her getting into that. Although, having said that, I believe I heard her say the other day that she loves the Pilot G2, and that's also. I know this is gonna kill you, Super Planner Girl. That's also my favorite pen. I'm sure that's like a plan for like, you know, whatever noobs or whatever the things you call them are these days. But you know, I have no experience with fancy pens, but I love the Pilot G2. Wifey, you don't have to go anywhere unless you want to, but I love you. You don't have to go back in your hole. No, we will miss you though. Exactly. DSN, you're exactly right. So I think both can be true, right? It can be true that there was this tradition and there was this thing that they did. I mean, you know, but also needed a reason to be there. Yep. Okay, well, good. I feel a little better then. Yeah. I mean, I've got a Pilot G2 right in front of me. And you guys, I got the best deal at Target, man. This was a while ago. It was such a good deal. I'll have Pilot G2s for the rest of my life. We'll never run out probably. But they had this was like, I don't know, a year or two ago. You know, Target, by the way, if you don't have the Target app, highly recommend, not sponsored. But Target Circle is free and they have the best deals. And they had this, you know, like the Pilot G2 that like they have all the different colors, which I love, the multicolors, and there's like the different ones. And then there's like the monster pack, which has like 50 trillion pens and like all the colors. And it's like, whoa, right? And you're like, I'll never buy that because it's $1 bazillion. Well, Target had some sort of crazy sale for some reason. It might have been like back to school, but anyway, you know, there were all the coupons and whatever. And it was like the craziest deal. I got that mother of like all pens collection situation, but it also threw in with it the same, like all the types of like the Sharpie, like metallic sparkly Sharpies, and a whole other collection of like erasable gel pens. And it was all like a fraction of the price of what one of those normally would be. It was insane. And I was like, oh, great, I'm set for life. And I have every color of the rainbow. So that's what's up.
Before I get into the photograph, there is one other question that I need to ask. As far as with respect to the sort of tenor and demeanor of that evening, how would you describe sort of from what your friends were?
I mean, I don't know what you're talking about, wifey. I'm not seeing anything happening in the chat that is other than the people that are usually here. I don't know. I mean, this is I'm like, wait, hang on. I would see things because this is my channel. So like, you know, I can't imagine there's comments that are, I don't know. Don't go, please. I don't know. You know, right, but it doesn't look like that's happening anymore. So I think it's okay. I mean, well, if that happens again, I don't know. I've never had to do anything. I'll do something. I'll figure it out. I've never had to do anything. Right. I didn't know that was okay. I figured it was just because of the name. I didn't know that there was a backstory or whatever, but yeah. I definitely don't want to have any of that going on. So yeah, don't go. That's not like you stay, right? You stay, wifey stays, trolls go if they come back. Okay.
There to the
That's
time
cool.
that the folks came back from the waterfall. How was sort of the mood within the house?
Cheerful, fun. Everyone was having a great time.
Any fights, any arguing, any
Yeah, they're gone, so it's okay, right? Like, I don't think I can do anything unless they come back. Well, then, yeah, so it's fine, right? Like, they're not here anymore, so it's fine.
tension, anything else that you noted of note with regard to that?
No, not at all.
Now, in addition to you, your mother, your father, did around this time in January 2022, did you have a pet as well?
Yeah, we had a dog, Chloe.
Well, a dog named Chloe.
Yes.
But how long at that point had you had Chloe?
We had her for a few years. I don't know exactly how many years, but a few years.
Now, on that night specifically of January 28th leading into the 29th, did you do anything as far as letting Chloe out to use the bathroom or anything like that?
Yeah, sorry. So the dog was actually upstairs in my parents' bedroom. She likes to sleep up there and stay up there. So she was upstairs when my friends were downstairs.
Yeah, there's the whole, everybody's got their thing with the alibis and their stories, but then there's the whole saga with going on with Chloe, right? Because it's like they got to account for Chloe's whereabouts, and so they're getting the story straight with Chloe. And we're gonna hear in this video lots of conflicting testimony on all kinds of stuff, including Chloe. Poor Chloe.
And at one point, after my dad came home, it was asked if someone let the dog out. And I said, sorry, I forgot, because it was my responsibility, because I was the only one home. So he went upstairs to get the dog, got the dog, brought her downstairs, let her outside.
Now, with respect to this photograph that's up on the screen right now, this Nagel's brother Ryan in the pickup truck. Where was, if you could direct
I think I have to be on
where it was about to observe that?
To quote Archimedes from Sword in the Stone, who? I'd like to know who. Y'all, I should actually do a sound clip of that and put it up on here and do a thing with it like I usually do, because I freaking love that. If anyone hasn't seen that movie, it's like my fave. I think that I have to be on YouTube to do anything with blocking because I'm on StreamYard right now. And it doesn't have like an option, I don't think, on here. So like that would be like a YouTube, thing. But yeah, I don't, so that's interesting. I don't know anything about blocking. I've never done that, but I guess if someone blocks you, you don't see them either. Am I understanding that correctly? But let's just do this again with our shout out to Archimedes. Who? I'd like to know who. That's like a direct quote from the movie. I'll find it. Just wait.
He would have been more this way, so the photo doesn't show you all, but he would have been more in front of the driveway over here.
And that first time that you looked out the window, where was the dark SUV that you were?
I believe that was right around the mailbox area, right about right here.
And then again, if you could direct your viewers' attention to the second time that you looked out and the SUV had moved, where had it moved to that?
It was more down this way on the side of the road.
And as far as the dark SUV was concerned, at any point in time did you look out and not see the dark SUV?
No, I didn't look out the window again.
So for the rest of the evening, you didn't look out the window?
No.
Now, in reference to the time that expired between the time that you saw it in the area of the mailbox and the time that you saw it over by the flagpole, do you have any idea how long period of time that was?
I would say probably within a couple minutes. It wasn't a long period of time that I looked out the window.
And as far as you know, your friend...
Another thing that I like about him is he doesn't try to come across like an expert. Like, he doesn't try to be like, this is exactly correct, right? He's like, it's just so much more believable versus like people that are like, yep, it was exactly this. It was exactly this long. It was exactly this time. He's like, when he doesn't know, he says he doesn't know. And when he's like, yeah, I can kind of guess, but like, it's just much better, much more genuine testimony.
Who had gone out to the pickup truck to talk to her brother Ryan, was she still outside
Brother
around the
Nagel.
time that you looked out the second time?
She could have been. I'm not sure if she was at that point, but she could have been.
Mr. Albert, you testified that Colin arrived around 10:45 or 11 p.m., correct?
Today? I said that? Yes? Yes.
Who else was at the house when the clock struck sort of midnight as it became your birthday?
When it hit my birthday, it was just Colin, Julie, Nagel, and Sarah Levinson.
Was there any sort of celebration for your birthday when the clock struck midnight?
No.
What were you guys doing?
We were just sitting there. Probably happy birthdays were exchanged, but it was nothing crazy. I'm not a big birthday person like that.
And where in the house were you guys at that point?
In the dining room area.
You testified that your parents and Brian Higgins arrived shortly after midnight with your sister, correct?
Yeah, I believe I said around 12:05, 12:10 in that area.
Describe what happened when they came into the.
The other thing that stands out to me is when someone can say like, yeah, I believe I said blah blah. That's not them correcting the person. I think that like if you're really just telling the truth, you know what you know, right? Like think about that. Like instead of having to memorize your answers, it's like you know what you said because you know what the answer is. Like you're not you're all it's all good, super planner girl. Also, I learned that it's actually not spelled. That's what I thought it was spelled. It's spelled this way. I'm putting it in the chat. Which I am glad I found out before I exported this video with it spelled wrong. I was like, literally, I was about to click export and I was like, you know what? I wonder if I'm spelling Nagel correctly, even though the way I had it spelled seemed like the correct way. And sure enough, it's spelled the weird way. Yeah, truth is always easy. Exactly. Yeah, you don't have to memorize it if it's a fact.
They all just walked in the door, and at that point, my cousin Colin was standing up to leave. They passed each other, said hi, and that was it.
Yeah, that's good.
Mr. Albert, you never actually observed Colin leave in a vehicle from 34 Fairview, correct?
No, I didn't see with my eyes, no.
In fact, you said you only looked out the window 2 times that night.
He's
correct?
Harry Potter.
Yes, that's true.
Approximately what time did your
That's like something him and Chad Daybell have in common though, right? The Harry Potter.
dad go upstairs to get Chloe to take her out?
Well, that would have been like as soon as he got home, so around like a little after 12.
Super planner girl.
So would that have been before or after Colin sort of walked
Why
towards
he
the
better
door?
not have gone anywhere.
Colin had already already left at that point.
Better.
Where
Love
did
you.
your dad go?
He went upstairs into his bedroom where Chloe was there, brought her downstairs and went to the back door and let her out.
And you were asked by Mr. Lally if your father kind of stands by the door and waits for Chloe before he lets her in.
Yeah.
But you testified that he was just generally in the kitchen area, correct?
Yeah, the kitchen is by the back door.
But he's not standing by the door waiting for her. She's an off-leash dog. She can go out, do her business, and you can open the door sometime later, correct?
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that correct?
Could you say it again, please?
Your father wasn't standing by the door staring at Chloe the entire time that she was outside, correct?
No, I wouldn't. Not the whole time, no.
You testified earlier that Julie Nagel went outside to speak with her brother to indicate that she no longer needed a ride. Do you recall that testimony?
I'm not sure if I said that exactly, but yeah.
Can you describe sort of what you saw the first time you looked out the window?
I just saw a little in front of the driveway a little bit. I saw a truck. I saw my friend Julie at the passenger door. I suppose talking to the people in the truck. And a little ways up, I saw another dark SUV that I wasn't aware of.
And so you'd agree that there was nothing obstructing the view between the truck and the dark SUV, correct?
Well, not from my vantage point, no.
And the second time you looked out the window, the only difference you saw was that Ms. Reed's
Just to
vehicle
be
had
clear, I don't think anyone needs this, but just in case. So because we've had some different people coming in and out of chat. Iowa Backyard Cam is not one of the trolls. You guys know that. Just to clarify. Please do subscribe to Iowa if you feel so inclined. And if you do enjoy nature, there's also my brother's storm chasing channel. Those are not being referred to as whatever.
Well, I didn't know it was Miss Reed's vehicle, but the car that was there had moved up, yes.
And the truck was no longer there, correct?
The second time I looked out the window? That I'm not sure of.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your testimony?
Sure.
Isn't it true that you said that the second time you looked out, you saw that there was a black SUV that had pulled forward?
Yes.
But the truck was no longer there.
Sure, it seems like I said that then, yes.
You also testified earlier that you saw tire tracks in the snow, correct?
Yep.
Where were those tracks?
Just along the side towards the driveway along this way, going up towards the flagpole.
And you viewed those tracks kind of leading up towards the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
So you'd agree that the visibility and lighting in front of the house was good enough that you were able to see tire tracks in the snow, correct?
Sure.
But you did not see a 220-pound man lying in the snow in your front yard, did you?
Objection.
Was that something that you saw, sir?
No, I didn't see that.
Who was in the house the second time that you looked out the window?
It would have been my mom, my dad, Brian Higgins, my sister, Julie, Sarah, Uncle Matt.
Mr. Albert, you testified on May 18th, 2023 in another grand jury, and you said, quote, "I'm not sure if Brian Higgins was still there. I know he left at some point." Do you recall that testimony?
I know he left my house at some point. I just don't know exactly when it was.
You were asked specifically at the time that you looked out the window who was there, and you said, "I'm not sure if Brian Higgins was there."
Yeah.
Isn't that correct?
Okay, if I said that, yes, because I was not sure. I'm still not sure that if he was there or not.
So you're not sure whether Brian Higgins was there when you looked out the window, correct?
No. I'm not sure.
You have no independent recollection as you sit here today where Mr. Higgins was when you looked out the window, correct?
No.
You also didn't recall Mr. Higgins ever saying goodbye to you or your group, correct?
I believe that's true, yeah.
In fact, you
Hot
actually
mic moment.
testified before another grand jury on May 18th, 2023, that at some point Mr. Higgins just wasn't there anymore. I must have gone to the bathroom or something. I came back and I said, "Where did Higgins go?" And they said he left, correct?
Sure, yes.
When did your father leave in relation to Brian Higgins?
Yeah, I mean, that's
Leave, you
why-
mean like go upstairs, go to
That's
bed,
what I love
or?
about- That's what I love about our group is that we can talk about things and it's all good, right? Like we are all on the same page. Yeah, thank you. Couldn't say it better than Blackwater. She says we are like a big family having dinner at the table, family table here. Yep. The stranger apps, right? But that's it. Best Twitter. Yep. 100%. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Yep. That is exactly right. Like literally, I was like, oh, a new person. Like, because there were like a couple names and anyway, just, because it's, yeah, you're right. It's like our family dinner table for sure.
He would have left after Brian Higgins had gone.
Mr. Albert, isn't it true that you
I don't
weren't
even
quite
have
so
a
sure about
Twitter.
that when you testified on May 18th, 2023?
I don't even have a Twitter.
I don't know. You would
I
have
don't
to
know.
show
I
me.
think you might be confused.
Do you have a specific recollection of your father leaving after Mr. Higgins was gone?
Yep, I'm pretty sure he went upstairs after Brian Higgins left.
Mr. Albert, isn't it true that you told the grand jury, "I'm pretty sure Mr. Higgins left first before my dad went upstairs, because he wouldn't have left if his friend was still there"?
Yes, I just said.
I'm just laughing to myself because I don't even have social media. Like I'm just I don't know. It's just funny, right? I guess I really kind of do all the things wrong. Like for people that are like, whatever, Again, I've had this channel since high school for violin videos. So yeah. Pootie, hold on. We have a thing. We have a thing. There it is. Yeah. And then there's also, that's funny with his face, the way that lined up. That's hilarious. Oh, Nightbot.
That here as well.
You don't have any specific recollection as you sit here today where your father was or where Mr. Higgins was when you looked out the window that night,
No.
correct?
No, that's not true. I know that my father was in the room with us. I'm saying I don't know when Brian Higgins left the house. And when Brian Higgins left the house, then my father went upstairs into his bedroom.
But what you actually said
We love you, Black
was,
Whip.
quote,
I'm so
pretty
Black
sure
Whip. We love you,
Mr.
best
Higgins
friend.
left first before my dad went upstairs because he
Love
wouldn't
you.
have left
Love
if
everybody.
his friend was still there, correct?
I see what you're saying. Yes, but I still say that my dad wouldn't have went upstairs until Brian Higgins left the house.
Right, and that's based on an assumption, correct?
Sure. Yeah.
I mean, I see
You
your
weren't interviewed
point,
about
but
this
like,
case until 18 months later, correct?
that's all you
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's all she needed to do because like he's not actually, you know, he didn't actually say anything wrong. Like they're both saying the same thing, right? I think that she could have just skipped that with the questions about the upstairs bit and just gone straight to the question about how there was a big delay in his interview because they delayed with everybody.
You did not personally observe your father go upstairs, correct?
No, I did. I watched him go up the stairs. I was in the kitchen. You can see the stairs right there.
Your testimony is you can see individuals walk upstairs in your house,
Depending on,
kitchen.
yes, the dining room, from the dining room I meant.
There's actually a wall that kind of blocks the dining room to the stairs, correct?
Not if you're sitting at the 2 chairs with your back to the windows. If I was sitting in the long chair right here, the stairs would be right here. I could easily see. It's through the doorway.
But as you sit here today, you don't know what time that happened.
It'd be nice if we
No, I don't know the time. No.
inside of the house. Right?
What did you do once you woke up?
I went downstairs.
Did you ever look out the window?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your grand jury testimony? from
Sure,
May 18th,
sure.
2023?
Thank you.
Why didn't you look out the window that morning?
Well, I say here that I just would give me anxiety to look out the window.
Is there a reason why you didn't want to look outside?
I'm just an anxious person, and I got overwhelmed. I think most people would be overwhelmed in that situation.
I feel for him, you guys, on this, right? Like I feel for him. And then I forget who it is. Somebody later puts his anxiety on blast and like, I don't know. I feel bad for him. I mean, he's right though. Like everything he's saying is accurate. Like, yeah, that would be a stressful situation. Yeah. I mean, in his case, not looking out the window when he knows, like, okay, what she's referencing is him not looking out the window, already knowing that there's emergency vehicles out there, right? So in this case, he's not wanting to see it, but he already had seen it. Like he goes downstairs, sees it, knows it's there, and then doesn't want to look at it. That's completely different than his parents, you know, who supposedly don't know that it's there and are like, oh, we didn't see anything. Completely different situation.
Did
Right.
you say that this
That
was
was
kind of a
Jen
new thing
McCabe.
for you?
That's who it was. Yeah, I couldn't remember who put it on blast. I just remembered somebody put it on blast, and I was like, hey now, y'all leave Brian Jr. alone.
Police to be at the house?
Yeah, that's never happened before. I've never had cops at or near my house.
And it made you overwhelmed, correct?
Yeah, I get overwhelmed easy, so.
Mr. Albert, how many times did you discuss this case with members of your family before you spoke to the Massachusetts State Police on May 18th, 2023?
I don't have an answer for that. I don't know how many times.
Hundreds?
We talk about it pretty decent. I mean, considering, yeah.
What members of your family have you discussed this case with?
Honest.
My parents, my sister, occasionally my aunt, JJ, and Uncle Matt.
Would you say it's been
So let's remember, okay, let's keep this in mind because when we hear from his sister, I wonder how, I don't remember, but we're going to see it here in a second, how she answers that question, right? Let's think about the difference. And actually, I'm going to rewind it and I'm going to write it down because pen. We have
it
pilot
made you
cheat sheet.
overwhelmed, correct?
Yeah, I get overwhelmed easy, so.
Mr. Albert, how many times did you discuss this case with members of your family before you spoke to the Massachusetts State Police on May 18th, 2023?
I don't have an answer for that. I don't know how many times.
Hundreds?
We talk about it pretty decent. I mean, considering, yeah.
What members of your family have you discussed this case with?
My parents, my sister,
Write it
occasionally
down.
my aunt, JJ, and Uncle Matt.
Sister. Hold on. Pause. Also, I'm thinking when I said pause in my brain, it was PAWS because dog. So I agree completely. I completely agree with that. I also a great question. I know, right? Again, it reminds me a lot of like we've seen this with other dynamics in families, right? It is really interesting, right? And you look at like his dad, and then you look at his dad's brother. Well, in other words, Brian Jr.'s uncle, right? And like it looks like we don't know about the rest of the siblings yet in terms of the male siblings of the uncle group, the senior Brian Albert senior group. But then look at all the friends too, right? And they are all, maybe with the exception of Matt McCabe, but but the rest of them, yeah, the alpha male bullshit type of thing. Yeah. And I agree with everything you guys are saying, 100%. I know, right? Yeah, bald, the guy, hold on. Glad you asked. Let's just remind ourselves his dad, because we're going to give it some context. Here we go. You want some context? Context ye shall have. Ask and ye shall receive. Isn't that what God says in the Bible or something? Clearly, I don't read the Bible.
Someone make it make sense.
Oops, wrong thing. Sorry, guys. Hold on. Wrong thing. Here it is.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts.
Yes.
That guy. That's his dad. Did you guys like me trying to quote the Bible? Yeah. Yeah, he's a Marine. He's a Marine and a sergeant. Wait, who's Jack? Hold on. Jack. Do we know who's Jack? Brian Albert Sr. Is Jack one of the I don't even know. There's so many. He's got 7 siblings. So yeah, that's his dad. So, and Colin fits right in with that whole stupid, I can't stand that type of wifey. I don't know why you're going away, because I don't know. Did I say? Okay, that's from the Bible. That's good. I don't know. I hope. I don't know. I hope I'm not missing something that I should be not missing. Wait, did that make sense? In other words, I'm not seeing anything on my end that is fishy. But I'm on StreamYard. I'm not YouTube, so.
Would you say it's been hundreds of conversations?
Well, I guess you can, you'd have to split it up and quantify what conversations were about the actual case and what conversations have been the harassment we faced since then.
Yeah, that's a good question. Thank you.
And all of these discussions took place with you and members of your family prior to your interview with the Massachusetts State Police, correct?
And no, we've talked since then.
Continued to speak with them about this case.
Not
since your interview.
I don't know what you mean by this case. This case meaning the actual case at hand, or just the case about the harassment we faced?
I'm talking about what happened on January 28th and January 29th.
But there's really nothing to talk about those specifics. No, because we have nothing to say about that. We weren't part of it.
Mr. Albert, you looked out the window multiple times on January 29th, correct?
Twice, I think I said.
You never heard any sort of commotion outside?
No.
You never heard screaming, yelling, or the screech of brakes in the front yard?
No.
You never saw a 220-pound man in dark clothes in the white snow on your front lawn?
No.
But you did see those tire tracks, correct?
I did.
No further questions.
Good afternoon.
All right, here's the sister.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure. Caitlin Albert, CAITLINALBERT.
And where do you live, ma'am?
I live in Easton,
And how long have you lived there?
about 3 years.
Who, if anyone, do you live there with?
I live with Tristan Morris, my boyfriend.
And you and Ms. Morris, about how long have the two of you been dating?
Almost 8 years.
And do you work there?
I do.
I don't know. I guess I could make it like, I don't know. I could make it so that like, I don't know if it's possible. I haven't even thought about it, but like I could make it so that it's like invite only, or like, I don't know. And then I know there's ways to like filter out things, or I guess there's like members, or like, private YouTube. I don't know. Yeah, I know, right? Oh, her, she feels like forever ago. I know, right? Same. But I just don't know because I don't see anything that I'm not seeing anything that is happening that I can monitor or control or change. But yeah, I'm not going to have a situation where wifey wants to be here, but she leaves because something else is happening. That's not going to work for me. Not at all. Oh, we have a command. Hold on. Stop everything.
Hey, he's got a bird in his mouth.
And for a good measure.
There's a chicken.
Yes, indeed.
What do you do for it?
I work for the Massachusetts Attorney General's office in the Medicaid Fraud Division.
And how long have you been doing that?
It's almost 3 years, I think. In September, it'll be 3 years.
What, if any, discussion did you have with your mother or anybody else in your family in regard to little Brian's case?
So leading up to that weekend, I was aware that my brother might have like a friend or two over the house for his birthday. And then I had spoken with my mom and my aunt, Julie Albert, about maybe going to a local Canton bar, grabbing some food and some drinks, and just kind of seeing where the night takes us, and then maybe ultimately going back and seeing my brother for just to say happy birthday, kind of end the night that way.
As the week went along, what, if anything, sort of affected or changed plans in reference to that?
Nothing that I can really think of. Nothing really changed. I mean, that was sort of, I don't remember exactly how the plan came about, that we were going to, go get food and that my brother was going to have friends over. But
Before I mute this real quick,
I believe that was always sort of
I think it's nice.
our plan.
I think it's a nice color blue on her. Just want to say.
And so specifically on the 28th, at some point you came to Canton, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall how you came to Canton and where was it that you went first?
So I can't say for sure. From what I remember, I believe that my boyfriend Tristan and I went straight from Easton to the waterfall and actually got there before my mom and my aunt Julie, from what I can remember. And then my mom and Julie ended up meeting us there. And that's when we sort of started just kind of like hanging out, ordering food, some drinks. And we were there for a little bit, just the four of us.
And do you recall about what time it was that you got to the waterfall?
Unfortunately, I can't remember an exact time, but it would have been around like dinner time. So if I had to guess, maybe like 6.
And as far as drinking was concerned with that night, you were at a bar and you weren't driving, correct?
Oh, yeah, no, I was not driving.
And do you recall specifically what kind of drinks you had or what you had to drink that night?
I believe that night I was drinking White Claw, I think.
And your boyfriend, Mr. Morris, as far as what, if anything, was going on with him that night, as far as how long was he at the waterfall?
Yeah, so we were aware that it was likely going to snow that night.
I agree.
So my boyfriend Tristan had gotten offered to do some like plowing or shoveling. So he knew that he was going to have to probably be up for the majority of the night into the morning doing some shoveling. So he didn't stick around at the waterfall for too long. I think he had some food, maybe like 1 or 2 drinks, and then he actually ended up going home.
And you stayed at the waterfall after he went home?
I stayed there, yeah, with my mom and my aunt Julie.
And when you arrived to the house at 34 Fairview, do you recall where your father parked in relation to the house?
From what I can remember, he parked in the driveway. The driveway.
And if you know about how many other cars?
Yeah, if there's anybody
were
that
the
comes
driveway
in
when
here,
I'm not sure. I know there was at least like 1 or 2, but I can't say for sure. I just don't really remember how many were in the driveway at the time. I had like younger siblings in college at the time who would sometimes take some of the cars, so I just don't remember for sure.
And if you know, essentially within the driveway, there's a garage at the end of the driveway, is that correct?
Yes.
And there's a door on the left, door on the right, is that right?
Yes.
And do you recall whether or not your father pulled into the driveway on the left side or the right side in relation to those doors?
I don't remember.
And when you came into the house, do you remember how it was that you came from the vehicle to the house?
Yes. From what I remember, I went in the front door. So I would have gotten out and walked on.
Yes, and about your comment with the 360, the 360 was Allie McCabe, right? Or was there 360 from her? Am I getting things confused? Because that's entirely possible. But I was looking at the comment. Yes, here. So what did y'all think of the Life 360 data? Also, I remember the high maintenance thing was weird. But we'll hear from that. But the 360 data, did we have any of that from her? I don't remember. I feel like that was what's her face, Allie. So this is what I was actually saying. I don't know if there is. I was actually just speculating and saying I wonder if that is a thing. Like, I guess members only, right? Or I guess that's still not invite only, is it? Yeah, I wonder if there is a way to do a private, like a, I've never looked into it, but there might be a way to do it. Yeah. Yes, she did say 8 years. Yes. Candace isn't much of a dater. You do you. You do you, homie. Oh, hey, by the way, how's your daughter? I meant to ask you earlier. Yeah, but she did say 8 years. Yeah, actually, I think she said it was 8 years at the time, right? Isn't it? So it'd be like 10 now. Well, that's okay if you can't answer the phone, but you can stay here, though. I think we've all, I think we're in the clear.
The brick path over to the front door area, walked up the steps, and then walked through the door that enters into like a foyer area.
Kind of Indian food.
And
I love Indian food.
Sort of when you walk into that front door with the foyer area, what if anything's right in front?
So when I first walked in, I actually had seen my cousin Colin. He was standing in the foyer area.
As far as the Life 360 with Allie, we'll be hearing that. I guess it'll be on the next video, so probably tomorrow. But I don't know what to make of that. That was a puzzler, wasn't it? Because it's like, what the hell? I really don't know. And I haven't even gone back and re-listened to that testimony. So I heard it when it happened and it like flew by, but like, I have no idea. I haven't had a chance to try to figure that out, but it's interesting. I mean, again, as we listen to it again, I'll be able to sort of go through all the questions I would have. Like, could it like, and I should add, I don't know anything about Life 360. First of all, I know literally nothing about it. But like, is it like a watch? Is it like an Apple Watch? Is it like an app on a phone? I know nothing about it. But what I'm wondering, I guess, is like the Life 360. Okay. Is it tracking her phone? Is it tracking her watch? Is it tracking her car? I mean, the only way it could be actually tracking her is if she had a microchip implanted, right? So I guess what I'm thinking is like, could it have been somebody else had her car, or somebody else had her phone, or somebody else had, whatever the thing. It's an app. Okay. So it's like an app on a phone. So, we know this from Murdaugh, right? Hi, Kelly. So we know this from Murdaugh that, someone else could have her phone, right? Like, we know, okay, let me put it this way. Who do we know that was still going to high school that's involved in this? Colin, right? Everyone else was out of high school, right? So I don't know. So I'm wondering if like, in other words, this is what they would have. Usually in regular trials, you have actual data and then we don't have to try to figure it out. Because normally they would be able to try to show, was she with her phone or not? Like, was it just the phone that was at the school? Whatever. You know what I mean? Yeah, the mythical Colin who has like the cloak of invisibility. Like I said, he's got that in common with Chad being the Harry Potter. Yeah, and I've heard of it. I know I've heard of it with like that. I just wasn't sure, like, if it's like what the platform, is that the right word? Oh my God. Yeah, similar. Okay, that makes sense. I know all about that from the remember when John Marvin was like, didn't know what it was called, and he's like, find my friends or find my phone. It was so cute. I like my, yeah. So that's okay. I'm so glad you're still here, wifey. I love you so much. I'm just talking about how okay, so like it would make more sense to me, speculation. I'm gonna do the EDB, but that's me doing it with my mouth. That's what she said also. That, you know, so and we'll hear it, but like in the next video, but like the Life 360, if someone can remind me what time and how long. I know it was at the high school, but what time was it at and for how long? If someone can remind me in the chat, because what I'm wondering is, could that have been maybe Colin that had her phone? And like we're all just doing our best here, like in whatever situation we've got going on. Right now, my hair is really frizzy because it's super humid. And like, it makes my brain feel like it's frizzy, but it's just my hair. So yeah, like, well, we'll hear, no, yeah, that's Allie. Yeah, we'll hear it when we get to Allie. But like, so what she's supposed to be doing at the time, well, wait, hold on. Sorry, I'm backing up in my brain. And I'm fixing this. See, the frizzy hair was getting to me. Okay. She picked Colin up. So both are true. Remember, I'm talking to myself. I know you guys know. She picked Colin up, right? So they're both at the school. Awesome. So both. Same. Like, I was thinking maybe Colin just had her phone. No, she had her phone. That's why they both went to the school. Were they having a little hanky-panky in the car? Maybe? I don't know. Well, so I don't know. Or were they picking something up from the school? I mean, were they getting rid of something at the school? It's interesting. And what was she doing that night? I don't even remember. Does anybody remember what Allie McCabe was doing that night before she picked Colin up? We know they had the basketball game thing. What did she do after that, if anyone remembers?
And I remember I said to him, like, oh, hi, what are you doing?
Hearsay.
Next question. Not what you said to me.
When you walk in, you sort of bump into him. Where was it that he was?
He told me that he was headed.
Not what he told you. Where was he going?
To my knowledge, he was going home.
Oh, wow. Next question.
From the time that you walked in and bumped into Colin sort of in the foyer of the home,
Squirrel
how long was it
Ninja.
that he was in the home while you were there?
I would say.
So this is Brian. This is the daughter of Brian Albert Sr. and the sister of Brian Albert Jr. So bald dude with the 22-second, this is the oldest sister. So she was at the house with them for Brian Jr.'s fake birthday party thing that he wasn't invited to thing. Yeah, hey, you guys, I got it. They're okay. I figured it out. I didn't know I had any control on StreamYard, but I fixed it. We're all good. We're all good. Yep. Done. No, never coming back. So you guys don't have to worry. I literally was like, it was a reaction. It was like a, like a, what's the word? It's like a instant, like when a mom's defending their baby from a lion. What's the word? It was like, I didn't know that there was an option, but I learned it and it happened really quickly because of an emergency situation. Like, the mom lion thing.
So how long was he in the home when you were there?
Minutes.
And from your group, this includes yourself and
Yeah, it's
your
the
daughter, is that
instinct.
correct?
Sorry, what was that?
From your group, when you enter the home.
I'm
that
surprised I
includes
even saw it
mother
so
and
quickly.
father.
Yes.
And
Anything for wifey.
who, if anyone else from the waterfall, arrived at your home around the same time as yourself, your mother, and your father?
I believe that Brian Higgins was the next to arrive. I think he very shortly after came inside, after myself, my mom and dad.
And so when Mr. Higgins comes into the house at 34 Fairview, are you already in the house?
I was already inside, yes.
And so do you have any idea what Mr. Higgins was driving that evening or where he parked it?
I do not.
And then once you come into the house, when you come into the house, where is it within the home that you go?
So I walked in through the foyer, and then I took a right turn, which leads into like the dining room area. And that's where my brother Brian and two of his friends were just sitting around the dining room table. So I said happy birthday to him,
They're at the dinner
and
table like us.
was just kind of hanging out in there for a little bit.
And the friends that you observed in that sort of kitchen dining area,
Correct,
the
secret
friends of
planner
your
girl.
brother Brian, little Brian.
Mm-hmm.
What were their names?
Sarah Levinson and Julie Nagel.
And were those people that you were familiar with prior to this evening in January 28th?
Yes.
Familiar with them as their friends of your little brother?
Yes, exactly.
And with regard to the house, after yourself, your mother, and your father arrived, and then Mr. Higgins after that, who, if
I have
anyone
a
else from the
question
waterfall?
for ladies in the chat. I guess actually dudes also, technically. I was just noticing that she's wearing like stud earrings, you know? I'm so curious. Do you guys wear stud earrings, at least if in your first piercing hole, if you have one? Like I have, well, actually, I don't even know how many piercings I have. I technically have got like a ton, but like I don't have jewelry in them. But like I would have studs if it was like other places on my ears. But that's why I'm asking, because I've literally never worn studs in those first holes ever, except for like when they first pierce it, and that's what they put in. But like, it's so interesting. I think on certain ladies, it's nice, but good night, Iowa Backyard Cam. Thank you for being here, and we'll see you soon. And we'll be watching those squirrels. Oh my God, love them. That new squirrels is incredible. Yeah, it's so easy, right? But I'm just curious. Do you guys wear studs in the first hole, or do you wear like not studs? I don't even know what the other word is. Small hoops, yeah. She really pulls it off though. Like I feel like it works for her. It works for her. And I love the color shirt too. I think I'm going to eat my words. I was going to say it could be a fun thing that we could do with like every witness, no matter who they are, find some nice things to say about them. But I'm like, I'm going to eat those words at some point, right? But no, I think we could still try. We can still try. Trying is what matters. I think that'll be fun.
To the house.
Danglies.
My Aunt Jen and my Uncle Matt McCabe.
That just makes me think of like dangly.
When your Aunt Jen and your Uncle Matt McCabe arrived, where was Colin?
Colin had left by then.
Objection.
I'm going to allow it.
And when Mr. and Mrs. or your uncle and your Aunt McCabe come in, where is it that they go with them?
I also think
I believe they did a similar thing. They either.
Yeah, I think also her makeup, they did I'm probably her. Anyway, her makeup is very nice. Like I really like, it's very understated, and the lip gloss color is really nice too. Yeah, you know what though? It's all good because now that I know how to karate squirrel chop, I didn't know I could do that, and now I know I can do it, so it's fine. He's fine. Karate ninja squirrel.
Entered through the dining room or through the kitchen area, but the dining room and the kitchen are like open floor, kind of all the same room. So we were just all kind of hanging out in that area.
And if you know about how
trying to make squirrel.
How long a period of time were you at your parents' house on Fairview Road? That is.
No, DSN, no. Are you serious? Please, no. Please tell. Say it ain't so. Whoa, whoa. Weezer.
Hour 45, latest 2 hours, but around like an hour and a half, an hour 45. But yeah, I can't say for sure.
Y'all, did you guys know lawyer, does not have mods. He has his friend that helps him, John, but John's doing about $1 million This is Caitlin. This is Brian Albert Jr. It's his sister. She was there at the house that night. And bald dude, 22-second man, it's his daughter. She's the oldest of the Albert children in the home, the murder home. Yeah. So we need to address this question that's on the screen, but briefly, I will say, Larry, does not have any mods, and he's got almost 400,000 subscribers or something. I mean, I don't need to tell you guys, y'all know who he is. And like, I feel like if he doesn't have mods, like I probably don't need a mod, right? Like maybe. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of like maybe that sense of, but here's what we're going to try to do, because I like this new idea. This is where I'm at right now. I think this is a good challenge. This is going to be, we can become better people. This is, okay, let me just back up. You guys are free to do whatever y'all want. This is just how I type. Like this isn't a rule. This is just how I think. I'm going to make it an effort to find something nice to say about every witness that comes on the stand, because I think it's a good exercise as human. But yes, DSN, you still have to account for this if that's true, because Jen McCabe, really?
An estimate.
Don't think I'm forgetting.
And the balance of the time that you were there, were you in that same sort of kitchen dining room area?
Yes.
And what is it that you were doing as far as you and the group doing in that area of the house?
Her hair is beautiful.
We were just kind of hanging out.
Yeah, her hair, and it's a great color for her too.
I remember that my mom had grabbed like a small speaker and put some music on. We had a couple drinks.
So what we're doing right now, wifey, we're I'm not even getting words out. What we're doing right now is we're just finding nice things to say about her. Like, or at least that's what I'm doing. We haven't gotten to really anything important in her testimony. That's probably going to come out in cross as per usual. But we're just, we're just finding nice things to say about people. Daddy Shortnuts is trying to back up his or walk back his comment. Are you sure it wasn't? It's okay. You don't have to know everything. Right now, just be in the moment. Right now, we're in the moment. We are here. We're in the moment. And right now, we are finding positive things to say about people that are on the stand. Or at least that's what I'm doing.
And everyone was just kind of like having a good time, hanging out.
That makes sense.
We said happy birthday to Brian.
Now I get it.
That was kind of it.
Now, you at that point were not living at the address on
I think it'll be a good challenge.
Correct.
Right? Especially because there's going to be a lot of challenging people in this trial. I mean, we've already had some, but I didn't think of this. But I think it's a good practice, right? Like, let's see if we can become better people and always find something nice to say. So I don't know. I'm going to do it.
And as far as the people that were at the house who did not live at
PSN's already getting ahead of the game for his Friday nice compliment assignment or option, I should say.
On that night, who was the last person to leave?
I was the last person to leave.
I love that. You know why? I don't think I've ever heard anybody compliment anyone's shoulders ever. So I really love that. I love that. What a wonderful thing. We love the strange here, wifey.
And prior to your departure from the house, sometime hour 45 or so after you got there, can you describe the order in which the other people that you just described were there? What order did those be?
I don't remember the order in which everybody left, but I do remember that Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, my aunt Jen, and my uncle Matt, they all left in one car, and then Brian Higgins left. But I just don't remember the order in which it was probably within like a couple minutes of each other, but I just don't remember exactly who left first. And then I left pretty shortly after everyone else as well.
Now, as far as
it's interesting because her demeanor compared to her brother, right? Brian Albert Jr. was just on the stand. Her brother, So they're very different, right? She comes across as like, she definitely has like okay, how to put it? I don't think it's a good or a bad thing. Like just in terms of how different they are for siblings, which I have a brother, as y'all know, I understand. But like, she definitely has like, she wants to come across a certain way. Not that that's a bad thing. I think she's obviously maybe more confident. She might feel more comfortable speaking in front of people. But I wonder if to the jury, this could read as if her answers are rehearsed, which they very well may be. They very well may be. I mean, not even like that's a bad thing necessarily, right? As long as it's truthful, because we know that witnesses are always prepped, and that's a thing. So yeah, I see what you're saying, Best Twitter. Yeah, for sure. Yep. So yeah, so it's interesting. I wonder how the jury, especially having them two back to back, right? Because there's such a dichotomy. I wonder how the jury will read what they'll think.
Who picked you up from the house?
If anything,
My boyfriend.
And Mr. Morris came to the house on Fairview Road and picked you up at some point, about an hour and 45 minutes or so after you arrived there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I recall what Ms. Morris was driving on that particular evening.
I remember that he actually was driving my car, which is a 2019 white Jeep Cherokee.
And what kind of car did Ms. Morris have at that time, if you recall?
At that time, he had a very old, I want to say like 2012 Ford Taurus. So that's why he took my car, because the Taurus wouldn't have been good in the snow.
I mean, I don't know that this is a big deal, but like okay, before I say what I thought she was going to say, what did you guys expect her to say? How did you guys expect her to answer that question? If anything different than what she says. Let me back it up and replay it again for y'all, and let me know if you guys think, if you guys were expecting her to answer this with something differently than what she says.
Which is a 2019 white Jeep Cherokee.
And what kind of car did Ms. Morris have at that time, if you recall?
At that time, he had a very old, I want to say like 2012 Ford Taurus. So that's why he took my car, because the Taurus wouldn't have been good in the snow.
Okay, what did you guys expect her to say? Also, question, what type of Jeep does Brian Higgins have? I don't know, have we heard what type? I mean, we know it's a white Jeep, but do we know? So she says she has a Jeep Cherokee. What do you guys think? Did you guys expect her to say something else there? It's okay if you didn't. Because I think a Ford Taurus, isn't that a sedan? So I expected her to say, because you can't put a snowplow on a sedan, right? Because isn't he like, a Ford Taurus is an SUV? Wait, what? Dark SUV? So Ford, okay, let me just look it up. I thought a Ford Taurus was a sedan. Am I wrong? Well, she's giving us the impression that it wouldn't be good in the snow, right? But like, wouldn't it be interesting if like cars, learning about cars. By the way, I don't really care much about cars, but I will say, I'm just going to confide this. I'm going to tell you guys something. I have a thing for BMWs. Okay. I have a thing. Oh, it is a car. It's a car. It's a sedan. The Ford Taurus is a sedan. Let's get that on the record, because that's important. So, okay, let me back up. We'll table the BMW talk since I found that answer quickly. So this is interesting, because I expected her to say he took her Jeep because you can't put a snowplow on a sedan, right? Love you, wifey. And right. Okay. Thank you. There you go. Yeah. So he says that he takes her. So she says he takes her Jeep because the sedan wouldn't be good in the snow. But I expected her to say because of the snowplow, because the whole story is he's going to go snowplow, right? So this is what's missing. There's something missing here, because like, think about it, right? So what type of Jeep does Brian Higgins have? Could there be, I've had this idea sitting in my brain and I haven't said it out loud. I'm going to say it out loud. When I first heard this bit about the Jeep here, I was like, oh no, like in my brain, in the back of my brain, it's like, well, do we now have a situation where there could potentially be 2 white Jeeps with snow plows seen at the residence? Like, fuck no. Could please, for the love of God, no, let that not be the case. Because if this gets any more complicated with 2 or more of the same vehicle, we already have a number of black SUVs. Like, no. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you, DSN. He's going with someone else's truck. Okay. And we're going to hear from him next, but I just... Okay. Wrangler. Thank you, Need Some Z's. Okay, Wrangler. Okay. So I don't have to freak out after all. Good. Okay. Well, I will just say that as for the BMWs, I don't care about cars, but I love BMWs. I used to have a BMW. I was in love with that car. It was my soulmate car. Like, literally, I don't even know how to explain it. It was a thing. Like, from the moment I drove it, I was like, this is my soulmate car. And now I have a Prius, which, it's great. They're completely different cars. Love them. I love my Prius. But I have to say this will be real quick about BMWs, that BMWs this is just a personal, this is just literally just complete opinion. No. Yeah. The body style had changed, and I really liked the 90s and early 2000s, like, body style. And then recently, like, I don't know. I can't give you exact year, but as of a couple of years ago, they had kind of changed, the body style had changed, and I wasn't such a fan. Anyway, I'm starting to see these new BMWs around town. That must be the new model. Like, I don't know what year, maybe it's 2024, but see, my eyes see BMWs. Like, when there's one, I see it, because it's like, it's just my brain. And so, I would imagine they're fairly new, and they make it, I've seen now 2 of them in this, I guess it's a new color. It's definitely a factory issued color, but I guess they've added a color to their color palette, because normally it's only black. It has to be black. But like, now they've got this like metallic blue dude. And so I saw yesterday, I think I saw a 3 Series, then I also saw like an M Series, and I'm like, oh my God. I'm like, I want that car. Just saying. Just literally, there's no point to anything that I just said. Just ignore me. Did Hitler do stuff with VW? Was that DSN? Do you have? Can we get some snowplow stories? What was it like? Do you have any good stories? How old were you guys? Was your brother like? I'm just trying to picture like this, but that sounds like you had some good memories. Okay. Well, no, he does say it's his landlord. I don't remember what he says about the vehicle, but he does say it's his landlord, but we'll hear it. Good night, wifey. I love you. Have a good sleep. I want to hear some DSN and brother snowplowing stories. Or if you're like me and get it confused every now and again, you might call it a tow truck.
How was it that you came? Did he call you, text you? How did you know that he was there?
I believe that we texted, and that's how I was informed that he was out front.
So you receive a text, something to the effect of here, and then you go outside?
Yes.
And do you recall where it was that your boyfriend, Mr. Morris, parked the car in relation to the house when he arrived?
I believe he parked in the driveway.
So you would have come down the steps, down the walkway to the driveway area, correct?
Yes.
And who drove from Fairview Road to back home that evening?
Tristan did.
Now, if you recall, when Ms. Morris, I'm assuming, backs out of the driveway, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Don't
When he backs out of the driveway, where does the vehicle go in relation to the house?
We went up Fairview Road, so towards the flagpole in our yard.
And so towards the flagpole with the passenger.
Why did I know that there was going to be a great story here? I just had a feeling. So DSN, we plowed a Burger King parking lot in Brockton, Massachusetts, and plowed all of the snow in the lot against some car with an open window. That's amazing. Well done. I don't think Candace is leaving. I think Candace was saying goodnight to wifey. Best Twitter. That is amazing. Love it. I just knew it. Feel free to share more stories if you have any. DSN, love it. Love. Oh, heck. What was I going to say about something? She was something. Hold on, let me back it up. I might have had a thought.
Where does the vehicle go in relation to the house?
Yes. I have a thought. Yes. So I'm going to be taking notes about all these vehicle. Dude, you know, chicken business, and we had the truck. There's a lot of this here. I don't have a good, clever name for it yet, but like fucking hell. So I'm going to be taking notes about who says what about the vehicles and what the vehicles do and the backing up of the black things and what have you. So I'm just that's what's going to happen.
We went up Fairview Road, so towards the flagpole in our yard.
And so towards the flagpole,
we would be lost. We would be lost. Okay. We would be more lost in this trial than we already are were it not for this flagpole, right? Because there were no measurements and there was nothing done. Dude, this flagpole is literally the landmark. It's the thing. So like, hold on. Let's do this right. Shout out to the flagpole. Because without the flagpole, we would be even more lost than we already are.
Facing the house, is that right?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yay, Lolly's done.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
There we go. Now change of pace here, right?
So, Ms. Albert, you were at your parents' home on January 29th by midnight or shortly thereafter, correct?
Correct.
And you were the last one to leave at 1:45, 2 o'clock, somewhere in that area?
Yes.
Yeah, that's DSN. Amazing.
Now, on January 28th of 2022, you went to the waterfall with your boyfriend, Tristan Morris, correct?
Yes.
And ultimately, he left and you stayed, correct?
Yes.
The reason that you stayed is
Yeah.
you wanted to go back to 34 Fairview.
And this courtroom is like a historic situation in a historic courthouse that there's like a whole thing. So it's like the old, Parliament style, you know? And actually, hang on, I can do you one better. I've got pictures. I've got pictures of the courtroom. That's not a real song. There we go. All right. So there's gonna be a couple of these. I've got it paused here. So you can actually see, so the dude that we were talking about with his special desk, and we're like, who is this dude? He set up shop. You can see it's already there. It's waiting for him. It's ready and waiting for him. So you can see this like boxy thing in the middle. There's probably a real name for it in real life. Actually, is that the dais? That might be called the dais. I don't know. Not Amadeus Mozart, but yeah. But that's where that's what we keep seeing when they show like the prosecution and the defense and, what have you, defendant. And there's like, that's where they're talking from. Actually, you can't see my mouse, so I don't know why I'm using my mouse. But anyway, you can see the podium right there where they're questioning from. And then you can see the jury box is to the left of what we're looking at. And then where those black chairs are, that's the gallery, like media and shit. And then the pews, which there's only a couple of them, that's like the victim's family. So it's really small. And initially they were in a bigger courtroom. And actually, let me go forward to the next picture. Initially they were in a bigger courtroom. And then the defense moved to have it. The only reason I know this is because Court TV was talking about it like the same day as opening statements. But the defense actually made a motion to change it to the small courtroom because they wanted the jury to be able to see the witnesses' faces up close and personal, which they are going to be able to do much easier here. And now what's interesting about this picture is you're actually seeing the view of the witness. So see on the left-hand corner there where it says, please speak loud and clear. That's where they're sitting, right? So that's what they see when they look out. It is teeny tiny. I mean, even like the smallest recital halls I've ever seen are bigger than that. Wait, what? It's talking about JJ, huh? Are you talking? I'm confused. Are we talking about Chad? JJ, as in? I don't know the answer to that, but yeah, you don't have to worry because I'm monitoring it. Oh, typo. I mean, I will say that there's people that we know from SDS, like Tennis Girl's one of them, but there's other people who listen a lot and are lurking, and they just to mention it, and like they actually, I know because they'll leave a comment or they'll message on Discord, and they might sometimes, I think they would just message me directly, or they might comment on, so like so they're it's not out of the realm of possibility too that there's other people like us from STS that sometimes pop in, and sometimes they say they're lurking, and they let me know on Discord. But yeah, but regardless, I know how to do the karate chopping, so it's okay. You guys don't have to worry about it. Look, y'all don't have to be vigilant. I got it. I'm Squirrel Ninja. Okay. So yeah. But yeah, look at how that's what they see. They see that little sign. I mean, it's cute, but it is tiny. But yeah, the defense wanted the jury to see the the witness faces up close and personal. So here's another little view. You can see the dude's desky thing. There we go. Yeah, another good one. I like how they have that little trash can right there. That's a nice touch. I when I was putting this together, I noticed that. I was like, oh, that's nice placement for the trash can. Because you know what? Someone might have some trash they need to throw out. And you know what? It looks like it's a fresh sack, so you got to appreciate that as well. You know, y'all are gonna think I'm insane. I don't care. I'm gonna tell you something. You guys can think I'm insane. It's all right. I have you know how there's like the little pleasures, simple pleasures in life. So you know, there's like the simple pleasures in life. So one of the simple pleasures, I have a lot actually, but like one of the ones that might be on the more rare side, in other words, I don't know that I've met anyone that shares this, but I really love it when you have the fresh, y'all are going to think I'm insane, the fresh plastic bag in the trash can. I love it. Like when it's empty and you just put it, and then you get it to sit properly in the thing. And then it's just like the plastic trash bag, and it's completely empty. And then when you throw the first or put the first thing in it, yeah, it's like a swoosh on a basketball net. I don't see. Yeah, sports ball. Not me. Don't even know what to call it. Basketball hoop, whatever the thing. So yeah. But yeah, so these are some nice pictures. So we're just gonna give it. There might be one more. Let's see. Oh, there's the only fan. Hold on. Yeah, there's that one again. Yeah, I wanted to point out here. You can actually see. So you guys see where the podium is, where the attorneys go, and then you can actually see where the witnesses go. They're on the left, and then you can see the jury box. Again, also on the left. So you can see how close in this picture, you're actually able to see how close the witnesses are to the jury and why they wanted to move to this courtroom. Because it's hard to understand that from what we see when they're having the trial, because we just see the witness. I actually pictured the witness being somewhere else in the courtroom than where they actually are. So this is actually helpful. Okay, back to the video.
Home to be there by midnight when your brother was turning 23, correct?
Not necessarily. My plan was always to stay and just spend some time with my mom and my aunt. But Tristan left very early because he knew that he was going to have to be up at 3 o'clock in the morning shoveling or plowing. So my plan was never to go back with him. But it wasn't necessarily because it was my brother's birthday. It was just what my plan was for the night.
Another thing, fresh pillowcase on the bed. Love it. Simple pleasures. Fresh pillowcase on the bed. Love that.
Birthday didn't deter you from going back there, right? In other words, the fact that it was your brother's birthday didn't cause you to hesitate to go back. You wanted to be there, right?
Well, my brother Brian wasn't at the waterfall.
No, I'm talking about, let's start over.
No boy.
Tristan left,
Oh,
right?
Yes.
You stayed at the waterfall.
Yes.
Oh boy.
And you planned to go back to 34 Fairview, did you not?
At some point in time, that was spoken about, and I agreed to go
Guys,
back.
Yanetti is becoming one of my favorite fucking attorneys. And you know what? There's moments where, and we're gonna hear some of it in this video. He's becoming more and more this particular way. But there's moments where I hear him and I'm like, literally could confuse him for Larry David verbatim. Like the accent, the inflection, the words. It's so funny. I'm like, oh my God, that's why I love him. He sounds like Larry David because there's like plenty of episodes of Curb Your Enthusiasm where, I don't know, it's hard to explain. Y'all just have to see it. It's a very similar thing. It's like a similar, how to put it, way of trying to call people out on their bullshit without saying it. It's hard to explain, but, and also, yeah, with the accent, I just love
To
it.
34 Fairview, yes.
Okay. And you went back there to see your family, correct?
Yes.
Including your brother Brian, whose birthday it was.
I don't know why that was the first thing I thought of, but
That was your parents' home, right?
Yes.
You grew up there.
Yes.
You were comfortable there.
Yes.
There was plenty of room at the house, correct?
In what sense?
A bunch of bedrooms?
Yes.
I think also I like his delivery. He really holds your attention. I love Alan Jackson as well, but I feel like Yanetti's vocal stylings, if you will, are really engaging, you know, to me anyway. Like the way he talks it, you know, there's the phrasing, right? The inflection, it's engaging, it's animated. I think it would hold the jury's attention, definitely. Oh, you got some boys, men. What do they call them? Oh boy, men childs. That's, have a good night, best Witter.
Not all of them were taken up, correct?
Boys, it's maybe just
At
boys.
that time, correct.
You certainly felt welcome there, correct?
Yes.
And there was no problem
Aren't you
with
guys so happy
staying
that
there overnight, correct?
The chapters
Correct.
show up in the Scully bar now? I'm so happy.
And when you made the decision to go
You
there,
guys have heard me complain about the Scully bar for so long now, right? Months. It's been months. It's been a long time. And it happened with all of my videos, even the ones from like freaking high school, college, all my videos. You guys, the day that they randomly showed back up, YouTube, if you're listening, I do not take it for granted. I love when it shows up like it should on the Scully bar. It makes all the difference. Thank you.
after the waterfall, you knew that there was a snowstorm that was starting, correct?
Yes.
And you've already testified that when you went back to 34 Fairview, you saw your cousin Colin Albert inside the home, correct?
Later, girl.
Yes.
Love you.
In fact, you walked in and he was one of the first people that you saw, correct?
Correct.
He's been over your house many times, correct?
Correct.
You're close with him.
Y'all,
as
when
your first
Truth or
cousin,
Proctor
are you
takes
not?
the stand.
I am.
And your brother Brian Jr. is close with.
Oh my God. I have no idea what he looks like. I really don't know anything about him at all, apart from what we've heard in the trial, but it's been actually kind of not that much. Like, in other words, we hear more about Jen McCabe than we do about Karen, John, Trooper Proctor, you know what I mean? Like, so when he takes the stand, like it's gonna be it's gonna be amazing. It's gonna be a surprise no matter what, because I just really don't know what to expect. But I'm so curious. Who do you think is gonna cross him? I kind of think it's gonna be Yanetti, but again, I don't know. It's gonna be brutal. Oh man. I wonder if we have that to look forward to on Tuesday. I don't know. Like, so we'll hear from, okay, let me back up. I think after Jen, they're probably going to call Carrie, right? That would make sense because of the order of the testimony. But who else? I mean, I guess, are we going to assume that they do end up calling any type of like actual evidence? Like, you know, like a medical examiner or somebody with cell phones or anything. I don't know. At this point, I just don't know if we can expect that. It might just be more of these people. I feel like they're going to have to call what's his face Daly, last name Daly, the dude who they shot. Like, in other words, all the people that Jen McCabe and Matt McCabe talk about being involved, like here's the thing. There's already so many people involved in this. This is a disaster. Like, there's so many fucking people. And just when we thought we'd heard from almost all of them, Jen and Matt McCabe get on the stand on Friday and start bringing in some more names. And I'm like, why? Right, I know. You guys know what I mean? Like, they start talking about, we've got, I'd forgotten about Carrie, and then there's the dude, last name Daly, forgetting his first name, who they say John mentioned he was going to hang out with or whatever. I think there's even another person too, but they mentioned more people, and I'm like, oh fuck, now we need to hear from these people, right? So it's like, and then what happens then? Like, what happens when those people come in and then they are like, well, then these people were here and they saw, it's like, maybe we just live here now. Maybe this is our life. This is our life now. We just live here. This trial will go on indefinitely. So I don't know, but I was trying to think who would be after Jen. So my thoughts were it would be at least, Carrie, and then last name Daly guy. Of course, he has a first name that I don't remember. And then after that, assuming there's not more random new people that get brought in by the others, then I feel like we're going to be getting, I'm just excited. My guess, let me back it up. I think that Trooper Proctor, we're probably not going to get to on Tuesday. If I had to guess, so we're going to have Jen McCabe. Maybe we'll get to Trooper Proctor on Wednesday. Maybe afternoon. I don't know. Anyway. And Tuesday actually is a half day, isn't it? Right? So they're skipping, if you guys remember, they're skipping court on Monday. So are they still doing a half day on Tuesday? Because that actually matters. That's right. Actually, thank you. That was the third person. Thank you for reminding me. Bella's mom. That was the third person. That was that was the third person, Bella's mom. They're going to have to bring in Bella's mom. Yep, they're going to have to bring in Bella's mom. Fucking hell. Some of that stuff, I'm like, I don't know how it got in. I guess it was objectionable, but the defense didn't object, so they must have wanted that testimony in. Because there was definitely hearsay. Bella is, so Bella, okay, were you watching with us on Friday, yesterday, with Jen and Matt McCabe? I don't remember if you were there for, I think, some of it, right, Candace? So they only briefly mention it, but Jen and Matt McCabe are kind of, what's the right way to say this? Now that John O'Keefe is dead and can't refute certain things and blah, 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 they brought up, they talked, not in depth or anything, but they brought up this whole thing about the way they got it in was they were talking about getting directions to go to the house, and they used this specific house. Okay, you're good. I got you covered. They used this specific house in the neighborhood as like a landmark instead of street names or something like that, which I get. So they're like, yeah, it does something about Bella's house because they know he'll know Bella's house. And then, of course, this was planned, right? And then Lolly's like, eventually, like, who's Bella or whatever, right? And then then they get it in that like this was a girl who John O'Keefe used to date the mom. Bella is, I guess, one of the classmates of his niece, maybe, or one of the girls, something like that. And then Bella's mom, John O'Keefe dated her briefly or something. And they used the house as like a landmark. I think it's much ado about nothing. That's my personal opinion. I think it's their attempt to try to, get the heat off of them. That's just we don't really have any information. Of course we don't, but based on the way that came in and the fact that we hadn't heard about it from anybody else and all this other stuff, I think it might be reaching or like, doing what usually the defense does, which is just making a little suggestion. It doesn't have to be fact. It's a suggestion. It's like how usually you have the defense. It's like they're going to offer this little thing as like potential reasonable doubt. The jury can buy it or not. It's up to them. But like it's the prosecution doing it. That's how I feel about this. I think this is just like a, you know, a little distraction story that, you know, maybe they'll buy it, maybe they won't. But it's just, again, it's so interesting because it's not the prosecution's job. They're supposed to be proving a murder case.
Them as well, correct?
Yes.
Colin Albert is close with your parents.
I know,
correct?
it is crazy.
Yes.
He's certainly welcome at your parents' home, correct?
Correct.
And it was certainly not shocking to see your first cousin, Colin Albert, at your home, correct?
Correct.
And you had a brief interaction with him, correct?
Yes.
That was sort of toward the foyer of the house?
Yes.
And then you continued deeper into your parents' home and you saw other people there, correct?
Yes.
Where did you go within the home after you had seen Colin?
I believe I entered through the foyer into the dining room area.
And when you were there, you saw your brother Brian, whose birthday it was, correct?
Yes.
He had two friends with him, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, in that same area?
Yes.
You greeted them as well?
Yes.
And that's where your attention was focused, fair to say?
I would say that once I said hello to them, I didn't just sit with them three.
I have another thought. So you guys know how I've talked about how you can pick up on things because of the questioning, right? So like the way that Lolly always asks about the doors that they go into, and what rooms they're in and stuff, right? We talked about the significance of the kitchen because of the bulkhead. That's Lolly trying to set up with these witnesses that if a dead body had been carried through the yard, they would have seen it or whatever. Again, not their job. That sounds like that's what the defense would normally do, whatever. But the other thing is, oh, what was it? It was something specific she just said. Hold on, let me back it up a second. There's a point, I promise.
He had two friends with him, Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, in that same area?
Yes.
You greeted them as well?
Yes.
Oh, I remembered it. Okay. So then the other thing is that in terms of where they talk about, they go on about where they're sitting and what room they're in. But then, and we're going to hear more of it with, I think with not her, but maybe the next witnesses in this video. And this is why I actually mentioned earlier at the beginning of the stream about the beer. I think there's a reason for that. And I think there's a reason why they keep asking about which doors you go into. I think that Lolly is trying to make sure he's getting answers that show that no one went in the garage. This is just who knows? This could be wrong or it could be correct. And this is just my gut instinct from the questioning. I think Lolly's trying to show every time, right? Think about it, right? There's the two doors. One door is closer to the garage. The other door is like what they keep calling the main door. He always asks questions that are going to elicit an answer that people went through that main door. It sounds like no one ever used the side door, right? Well, and whenever they ask a witness, what's that side door? Because if they're looking at the picture and they say, well, it's the one closest to their garage. I don't know. I'm wondering if there's a particular vehicle in that garage. What first gave me that idea was actually Nicole Albert's testimony about the garage because it was bullshit. Clearly bullshit. And that was when I realized there's something protective going on about the garage. But then I think furthermore, whenever they talk about the beers, I have a thought. I think that the beer, and let me say, I know that I know families like this, when they have big houses like this, if they've got if they're used to having people over, and especially if there's a lot of beer drinkers or for some people sodas, they keep them in a garage. I don't know if you guys are familiar with that, but I had a lot of friends growing up like this because they had big houses. I did not grow up in a big house, but I've never had a garage, but my friends did. And they all had, this was a common thing that you would have a separate fridge, a fridge in the garage and in the kitchen, but there was a fridge in the garage and it was stocked with beverages. I don't really understand it if it's just because it's you just needed more space or is it for convenience? You get home, you pull into the garage and you get a drink. I really don't know. But this was common at every house. Yeah, the garage. That's what I think because the beer. I think that the point about the beer is because trying to get somebody to admit that they went in the garage and then they can ask about the cars. That's just my thoughts though. But we'll see. It's just something to keep in mind.
And that's where your attention was focused, fair to say?
I would say that once I said hello to...
I think the whole thing is trying to, because I think I just have this feeling that there's a car. Remember, we know that the Alberts have a bunch of like cars, right? And there's the black SUVs, and then there's the iffiness with the Ford. I always fuck up the name of which one it is. You guys know though. The police one. Oh, isn't the Ford Edge or the Ford Escape? I always get them confused. Anyway. And everybody's saying like there weren't any cars parked out there. Like, anyway, it's like, where are all these cars, right? And just the way that Nicole Albert talks about that garage, we had so much stuff in there. I don't know. I think they want certain vehicles potentially to not be accounted for, and no one could see it if it was in the garage, right? And assuming no one went in the garage, right, then they're in the clear. But if somebody went in the garage to get another beer, or they went through that other door, and that door takes you through, like, I don't know, maybe you see the garage. I don't know. I think they don't want anyone to know. Like, I think the point is to protect something with a car. But the reason people maybe would go in there would be to get another beer.
I didn't just sit with them three. I sort of was walking around. I wouldn't say my attention was solely focused on them three, but I did greet them, yes.
And where you were walking around within the kitchen dining room area?
Yes.
And once you greeted Colin and left him, it's fair to say that you then were not looking over your shoulder monitoring what Colin was doing or where he was going, correct?
Correct.
She's not Colin's.
And while you were in the kitchen dining room area, the door to the basement was kind of blocked from your view, was it not?
If I'm in the dining room area, there is a spot in there where I could see it, but I don't believe I could see the basement door, no.
Right. And from your vantage point, the door to the basement's kind of blocked from the area that you were in.
For the most part, yes.
And you weren't watching Colin to see where he went after you left him, correct?
Hold on, I'm going to back that up one more time, because I think we get a different statement about that from somebody else.
It's fair to say that you then were not looking over your shoulder monitoring what Colin was doing or where he was going, correct?
Correct.
And while you were in the kitchen dining room area, the door to the basement was kind of blocked from your view, was it not?
If I'm in the dining room area, there is a spot in there where I could see it, but I don't believe I could see the basement door, no.
Right. And from your vantage point, the door to the basement's kind of blocked from the area that you were in.
For the most part, yes.
And you weren't watching Colin to see where he went after you left him, correct?
Correct.
And you never saw him leave the house physically, correct?
Correct.
You just evaporated into thin air. All right, so next day, so she's coming back for more. They're not done with it.
Good morning.
So you can actually see, I see, like, there's a big difference with the color. Like, what would you guys call that color? Like an eggshell? Let's see. Let me play this a little bit more.
I'd like to go back to...
It's not white. I think it's like an eggshell type color, but I mean, I don't know. I definitely think that she's, I think what they call them is a winter. I don't even know how I know that, but somebody who looks good in the color she had on the day before. Not that she doesn't look beautiful here too, but that blue really suits her. Yeah, mythical. I mean, does he even exist? At this point, it's like he hasn't taken a stand yet, right? So it's like he really could be like a figment of our imaginations, or Wally's imagination.
A discussion of Katie McLaughlin.
Okay.
Yesterday, I asked you a 4-word question, and that question was, who is Katie McLaughlin? Do you recall that question?
I do.
You would agree with me that your response was not, she's a firefighter.
Correct.
Your response was not, she's a friend.
Correct.
Your response was not, I've known her for years.
Well, I sort of alluded to that when I said that I've known her since high school.
Right. Your response was that she was somebody that you knew in high school, correct?
I said that I went to high school with her and she's my same age. We graduated the same year.
Right,
Yes.
so you referenced high school, correct?
Yes.
All right. You would agree with me that you've seen her several times since high school, correct?
Yes.
You have hung out in the same group with her several times since high school, correct?
Yes.
And isn't it true that only 8 months before January 29th of 2022, you and Katie McLaughlin were at a baby shower together?
Objection.
Do you know that?
Yes.
Go ahead and answer.
Yes, we did.
You were.
Well,
Whose
the way
baby
he said
shower
baby
was it?
shower,
It was a mutual friend of.
you guys, I have to back that. The way he says baby shower, this is an example of where he sounds like Larry David. This sounds like Larry David. I love it so much. Oh my God.
Only 8 months before January 29th of 2022, you and Katie McLaughlin were at a baby shower together.
Objection.
Oh my God. It is so good. I'm going to have to find some sort of clip of Larry David that I can play without getting like fucked by HBO so you guys can hear, because it's uncanny.
Do you
Once
know
you
that?
hear it,
Yes.
once you hear it, you can't unhear it.
Go ahead and answer.
Yes, we did.
You were. Whose baby shower was it?
Keep listening, Candace. You're gonna be like, holy shit! Like, and when he gets even more Yanetti-y, like when he gets even more into like his whole thing with these questions, with these witnesses that he's just like, you can tell when he witnesses he doesn't like it. He even more. It's like it increases. It's really great.
It was a mutual friend of ours.
What's her name?
Her name's Alyssa.
And how many people were at that baby shower?
I can't say for sure.
Or I can't do it. A baby shower. I can't.
I mean, it was Alyssa's family
All right.
and a bunch of friends. I can't put a number on it.
The friends all gathered together and took a photo together with the woman having the baby shower, correct?
Objection.
Was there a photo taken?
I believe so.
You were in that photo, correct?
Yes.
Who was standing next to you?
I don't have it in front of me.
Okay, if you saw the photo, would that refresh your memory?
Yeah.
Don't ever say that, because then they just provide you.
Having reviewed that photograph, Ms. Albert, who is standing next to you?
One of my friends is on the left of me and Katie McLaughlin is on the right of me.
Okay. She's right next to you in that photo, correct?
Yes, she is.
That was in June of 2021, correct?
Yes.
So if somebody testified that you hadn't seen each other in 3 years prior to January 29th of 2022, that would be wrong, right?
Isn't there an episode of Curb where he gets, I'm trying to remember, I haven't watched it in forever. He gets in trouble for like bullying a kid or something, if I recall. Like he gets in trouble with like the kid, some kid reports him as a bully, or it's like there's, what is it? They're playing a sport and he, I don't know, cheats so he can beat the kid. I don't know, something like that. There's a specific episode where there's some moments actually coming up. It might be with this witness or it could be with the next one, where I'm literally like hearing things from a specific episode and I'm like, oh my God. It's like, is he actually like verbatim quoting things, but like not on purpose? It's pretty insane.
Right?
Objection.
Dan.
And with regard to the contact that you've had with her in terms of group events, you would agree with me that it wasn't just day trips that you took with her, correct?
Correct.
You've also gone on road trips with her.
There
correct?
it is. You guys, I had a plan all along. Bam. Hold on. We need the other thing. Make it official. Gang's all here, guys. Road trip crew. There they are. Love that we got the shrimp weasel there. So good. So good. Okay.
I've gone away on trips that she was with. I didn't drive with her or go with her or invite her, but she has been there, yeah.
Okay, and what road trips have you taken overnight where you and Katie McLaughlin have been together since high school?
Objection.
Sustained.
You've gone to Maine with Katie McLaughlin, have you not?
Objection.
So we need a time frame, Mr. Yanetti, not just.
We learned a lot tonight, and one of the things we learned, thanks to DSN, was that Maine is in New England, one of the 6 states that makes up New England.
Sure.
10 years ago.
Since high school, you've gone to Maine with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you go to Maine with her?
What does one do in Maine? Like, what did they do?
I did, and the year would have been like 2015 or 2016.
Please tell us what you did.
If I suggested it was July of 2016, would
What
that
did you do in Maine?
make sense?
That would sound about right, yeah.
And while you were in Maine,
I guess lobster? Does one go all the way to Maine for lobster? I don't know. I'm a vegan.
there were 7 of you in a hot tub together, correct?
Oh my gosh. That's another one. Hold on. Let's listen again. Look, she even laughs. She's like, this is fucking hilarious.
McLaughlin, have you not?
Objection.
So we need a time frame, Mr. Yanetti, not just
Sure.
10 years ago.
Since high school, you've gone to Maine with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you go to Maine with her?
I did, and the year would have been like 2015 or 2016.
If I suggested it was July of 2016, would that make sense?
That would sound about right, yeah.
And while you were in Maine, there were 7 of you in a hot tub together, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
So first of all, now we know she went to Maine to be in a hot tub, apparently. I've never been to Maine, but that's very nice. She's always, dude, don't even get me started on this judge, man. There's too much to complain about already in this trial. We'll be here forever. So, but dude, her reaction, let's just watch that one more time. That's so good. Her reaction is so funny.
The year would have been like 2015 or 2016.
If I suggested it was July of 2016, would that make sense?
That would sound about right, yeah.
And while you were in Maine, there were 7 of you in a hot tub together, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were in a hot tub with Katie McLaughlin in Maine, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
You'd mentioned that you'd been to Maine with Katie McLaughlin in 2016. Where was it in Maine?
Do you guys feel more oriented to what you're looking at now that we looked at those pictures and talked? Well, we've been looking at them, but we talked about them. Interesting how that helps, right? Because like we see those pictures every day as part of the, videos. But like, I feel more oriented even,
I'm not sure the exact town.
Right.
Good, I'm glad you
Probably
listened.
4 hours away.
I'm not sure how long it took to get up there.
It wasn't 10 minutes away.
Dude has great
And
posture.
it wasn't a half hour.
No,
All right. It was more than 2 hours, correct?
maybe.
And you drove, correct?
Yes.
How many days did you spend in Maine?
That sounds like
I'm not sure, maybe 2.
All right. So you were up in Maine over a weekend
Yep.
with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Yes, as well
You
as
know what else is funny? The way he says "all right" at the end of certain sentences sounds like Runkle. Let me rewind it. You're like, what? Because you wouldn't think Larry David and Runkle, but it's just this one word. The way he says "all right" sounds like Runkle, even though we know it's a Canadian act. It still sounds like, but everything else sounds like Larry David.
Hour.
no,
All right. It was more than 2
Not that
hours,
one.
correct?
maybe.
And you drove,
The
correct?
end of it.
Yes.
How many days did you spend in Maine?
I'm not sure, maybe 2.
All right. So
Here. All right. There's a specific. I can't really do it. Obviously, specific way. I'm sure we'll hear.
you were
it.
up in Maine over a weekend
Yep.
with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
Yes, as well as a bunch of other friends.
Oh, of course. But the answer to my question is you were
y'all.
with Katie
This with the of courses. Oh my god.
McLaughlin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I
How
love
many
it.
times have the 2 of you been to the beach together since high school?
Objection.
Do you know? If you can answer that, go ahead and answer.
I know that we have been to a beach together, but I don't know how many times. I could guess.
Don't guess.
Okay.
Next question, Ms.
You
Yanetti.
said a beach. Does that mean that the 2 of you only go to one particular beach?
No,
No, you've gone to multiple beaches with Katie McLaughlin, correct?
not that I can remember. I can't remember how many times. I have one memory, but I can't say for sure how many times I've been to a beach with Katie McLaughlin.
Okay. If I showed you a photograph of the two of you on a beach together in bikinis, would that refresh your memory?
Objection.
Mr. Yanetti, you can show her a photograph.
Thank you. If I may approach.
Yes.
The bikinis, I love it. I love that.
Again, I'm
it's
showing you S for identification, one particular photo in S.
Good question. So I don't know. Okay, back in the Stone Ages when this trial first started, Katie McLaughlin testified, and this was the very beginning of trial. She was the EMT girl. I don't know if you saw her or not, but she was the girl. I mean, the only girl, I think, for EMT. She was like supposed to be. She was like one of the big. Well, allegedly. I mean, if you, I guess you could say like a star witness, sort of, for the prosecution, although not like. In other words, her whole thing was like she was supposed to be coming in with this testimony that's like that she's the one that heard Karen say, "I hit him, I hit him, I hit him," like you basically like an admission or whatever. And there were a lot of problems with her testimony. The first was that, and again, this feels like lifetimes ago, but the first was that she was impeached. Oh, by the way, I have a command for that. I'm remembering now. Okay, you remember her. So she was impeached for a lot of different stuff, including the statements in question about the hitting her hit him. But also the fact that she is good friends or some level of friends that we aren't quite sure of, baby shower level and hot tub level friends with Caitlin Albert. Let's say that that's accurate. Baby shower and hot tub level friends with Caitlin Albert. But they didn't find out the extent of that until after she was done testifying. So what happened was people on the internet sent these defense attorneys a bunch of pictures. They had a hearing about it. That's how I know. They had a hearing about it in court. They were sent a bunch of pictures on social media of them together. And so they were like, that's when they realized that she was downplaying the extent of their friendship. So right now what's happening is they're not really trying to impeach Caitlin because Caitlin didn't do anything wrong. They need to establish the foundation to get some of this evidence in via Caitlin by establishing the foundation what I mean is authenticating it, right? Like this is me, this is her, this is us, here's where we are. These are real pictures. They're not made up. They're not AI, Photoshop, whatever. Like these are because that's why she has to go from her memory first, right? He says, "Do you remember this?" Blah blah blah, and they have to identify it and authenticate it. Once that's done, then I think the defense is hoping that at a later point, because it still remains to be seen, they can recall her or in some way use these pictures to further impeach Katie McLaughlin. I don't think it's even needed. I think that her credibility, just like with everyone else, has been pretty shot. But in other words, because she really tried to downplay, and it was actually really like embarrassed. Like I was embarrassed for her, even though she doesn't deserve it, in the sense that like her lying and trying to distance from Caitlin was like really embarrassing. Like it was another level. It was weird. But she really tried to downplay it. And at the time, they didn't have any way to prove her wrong on that. So that's what they're using. They need Caitlin to establish this foundation.
Take a look at that and look up at me when you're done. Does that refresh your memory?
Yep.
That particular photo that I showed you from S for identification, what beach was that?
I don't know the name of the beach.
Where was it?
Right now.
I believe somewhere in the Cape.
And Katie McLaughlin is in that photo, correct?
Yes, along with a bunch of other friends.
Of course, there are other friends, but
Miss Yanetti, please no more, of course.
Of course, Your Honor. With regard,
That moment where the judge laughs. Let's watch that again. A rarity. And I think Caitlin laughs too. Hold on, let's watch that again. That's
The two of you on a beach together in bikinis. Would that refresh your memory?
I went back too far.
Christine.
Sorry,
Refresh your
guys.
memory?
Yep.
Her memory's now refreshed. Brilliant.
That particular photo that I showed you from S for identification, what beach was that?
I don't know the name of the beach.
Where was it?
I believe somewhere in the Cape.
And Katie McLaughlin is in that photo, correct?
Yes, along with a bunch of other friends.
Of course, there are other friends, but you...
Miss Yanetti, please no more, of course.
Of course, Your Honor. With regard to
The reason that's so
that
funny
photo...
is because I think he didn't mean to actually do that. Like, I think he was actually saying, of course, there was actually a moment in the Murdaugh trial where we heard that with Poot, I believe it was. And it was something like similar where Judge Newman was like, don't say this thing. Oh, what was it? He kept apologizing or something. And then when he said, please don't do it. And then he apologized. It was a similar thing. And it was funny then too. But I think he didn't actually mean to say that. I think he just wanted to get on with his line of questioning, but it is really funny that they are laughing like that. And the reason, I almost said, of course, the reason that it's a problem is because it's commentary by counsel. It's not a question in a way, right? I mean, we hear worse all the time, right? That's not the worst, but I mean, in fact, we hear commentary coming directly from the judge. But again, we'll be here all day if I get started. So yeah, but yeah, they're not supposed to be commenting at all like that. But neither should the judge, in my opinion.
So once again, you are right next to Katie McLaughlin. Were you not right in back of her?
She's in front of me, yes, and the mutual friends that I already said that we have are also in the photo.
Of course. Let me ask you this. Has anybody in this
Jonas, I'm going to strike that, of course.
Has anybody in this courtroom today asked you about the other mutual friends who were there? Did I ask you today whether there were other mutual friends in that photo?
Objection.
Sustained.
You added that to your answer, correct?
Objection.
So it's interesting. I've actually noticed this now, that this is actually a strategy that Yanetti uses. And it's clear that his intention is he uses this when he sees that a witness is, how to say this, qualifying their answers. There's got to be a better way. I guess it's qualifying, but it's like a step beyond. I don't know. Let me know if you guys have any thoughts. But it's doing what she's doing, right? When he's asking about her and Katie, he didn't use the words only you and Katie. He's just only asking about her and Katie, but then she's adding in with other people. I guess qualifying is accurate. But I think it's fair. He makes a point to say, is that what I asked you? And I've noticed that this is a strategy that he uses, but what's really interesting is as we go along, you'll notice if you now with that in mind, you'll probably notice just how often he ends up having to do this. And it's really unusual. Like, in other words, it's a sign to me that there's this many witnesses in a trial all in a row that are being, that's even the right word. It's like, it's more than cagey and dishonest. I think it also speaks to a level of being maybe trained or prepped, but maybe even more than that. It speaks to like a level of, what's the right way to say this? Gamesmanship or something. I don't know. Strategy. It's unusual. In other words, it's unusual for all these lay witnesses, or for lay witnesses, like in any trial, right, to be strategizing on the stand, right? They're just a witness. It's not, they're not supposed to be having a dog in the fight. There shouldn't be. I guess that's why it's weird to me. And I think that's another reason why Brian Albert Jr. came across so different, because he wasn't strategizing on the stand. You're going to see this with her, I feel like you see it, and it's going to come out more on cross, right? And we're, just something to think about and pay attention to, that it's really unusual when you just have all these lay witnesses that are all clearly strategizing and have like maybe planned their answers. And there's, there's a level of the gamesmanship. And I do agree. She does look kind of like a deer in headlights, right? But that's just right, Bob.
Can you answer that?
Yes.
Now, earlier that evening on Friday, January 28th, you made plans to go out with your mom, Nicole Albert, your aunt, Julie Albert, and your boyfriend, Tristan Morris, correct?
Yes.
From the beginning of that night, the plan was for Tristan to go home early, correct?
Yes.
And that was because he had to get up early to plow or shovel, correct?
Yes.
He had to get up really early, correct?
Yes.
The plan was for him to shovel or plow at 3 a.m.?
He was, from what I recall, he was on standby for like 3.
So just to point out here, the way she describes this and their plans is important because he's going to be on next after her and he might say something different.
It could have been any time after that.
Oh, I see. So it could have been that he had to get up at 3 or maybe a little bit later, correct?
Yes.
And it was for that reason that when he was at the waterfall with you, he only had a couple of drinks, correct?
From what I remember, yes.
And from the beginning of the night, you knew that it was going to be iffy as to whether he would be able to get much sleep at all, correct?
It wasn't really something we discussed.
Well, the reason he was going home early and only having a couple of drinks was to see if he could catch some sleep before what would be a very difficult work morning, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that in order for him to get any sleep, he couldn't stay at the waterfall very long, correct?
Yes.
And that's why he left early.
I love it.
Yes, he went home to rest. We didn't speak about whether or not he would be sleeping.
It wouldn't shock you if he tried to go to sleep.
No, it wouldn't. No, it wouldn't.
You stayed believing that Tristan was going to try and rest and sleep, correct?
Yes.
And the plan when he left you was that you wouldn't see him again until after he was done with his plowing that morning, correct?
That's incorrect.
Okay. So is it your testimony that the plan from the beginning was that Tristan was going to drive from Canton to Easton and get some rest, and then drive from Easton to Canton to pick you up so that he could take you back from Canton to Easton? That was the plan?
It may not have been set in stone, but it was definitely spoken about, and then that's what ended up happening. Yes.
Have you ever told anyone that before, Ms. Albert, that the plan from the start of the night was that Tristan was going to make 4 trips total from Canton to Easton?
Yeah,
Easton
it
to
makes
Canton,
no sense.
Canton to Easton?
It makes
Have you ever told anyone that before?
I don't remember if I mentioned that to anybody.
That was the first time you've ever said that, just now before this jury. Would you agree with that?
I believe so.
Yeah.
Almost 2.5 years after January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Isn't it true that you decided at 1:45 in the morning that it was important for you to get home?
At 1:45, around that time, is when Tristan picked me up. A little bit after that, but I didn't want to get snowed in at my parents' house.
It was important for you to leave 34 Fairview,
I will
correct?
say,
I wouldn't say important.
I will say from the first time we heard that story with her boyfriend, I don't remember when that was, because again, this feels like a million years ago. But whenever it was that we first heard that story about this situation with him, I almost said tow truck again, snowplow, and him having to go and picking her up. The first time I heard it, I was like, oh God, fuck, she's involved too. I mean, it's so outlandish. There's no reasonable person could buy this. It's just not going to happen for them, for the prosecution. I mean, yeah.
But it was something that I wanted to do.
It
Yes.
was important enough for you to leave, correct?
Yes.
And you made the decision to have Tristan drive from Easton to Canton to pick you up, correct?
Yes.
How far is it from Easton to Canton?
From our apartment in Easton to 34 Fairview Road is about 18, 19 minutes.
Okay, and that's when there's not a snowstorm outside, correct?
Correct.
Of course, in a major snowstorm, you certainly can't drive as carefree as you can when you're driving in good road conditions, correct?
Right.
Carefree.
And your boyfriend was making that trip multiple times that night, correct?
Yes.
Larry David.
When Tristan picked you up at 1:45
Oh,
a.m.,
okay, great example.
did you
Sorry.
bring Chloe out?
Pause-worthy. The way he says Tristan, epitome of Larry David. This sounds like it could have been Larry David. Holy shit.
18, 19 minutes.
Okay, and that's when there's not a snowstorm outside, correct?
Correct.
Of course, in a major snowstorm, you certainly can't drive as carefree as you can when you're driving in good road conditions, correct?
Right.
And your boyfriend was making that trip multiple times that night, correct?
Yes.
Sure.
When Tristan picked you up at 1:45
Oh my God, it sounds just
a.m.,
like him. It's amazing.
Did you
What a
bring
miracle. It's a miracle.
Chloe out of the house with you to take to your apartment?
No.
And in all that time from when Tristan Morris pulled out of the driveway and drove right by your parents' front lawn, you never saw anything of the things that I previously asked you about, correct?
I did not, but I also was not looking.
You saw no baseball hat, no sneaker, no pieces of red plastic, and no 6'2" man, correct?
Correct, but I also was not looking out my window.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did anybody...
Like I could be not Ollie, sorry. I could be Yanetti right now and be like, did I ask you if you were looking? You see what I mean? Like that's where he could insert that same strategy.
in this courtroom ask you if you were looking out your window?
Never mind. That's funny.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
That was an answer to a question that nobody asked you, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
He did it himself.
Now, at this point, you would agree with me that you've
Let me
essentially
back that up so you can hear him do it instead of me talking about it because that makes more sense.
no pieces of red plastic and no 6'2" man, correct?
Correct, but I also was not looking out my window.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Did anybody in this courtroom ask you if you were looking out your window?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
That was an answer to a question that nobody asked you, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Here's the thing.
Now,
That
at this
the
point,
objection there, we know they're not stating it, but it's argumentative. And technically, yes, it's argumentative. But however, in my heart of hearts, I feel like it's fair and warranted. But I understand it.
you would agree with me that you've essentially circled your parents' front lawn, right?
Yes.
Yeah, you came out the front door and
It's not like she's saying that on accident, especially because she said it 2 or 3 times in a row to the different questions. She's doing it on purpose. So that's why I'm saying, like, sometimes if there's situations where somebody might say something and it's completely accidental and innocuous and, then the argumentative, but like here, she knows what she's doing. And so that's why, I think it's okay, but I get it.
we're facing the front lawn, correct?
Correct.
Then you're walking to the left, which means that the front lawn is to your right, correct?
Correct.
Then you're backing up out of the driveway, which means the front lawn is still to your left, correct?
Correct.
And when Tristan pulls the car such that the...
I love it. Y'all, it's like being back in South Carolina.
When Tristan Morris pulls the car such that the car is now operating parallel to your front lawn, now the front lawn's to your right, correct?
Correct.
And with regard to all of that time that you were circling that front lawn, you never saw anybody or anything out of the ordinary on that lawn, correct?
I did not.
And you also didn't see any tire tracks in the snow, did you?
Not that I can remember.
No further questions, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Yes, Your Honor.
No.
As you were walking into the house, your testimony is that you saw Colin Albert walking out of the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the judge?
Tristan Morris. Morris, Morris.
Okay, let me just say something real quick, you guys. I had the best time putting this together. I hope I did it in a way that this my intention came across here with this direct examination of this witness. Yeah.
And Mr. Morris, where do you live?
Easton.
And who, if anyone, do you live there with?
Caitlin Albert.
Okay. And what is the nature of your relationship with Caitlin Albert?
She's my girlfriend.
And how long have the two of you been together?
Roughly 8 years.
And with respect, well, let me ask you this. Do you work, sir?
Yes, I do.
And what do you do for work?
I'm a union pipe fitter.
And
Can't help you there, guys.
how long have you
I
been?
fitter? I don't even
6
know.
years.
Now, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28th, 2022, into the following early morning of the 29th. Do you recall that day?
Early morning of the
Oh, we have a new witness, guys. So let's say something nice. What color would you call his jacket? Mauve, maybe? I don't know that I particularly think it's a great color for him. However, I can compliment this witness by saying that at least he doesn't go off onto tangents and ramble with unnecessary details. There's that. Because we're trying to keep up the compliment
the
challenge.
29th?
Yes.
Yes, I do.
And do you recall what days of the week those were?
Friday and Saturday, I believe.
And on that particular Friday, what, if any, plans did you have yourself and your girlfriend, Caitlin Albert?
For me, it was just an ordinary day. I went out and I met them for a drink.
And about what time?
So I'm going to ask you to keep your voices, okay?
Okay.
So you indicated you went and met them. Who is them?
My girlfriend, Caitlin, and that's all I remember.
And
Very
do you
good.
recall
Thank
where
you.
where
There's
was
no
it?
nonsense. Yeah.
Waterfall Bar and Grill.
That's somewhere that you and Caitlin had been to before?
Yes, multiple times.
And do you have
He
any?
definitely doesn't fill in details he doesn't know. Well, so that's another one. He doesn't add. He's very comfortable saying he doesn't know and doesn't remember.
Any idea what time that was on the 28th?
I don't recall.
And if you recall, about how long was it that you were at the waterfall that evening?
I couldn't estimate, but it wasn't that long.
And wasn't that long? Why? What was it that caused you to leave that?
Later that night, I had to go plow. I was supposed to wake up pretty early.
And as far as plowing, is that something that you do sort of on the side on a fairly regular basis, or?
Yes. When I can do it, I do it. It's extra money.
And is that, when you say plowing, is that sort of residences, businesses, or something else?
All of those. Residence, houses, anything. Businesses, could be any of them.
So it could be a commercial parking lot, could be a condo, could be a business park, any of those things?
Correct.
He just said that.
And at some point prior to you going out and either plowing or shoveling early that morning, who, if anyone, was contacting you?
Can you repeat the question, please?
And at some point, based on those calls.
I'm sorry. He's confused because of Lolly's question because of the, oh my God. Also, I've noticed something just now. Lolly adds in plowing or shoveling. Everyone else just talks about plowing. Lolly adds plowing or shoveling, which is interesting and just something I'm going to keep in the back of my head for later if I need it. Because that's interesting. They could, I mean, the defense could even object that's misstating testimony. I mean, at this point, they've done it enough times that it's noteworthy.
Pretty early.
And as far as plowing, is that something that you do sort of on the side on a fairly regular basis, or?
Yes. When I can do it, I do it. It's extra money.
And is that, when you say plowing, is that sort of residences, businesses, or something else?
All of those. Residence, houses, anything. Businesses, could be any of them.
So it could be a commercial parking lot, could be a condo, could be a business park, any of those things?
Correct.
A building, yes.
And at some point prior to you going out and either plowing or shoveling early that morning, who, if anyone, was contacting you?
He's like, I don't understand.
Can you repeat the question, please?
And at some point, based on those calls and texts, what, if anything, did you do?
Can you elaborate?
Let me ask you this. As far as the calls and the texts that you received from your girlfriend, Caitlin, was that one or two, or were they repetitive?
There was a couple different texts, yeah.
And over the course of about how long a period of time? Was it all within a couple minutes or half hour, hours, if you know?
I don't recall.
So when you were driving from Easton to Canton, it was snowing. Do you recall how much snow had come down at that point?
I don't recall.
And when you arrived at 34 Fairview, where did you park?
I don't remember.
Amazing.
Recall whether you parked on the street or
Beautiful.
the driveway or?
He's
No, I don't know.
He's consistent, right?
When you arrived, what, if anything, did you
Wow.
communicate to Kaylee?
I just told her I was here.
You pull up at some point, park somewhere, text her you're here, correct?
Yes.
How much time was it between the time that you texted her that you were here to the time that she came out?
I don't remember.
And so as you're going by the house, which side of the vehicle would have been facing the house? Either the driver's side of the vehicle or the passenger side?
Can you repeat that?
As you're going by the property at 34 Fairview Road,
Yeah.
which side of the Jeep that you were driving was facing 34 Fairview Road? Was
The
it
left.
your side or her side?
My side would be facing the street. If I'm coming down, my side would be facing the left side.
Or what, if anything, did you do with regard to the vehicle? Did you turn anything on or anything as you were driving?
No, I did not.
So did you have a defroster on?
Yes.
And did you have windshield wipers on?
Correct.
Oh my God, sorry, his face. Let's watch that again. He is trying so hard. He's trying so hard to figure out what the fuck Lolly's asking him. What, if anything, Lolly's asking him. Let's look at this again.
Be facing the street. If I'm coming down, my side would be facing the left side.
Or what, if anything,
His
did
face.
you do with regard to the vehicle? Did you turn anything on or anything as you were driving?
No, I did not.
So did you have a defroster on?
Yes.
And did you have windshield wipers on?
Correct.
He's like,
So
why are
when
you
you're
asking me? Of course, duh. Like, these are stupid. I mean, oh my God.
talking, you're driving, she's in the passenger seat, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. I have
Oh
nothing
my God,
further.
that question's amazing. Let's listen to that again. Oh my God, that question.
34 Fairview Road.
Yeah.
Which side of the Jeep that you were driving was facing 34 Fairview Road? Was
The
it
left.
your side or her side?
My side would be facing the street. If I'm coming down, my side would be facing the left side.
Or what, if anything, did you do with regard to the vehicle? Did you turn anything on or anything as you were driving?
No, I did not.
So did you have a defroster on?
Yes.
And did you have windshield wipers on?
Correct.
And so when you're talking, you're driving, she's in the passenger seat, is that correct?
That's correct.
So when you're talking, you're driving and she's in the passenger seat, correct? I mean,
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further.
Thank you.
no, she's driving from the passenger seat.
Thank you.
Oh, he did.
You've never testified before.
Candace, he did. I must have cut it out. You have to understand this. Like with these, when I'm going through these videos, it's bad enough in real time when we hear it in the trial, right? It's like repetitive, but you really start to feel it when you're going through and editing the video because you actually like the way he asks those same questions about the snow. And there's other things too. He has a whole set of questions he asks everybody that are like pointless. And it actually gets confusing because you're like, oh wait, did I accidentally like put this witness on twice in the video? Or like, did I accidentally scroll all the way back to the previous witness? Because it actually is like, wait, I already did this, but you really start to feel it. So like, you feel the number of times. And so I'm sure I cut it out. Yeah. That's exactly right. Yeah, no, that's a good point. I probably should have left it in for that. I didn't even think about that. I just was like, oh my God, I'm so sick of hearing about the snowing part. But yes, that's exactly right. He did go through it and then say that.
Any grand jury regarding this case, correct?
I haven't.
You've never testified previously in any hearing regarding this case, correct?
I haven't.
You were at 34 Fairview Road in Canton at 1:45 in the morning or about 1:45 on January 29th of 2022, correct?
I don't remember the time.
Was it wildly different than 1:45 in the morning or was it somewhat close to that?
I'm not going to make up a time. I don't remember.
Was it 9 p.m. on the 28th?
I don't remember times.
So if I asked you if you were there to pick up your girlfriend Caitlin at 9 p.m. on January 28th, you couldn't say if that's true or false?
No, because I'm not making up a time.
Okay, so it could have been 9 p.m. that you were there, not 1:45 in the morning.
I didn't say that.
Well, you've just said that you can't rule out that it was actually 9 p.m. on the 28th, didn't you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that? Did you say that?
I didn't say anything. I don't remember a time.
No, I understand.
So I'm not going to make up a time.
Hold on. Only one person can speak at a time.
I don't, it could have been later, could have been earlier. I don't know a time.
Right, but it couldn't have been 9 p.m. on January 28th. Could it have been?
I don't know.
Okay. What time were you at the waterfall?
I don't remember.
Were you at the waterfall?
Yes, I was.
On what date?
He almost expected
The 28th.
Was it in the morning?
It was at nighttime.
It was at night, okay. What time did you leave the waterfall?
He looks so confused.
I don't remember.
This dude does not understand what he's like. What is with these attorneys asking the weirdest questions, and why are they asking them in the weirdest ways? It's really kind of funny.
Did you leave at 5 p.m.?
I mean, you can't blame him.
I don't remember.
You're not.
So it could have been 5
You're
p.m.
not. I think about this a lot when I listen to these witnesses, and I'm like, I understand what's happening, but if I was a normal person on the stand who did not watch trials and had no idea, and I was just like a normal person, I would be like, have they ever talked to a human before? You know what I mean? Like a lot of the time you'd be like, why are they asking this question? Or why are they asking this question in this way? Like the amount of confusion, you know? And of course, we know part of the job is for them to try to make sure the witness isn't confused and understands the question. But then you have, this is a different type of confusion, right? Where it's like, he's actually asking the questions normally, but even with the normal questions, they really can be so like weird to a lay person. And like, what are you talking about? You know, his face says it all though. Back it up a little bit. Back it up.
Okay. What time were you at the waterfall?
I don't remember.
Were you at the waterfall?
Yes, I was.
On what date?
The 28th.
Was it in the morning?
It was at nighttime.
It was at night, okay. What time did you leave the waterfall?
I don't remember.
Did you leave at 5 p.m.?
I don't remember.
So it could have been 5 p.m. that you left.
Could have been 5 in the morning. I don't know.
Okay. Will you testify that you were at 34 Fairview Road?
I have to say too, guys, having gone through this to make this video and seeing this testimony again, I don't think his goal here is as much to make him seem cagey or whatever. I don't think this dude's actually lying, to be honest. I mean, I think the point is a point he's going to get to here shortly. I think he's building up to it because I think what he's capitalizing on is the fact that this dude doesn't remember. I mean, but he's not again. He's not lying. When we see people that are lying, like they're filling in things, right? They're making things. He's just like, I don't know, I don't remember. And to things he knows, he answers. He's consistent with all that. But then he's going to be building up to the point that the point isn't, I think, to make him seem like he's, evasive. It's a different point. We'll get to here.
On January 29th, after midnight.
I don't remember a time.
Okay. But you do remember being there, correct?
At the waterfall?
No, at 34 Fairview.
I remember picking my girlfriend up, yes.
You do. You've testified to that, right? Today.
Yes.
And when you were there, you had an opportunity to see the front lawn to that property, did you not?
Yes.
You pulled into the driveway?
I don't remember where I pulled into.
Great point, Candace.
Okay. Did you pull into any place when you got there?
I don't remember where I pulled into.
So you say you don't remember where you pulled into. That wasn't my question. My question was, did you pull in any place when you got to 34 Fairview?
Well, I had to pick my girlfriend up, so yes, I did.
You did, okay. Was there any place other than the driveway to pull into when you got to 34 Fairview?
Right there.
No.
So it had to be the driveway, right?
Must have been.
All right. When you pulled into the driveway, you waited a period of time for Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And how long a period of time was that?
Like, what kind of
I don't remember.
I love it. I love his
Was it more than a half hour?
His
No.
responses are actually really candid and genuine because you can see the look of confusion on his face, which I think it makes him incredible.
Was it more than 10 minutes?
I don't remember.
It could have been more than 10 minutes.
Probably wasn't.
And when you say it probably wasn't, that means it probably was less than 10 minutes, correct?
I don't remember the time.
During that time that you were waiting for Caitlin to come out of the house while you were in the driveway, there was nothing obstructing your view of the front lawn, correct?
Nope.
All right. The first time.
Here's the thing with witnesses. So I think that two things can happen. If sometimes I think that they can understand okay. When an attorney asks a question that either is intentionally trying to elicit a certain answer or do something, she has a specific achievement in mind there besides the answer itself, right? Because sometimes it's about the question, not the answer. Or even just if it's like something confusing and they're understanding it. People who have had experience testifying before, it can be an advantage for them because in the sense that like, then they're familiar with this type of speak, right? Like they might, like, in other words, that they can probably guess what the next question is going to be from the previous one. They probably know where the question's headed because sometimes when you get these kind of long questions where you're listening and you're following along, but you don't know what the actual like topic is until the end of the question. So it's like, because what you see it's like, he's trying to figure out like, I can't, like in the way I interpret his face is he's like, I don't understand the question because I don't know where you're going with it yet or something like that, right? Like he doesn't understand what it's going to mean. So I guess what I'm saying is like, therefore people that have had experience testifying, that could actually maybe be helpful in the sense that they can foresee where a question's going to go. However, it's a double-edged sword, right? Because once you've got witnesses that can maybe try to foresee, right? Like where a question's going to go. Take, for example, Caitlin Albert, right? With her thing about being with other people, right? In the pictures, similarly like that, right? Where if they have enough experience and then they know where if they're trying to figure out where is the question going, right? There's a point to that. And then if they can figure out where it's going, then they can thwart the question with their answers. And then it can become probably more, I would imagine, more frustrating and difficult for the attorney. So anyway, just the two-sided coin, or whatever the saying is. Double-headed cow? No, that's not a thing. Who knows?
Any investigator of this case interviewed you was May 7th of 2024, correct?
When was that?
That was 1 week ago. That was last Tuesday.
Correct.
You were aware at the time you were being interviewed for the first time by any investigator, this case had already started.
Insane.
Yes.
Insane.
You were aware that this jury heard opening statements from both counsel on April 29th, which was over a week before May 7th, correct?
Yes.
So it wasn't until over a week after opening statements that somebody from the state police finally interviewed you, correct?
Nobody from the state police interviewed me.
Who was it that interviewed you?
Nobody interviewed me. I spoke to the DAs about coming in here. That was about it.
Okay, I thought you had just testified that on May 7th, that was the first time an investigator reached out.
I mean, I feel bad for him here. He actually doesn't understand the question. He doesn't understand what they meant, what Yanetti meant by interview. But also, I will say that this is, I think, what he was building up to, is the point being that he keeps saying he doesn't remember, he doesn't know, he doesn't remember. But guess whose fault that is? It's the investigator's fault because they didn't interview him until all this time later after the trial had started, which is just, I don't even know. But I think it was really smart how he lined it up because he started the cross, which I skipped over some of it, but he started the cross with like, you've known the family for such and such number of years, how close, he starts out with like how close they are, which is establishing what's the right way to put this? establishing that he would be an important witness, right? That he's close to the family. He knows all the stuff, spends all the time there. And then he goes through all the questions about that night, to which he can't remember anything, because of course he can't, right? It's way too long after the fact, etc. And then he gets into, when were you questioned? So now he's been lying. He's just been setting himself up here for this, where it's actually a win-win, because it's like, in this case, the goal isn't even about his credibility. It's about bringing it back to the fucked up investigation in the first place, right? Like, essentially, this entire thing's bullshit.
Yes. All right. And when I use the term interview, I don't mean that somebody put a bright spotlight on you and took you into an interrogation room. I'm just asking, did somebody ask you questions?
Yes.
Objection. I'll let it stand.
Thank you, Ron. And that interview did not take place in person, correct?
No, it did not.
That was a phone interview, correct?
Correct.
Of course.
And your attorney was on the line for that, correct?
Correct.
Now,
I don't have any
from the
problem with
beginning
that.
of the night on
Pretty
January
fine.
28th,
No.
your plan was to go home early, correct?
Correct.
You weren't
Don't try to
drinking
trade
much,
people.
correct?
That is correct.
You had to get up early.
Yes.
And it actually was really early. It could have been as early as 3 a.m., correct?
Correct.
So from the beginning, you knew that you weren't going to get much sleep, correct?
Yes.
And if you were going to get any sleep, you couldn't stay at the waterfall all night, correct?
That is correct.
So you left early.
Yes.
And you planned to go home, get whatever rest or sleep you could get, and then wait for the call to go out plowing, correct?
Now,
That is correct.
Remember when I pointed this out with his girlfriend, Caitlin, that she testifies that there was about the plan, quote unquote, as in their plan for the evening, and what it was, and then that what testifies to things that aren't the plan. And so he's asking the same questions to both of them. So he's being asked the same questions.
The plan from the beginning was not for you to leave the waterfall, go to Easton, and then drive back from Easton to Canton to pick up Caitlin, and then take her back to Easton so that you could wait for the call for plowing. That was not the original plan, correct?
No, it wasn't.
No, of course it wasn't. So I apologize, Ron.
Commentary.
I withdraw
But
that comment.
That's the important part right there, right? Like, he's like, yeah, that wasn't the plan. So there you go.
But the plan changed, correct?
Yes.
And that was because you heard from your girlfriend, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to ask you a question and hope I get an answer. Do you recall what time it was that she contacted you?
No, I don't recall.
But of course he
Did
doesn't.
anybody instruct you not to talk about any times that anything happened?
Absolutely not.
I
How
mean,
did Caitlin contact you that night?
I have a great memory, but if I wasn't contacted until 2+ years later after an event where I wasn't actually a part of the event, I just picked somebody up or whatever, I wouldn't be able to tell them time. I would say, can I look at my phone? I would need something, you know. That's, you can't blame him. Again, I think the point's not to blame him. I think it's the investigator.
Via text, via phone.
And you were in Easton when she did that, correct?
Yes.
She was at 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And by the way, the snowstorm was no surprise to you that night, right?
No.
I mean, that's why you were waiting to plow, correct?
I love it when
That snowstorm had been forecast.
when Yanetti just takes
Yes.
it
And
out.
it had started snowing by midnight, correct?
Really logical. I like it.
I don't remember when it started snowing.
But for some reason, Caitlin now needed to get picked up before you went plowing, correct?
Yes.
That meant, despite the fact that you had to get up potentially at 3 a.m., you now had to make the trip back and forth between Canton and Easton a second time, correct?
Yes.
And you considered it to be important enough that you agreed to pick up Caitlin, despite the changing plans, correct?
Correct.
All right. No further questions? Thank you, Ron.
Now, ma'am, if I could turn your attention to the evening of January 28, 2022 into the early morning of the 29th. Do you recall those days?
Yes.
Do you recall what days of the week?
Friday was the 28th, Saturday the 29th.
And as far as that evening of the 28th, what, if any, plans did you have for that evening?
My plans were to go to my friend Brian's house for his birthday celebration.
And so your friend, that would be Brian Albert Jr., is that correct?
Correct.
Do you know about what time it was that you arrived at 3430?
Between 7 and 8 p.m.
And when you arrive, who, if anyone, was in the house at Fairview when you got there?
It was Brian Jr., Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Julie Albert.
And just so I'm clear as far as what I'm asking, when I'm saying you sort of in the plural, so you in addition to all the other people that you just mentioned, was there any other area of the house that the group of you went at any point?
Brian took either Mary or Catherine, I don't remember which one, upstairs at one point to see their family dog.
And do you know how much each of the people sort of had to drink while they were there?
I'm not completely sure. No one was.
So what do you guys think? So let's do the challenge again. So what's a nice thing we can say about her? She gives very thoughtful answers. She takes her time, which is hard for my brain, but it's probably a good idea in court. But she gives, she actually like, the impression I get is that she doesn't answer how it seems like maybe she could glean, sometimes you can glean that the attorney wants you to answer a certain way, that she doesn't go with that. She gives very thoughtful answers and takes her time, and she's not fazed by any of their attorney antics, basically. She just answers very thoughtfully. And so that's one thing I will say. Also, she's very nice here.
Tipping over.
Oh, wait.
At some point.
Sorry, let me rewind that. I included that because I thought that was fucking hilarious, the tipping over bit.
To all the other people that you just mentioned, was there any other area of the house that the group of you went at any point?
Brian took either Mary or Catherine, I don't remember which one, upstairs at one point to see their family dog.
And do you know how much each of the people sort of had to drink while they were there?
I'm not completely sure. No one was tipping over.
I guess that's the threshold,
at some
right?
point, did somebody else
Amazing.
come by the house?
Yes.
So it's like, if someone's like, okay,
Colin,
on, are you drunk? It's like, well, am I tipping over? Like tipping over, that's the
Albert.
And did you know Colin Albert prior to that evening as well?
Yes.
And about how old was Colin around that time?
High school, like late high school.
And so about what time was it that you left the home on Fairview on that particular evening?
Between 1:30 and 2 a.m.
And you left with your friend, Miss Nagel, as well as Mr. and Mrs. McCabe, correct?
Correct.
And do you recall what kind of vehicle they had or what they were driving on that evening?
Some sort of like large Subaru type. I don't know the exact make or brand, but a large, all I could say was like a Subaru, not a Subaru, not a Suburban. I don't know cars. Like a Tahoe, like a big car.
And where was that vehicle parked when you came out to get into it?
In the driveway.
Do you recall any other sort of discussion while you were in the driveway before you left?
So, yes, we got in to the car. Matt forgot his jacket inside, so he went back to get his jacket. And Julie and I were in the back seat looking around. One of us noticed, I remember, a loaf of bread just alone.
That part is important about Matt going back to get his jacket.
Loaf of bread in the back seat. We said something to Jen because we thought it was weird, and she said something along the lines of, "Oh, anyone want a peanut butter and jelly on the way?" Like making a joke. So we were looking back at the third row.
Yeah, that's odd, right?
And
The
so,
bread, the sandwich
Ms.
thing.
McCabe is in the front seat of the vehicle at this point.
Yes.
So
I
she
like-
sort of turns to talk to
I
you.
don't know. I can't stand having sticky hands. So, like, I'm not going to be having like jelly or whatever. I mean, I love peanut butter, but it's not going to be in my car.
While you're in the backseat.
Correct.
And was she turned towards the center of the car or the window or something else?
To the center.
And at the time that you were driving past that, was there a conversation still that was going on in the backseat of the car or with anybody else in the car?
Yes.
And who was sort of engaged in conversation at that point?
Myself and Julie.
And so you're looking at her direction while you're talking to her, is that correct?
Correct.
So
Molly.
based on what she had said, where does your attention go?
When she was speaking to me, I looked at her. Once she said what she said, I looked the other way to the window.
And at the time that you looked to the window, what was sort of out?
This is just so weird. Like, this is like when this was happening, it's like this was the prosecution's moment. They were reaching a moment of like, wait, somebody saw something, right? And it's like, what? Like, it's weird because she can't say what Julie said, because Julie has to say what she said because it's hearsay. So you're kind of hearing this and you're like, what? Like, it was confusing, right? You're like, this doesn't make any sense. But on top of that, this whole point isn't like you would think that the point is that she hears what Julie says. She then looks as a response to what Julie says and she sees something. But instead, she looks and she doesn't see anything. So they're using, in other words, they're trying to use the absence of a dead body on the lawn, but the movement of a head gesture because somebody said they saw something to contribute, I guess, as evidence to prove murder. Like they're trying to, the point here is that what she did as a reaction to what Julie said. But the problem is what she did is look out the window and what she didn't see was a dead body, right? I mean, this is just,
outside the window in reference to 3450. Was any part of the residence still, or the lawn or anything else visible to you at that time?
No.
And so was a neighboring house, is that fair to say?
One of the neighboring houses, yes.
So whether it was a next door neighbor or a couple of houses down, it was past that point, correct?
Correct.
And was there any further discussion that you recall in the backseat of the vehicle between yourself and Julie in relation to that earlier statement?
I asked for clarification.
Did you receive any further
Be
clarification?
more specific.
No.
Nothing further for this witness.
All right, Ross.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
You have lived in Canton your whole life?
Correct.
Graduated from Canton High School?
Yes.
Have been friends with Brian Albert Jr. since high school?
Yes.
I believe you said it's been probably about 10 years now that you've been friends?
Correct.
And the two of you actually went to the junior prom together, correct?
Correct.
You consider him a close friend?
He sounds like Larry David. I love it.
Correct.
You've been to his house many times?
Yes.
You've gone inside the home and you've spent time in the backyard as well?
Yes.
Gone swimming in the pool that they had in the backyard?
Yes.
And in high school, you would hang out in...
His son's not here. I think he went to sleep, but there is a lounge lizard situation happening. I've noticed with Yanetti. It's just a different style of lounge lizard, but if you guys pay attention, he will do the lounge lizard, but he, instead of doing it leaning on the podium the way Creighton would, he does it leaning on the back of these the railing thing behind him, but he actually will bend his leg and like put his foot up on it and actually lean back on it with his arms folded. It's totally the lounge lizard pose. So we have to remember to tell DSM.
in their basement, would you not?
That's correct.
And you know that there's, in that basement, a bulkhead door that leads to the backyard, correct?
I never noticed it.
And with regard to Colin Albert, I believe you testified, you really wouldn't say he's a friend of yours, right?
That's correct.
He was more of an acquaintance, was he not?
That's correct.
Somebody that you met but you didn't hang around with, right?
Yes.
You have never been in a hot tub with Colin Albert, correct?
Not that I know of, no.
Never took a trip to Maine with Colin
Oh
Albert,
my God.
right?
Objection.
No.
I love it. I love it.
Because going away on a road trip, that'd be something that you do with a friend, right?
Objection.
I think it's great. I think it's great. I understand it. I understand objections, but I still think it's fucking like she's so fucking abused. She's like, what are you talking about? Because she doesn't understand what happened with Caitlin, right? And the whole deal with he's still trying to use all these other witnesses to contribute to this impeachment of Katie, whatever her last name, McAllister. I already forgot what her last name was. The EMT girl.
You had seen the Albert family dog, the German Shepherd Chloe, prior to that day, correct?
Yes.
And Chloe was not a very outgoing dog around people, correct?
Correct.
In fact, your impression was that she was a former police dog, correct?
Possibly.
Right or wrong?
Maybe. I don't know.
While you were in the kitchen with all of the singing and dancing and talking and music going on, you did not hear Chloe bark, correct?
Correct.
You did not hear Chloe growl, correct?
Correct. Not that I remember.
You did not hear somebody get hit in the back of the head with anything, correct?
Objection.
Go ahead, you can answer that.
Correct.
And while you were there sitting, you could not hear what, if anything, was going on in the basement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Okay. You were catching a ride home with the McCabe's ultimately, correct?
Correct.
At that time, you believed that you, Julie Nagel, Jennifer McCabe, and Matt McCabe were the last to leave 34 Fairview?
Correct.
So at that time, you believed that Brian Higgins and Caitlin Albert had left before you, correct?
I believe so.
But you didn't see Brian Higgins or Caitlin Albert physically walk out the door. At least you have no memory of that, correct?
Correct.
And when you left, you didn't check every room in the house to see who was still there, correct?
Correct.
You never went down to the basement that night.
That's correct.
Okay. Where was the McCabe's car parked?
In the driveway.
Huh.
What other cars did you see in the driveway at that time?
Here we go.
I believe the Albert, by Albert family, I mean the ones that owned that house.
The parents?
Yes, correct. Their cars.
Do you know how many?
2.
And where were those 2 cars parked? Were there strike that? Were there 2?
I think this is important because there's no one somehow in this trial we have not had a clear answer on even like how many vehicles they own, let alone how many were in use or there that night or where they were parked. And all of this matters because of the rest of the story. So it's just a mess.
Lanes in the driveway where cars could park?
Yes.
And which lane, to the left or the right, were the Albert cars, or maybe they were in both?
I believe both. Closest to the garage.
Okay, so they were pulled up closest to the entrance of the garage?
Correct.
In tandem right next to each other?
Correct.
All right. And where was the McCabe's car behind? Which car?
And remember too,
If you're looking,
the thing is like this whole night starts in terms of them coming back from the waterfall with this story. Who knows what the fuck is true about it or false about it? But the fact, I think again, maybe the more important thing is the fact that it's what's being told. But this whole story that Brian Albert Sr. talks about with the finagling of the vehicles between him and Higgins, with, you know, they're pulling in and out and swapping places and this and that and whatever. And meanwhile, he's the only one that testifies to that happening. And of course, as we know, plenty of people are going to have, you know, say they didn't ever see the Jeep out there. But anyway, it's interesting because he's talking about swapping of the vehicles. And meanwhile, Nicole on the stand was like trying to completely avoid the vehicles and, you know, especially the garage. I don't know. It's just keeping it in mind is all.
Looking at the house, the lane to the left, I believe.
Okay. Now, when you first walked out of the Albert home, you'd agree with me that the front lawn was right in front of you, correct?
Yes.
There were no obstructions blocking your view of that front lawn?
No.
And there were lights on next to the Albert home front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And there was also a lamppost where the front walkway is, correct?
Correct.
Now remember,
and between
Brian Albert Sr., who was on the stand the day before in real trial time, he testified. Remember, he was asked about the lights, and when I pointed it out at the time, I was like, "This is so stupid." He's like, "Oh, we had these lights, but like they never worked, or they worked sometimes, they didn't work other times." And the way he said it is actually worse than that. I'm making it sound less bad, but not on purpose. I just don't remember verbatim what he said, but I pointed it out. I was like, "This is just not plausible. Like, what the hell? Like light bulbs don't work like that. They either go out, like light bulbs do when they're done, or they don't go out, right? But it's not like the light bulbs just, and is it plausible you would just, considering you're leaving your doors unlocked all the time, right? Leaving the doors unlocked, there seems to be no security footage. Chloe is tucked away upstairs and jury's out on whatever the fuck. And then on top of that, the one last protection you might have is some type of floodlight potentially, or some sort of outdoor light, maybe that, could potentially be helpful if you're in a situation where you might be robbed or whatever the fuck. And yet you don't bother to fix these supposed light bulbs that just inadvertently just work and then not work. So anyway, the lights. We're talking about the lights here. So he's going to ask her and the next witness about these lights because, it matters. And A, because they would have been able to see if there was a body or not. But B, bonus points. It also discredits Brian Albert Sr.'s testimony. So
the two garage doors, there's also a spotlight, is there not?
Correct.
In fact, you would testify that Matt McCabe forgot something and had to go back in the house, correct?
Correct.
Which means he actually came out of the house twice that night, correct?
Correct.
And the second time he came out, he still would have been facing that front lawn, correct?
Correct.
And the second time that Matt McCabe came out, he didn't point at anything in the front lawn, correct?
That's correct.
And then the four of you were in the McCabe car, right?
Yes.
Matt McCabe was driving.
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe was in the front passenger seat next to him.
Yes.
Julie Nagel was seated behind the driver, behind Matt McCabe, right?
Yes.
And you were seated in the second row passenger seat to the right.
Yes.
Behind where Jennifer McCabe was sitting.
That's not
yes.
me.
And the car backed out of the driveway, correct?
Yep.
And the rear of the car was then facing toward Cedar Crest.
Correct.
And the front of the car, where you were going to drive toward, would be toward Chapman Street, correct?
That's correct.
Which would have put you driving right past the Albert property line, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you were closer to that property line than Julie Nagel was, correct?
That's correct.
As you drove past?
Yes.
And as you drove past that front lawn, you saw nothing out of the ordinary, right?
I wasn't looking, but yes.
Okay. Nothing further. Thank you, Ron.
All right. Here we go.
With reference to Colin Albert, do you know about what time?
I'm going to just...
I would probably say 11:30, 11:45.
Shout out to a lawyer, who I loved how he says he calls her brother. He's just been calling him Brother Nagel. So to keep up that tradition that started like yesterday or whatever, whenever I decided it was a tradition, but he said it yesterday, I'm going to be calling her Sister Nagel. So now it's just going to be, Sister Nagel and Brother Nagel. But yeah, so let's hear some of her testimony.
And do you have any idea sort
Nice
of how
color sweater.
similar to what I asked about the other young ladies?
Like
Do you have any recollection as far as how he got there or how he left or anything like that?
I'm not quite sure. No.
color.
Was But do you recall specifically seeing him leave from the house?
Crimson.
Yes.
And which
What
door
color
would he have left?
y'all call it?
I'm not sure exactly what door, but I know someone did pick him up, but I'm not sure who did. So
Over the course of this time, as far as the group that you talked about that was in the kitchen and dining room area, did you
really
see any
crazy,
of those
right?
people go anywhere else?
I have to say, I'm sorry. I don't know if anyone said this. It has to be done. With all the people that are at this house, and with so many of them seeing different things, supposedly, right? The vehicles, it's just whatever, various things. How is it that no one sees Colin leave? Especially when it's around the same time as like other events happening. It's not like he snuck out. It's at the same high traffic, in my mind, high traffic time frame of 12:10 to 12:15, where when everything is happening. Like, how is it possible? Like, okay, sorry. I don't really think it's possible given the timeline as is. Like, somebody would have seen him leaving or even seen him in passing, right? Like we know that was it Caitlin? I guess Caitlin maybe. Like, says like he was just leaving, but like the fact that nobody sees him leave, that's the important thing, right? It's like nobody wants to put him in a vehicle with somebody else. Right, I know, right? He's a myth that rides a unicorn. Clearly, I mean, that's the only solution here. But it does make one wonder because I mean, maybe like, okay, Jen McCabe, as I've said from the beginning, in my opinion, is like balls deep in like all this. But what if there's like something else regarding Allie? Like, what if it's like that would, in a way, if Colin, I'm speculating, by the way, if Colin has any involvement, it kind of would make sense that if there's more than one person, the other person involved could be somebody his age, right? Like his best friend, somebody his age. Like maybe that would be more likely than him and Higgins together, potentially. I don't know. And this, I mean, it could be an accident, right? So maybe something happens. And maybe the reason Jen is balls deep in all this is because she's covering for her daughter. But I guess that same would ring true for all the other parents. They're all covering for the kids. But the reason I'm thinking about it is because that Life 360 thing at the school, where we know she picks him up. And again, we'll get to see her testimony on my video tomorrow, but she picks him up. And again, and like I think that the reason I think the significance of the 360 app placing her at the school is because she's driving him and he must want to go to the school for some reason, right? Or they both decide to go to the school. Boy, it sure would have been nice had an investigation been done in this case, right? We could have learned so much. And then we wouldn't have to be speculating. Like that would be nice. Wouldn't that be such a luxury?
To the bathroom, but I know at one point Mr. Albert, Brian's Jr.'s dad, took upstairs to let the dog out back, but he just opened the back door and watched him from the door and brought him right back upstairs. So
let me ask you this: what if any sort of plans did you have as far as how you were getting home?
Yeah, I did text my brother to see if he could pick me up on his way home with his friend.
This trial, like this was the next thing, like I referred to with Caitlin. Like I said when she was on stand, like how the first time I heard that story about her getting picked up with her boyfriend making a 50 bazillion round trips when he has to wake up in 20 minutes or whatever. I'm like, no, what are they hiding? And then when I first heard this story about the freaking brother, like the fact that she texts to come get picked up and then changes her mind, but it's like worse than that because it's like weird because she's like, hey, do you want to like come inside? And anyway, and then it's like, of course she ends up leaving with Jen McCabe. Like this is just another one back to back where it's like, yep, this is bullshit. This makes absolutely no sense. What are you trying to hide? And I hate that there's probably people who didn't do anything wrong that are wrapped up in this. like potentially the people that are driving, like potentially the boyfriend, potentially the brother Nagel, you know, that are wrapped up in this just simply because they're unlucky enough to know the people who were there and they were nice enough to give them a ride, you know? But the fact that no investigation was done just complicates all of it. So
Just on their way home to come pick me up, which they did.
Which of your two brothers was that?
My brother Ryan.
So you texted Ryan to see if he could come pick you up?
Yep.
About what time, if you know, did you send that text to your brother about getting picked up?
I'd probably say a little after, probably like 15 minutes after midnight.
And upon receiving that text, where did you go?
I went out through the front door.
Now, before you went out through the front door, what, if any, conversation, well, let me strike that as far as conversation, but who, if anyone, did you speak to about the fact that your brother was outside of the house?
Yeah, I just mentioned saying my brother's outside. I do remember someone or a few,
I want to hear the answer first.
just a few people saying, oh, just have your brother come in. So I went outside and it was my brother in the passenger seat, his friend Ricky, and then his ex-girlfriend Heather. I asked them if they wanted to come in. They said no.
I'm going to let that stand.
I really have tried with this one. I've really tried to give it the benefit of the doubt. Like, why would you text someone that you're ready to go? By the way, that she sends that text at that same, again, the high traffic time period. That's what I call it now. 12:10, 12:15, right? I'm going off of my memory here. But I'm pretty sure it's right around that same time. It's the high traffic time period. So she sends that text message like, I'm ready to be picked up. Like, I'm trying to think of a way how you do that. And then even though they actually take, well, I don't think it's verified, but apparently, according to the testimony, you know, it takes like, you know, some really long amount of time, like 40 minutes or something for them to show up. So now already imagine if you're at a party or whatever, a gathering, something, really anything. And you have a ride, someone's going to give you a ride and you're ready to go. You've been there. She's been there for at this time, 8 hours or something. They've been drinking the whole time. Now, scenario number one, let's just say she's just tired. She just wants to go home. Maybe she's had a bit much drink, whatever the case is. She wants to go home. Okay. Let's give a second scenario. It's being that it's strange that people are all coming and going right at that same time period. Maybe something happens where they need to leave. They've been told to leave. Okay. Either scenario in which somebody is like, I need to get out of here, or I want to get out of here and I have to get my ride to come over. Let's say that ride is then delayed by some amount of time when you know that they are close by and you're expecting them. So like 30 minutes, 40 minutes, however long it ends up being, we're going to hear from her brother tomorrow, brother Nagel. Wouldn't you be even more ready to go home? Like, wouldn't you be, I mean, depending on the situation, hopefully you wouldn't be, you know, too annoyed or pissed, but some people certainly would be. Some people would be. But either way, you would be more ready to go home than you were when you initially texted, right? So what I don't understand is what happened in this time period, right? Where now she wants to stay and they want to invite him in. And she actually adds that in, that other people kind of suggested it. And my initial gut reaction that I had to this was that this is just a gut reaction. Literally, there was no thought process. It was a gut reaction to this, was trying to get him to come in and maybe have him be like a fall guy or whatever, like maybe to frame him. I don't know. I really don't know. It had a vibe to me of like Alex Murdaugh calling Rogan and calling like CB Rowe and like some other people. Like, we know that people did come over there immediately, but there were people that didn't actually come, but it seemed like they were the ones he called first, and he maybe thought he could have framed them type thing. So it gives me that same vibe. Let me back it up to where she says that, because that was my first thought, was like, boy, that would be a convenient person for them because they don't really know Brother Nagel, right?
The brother was outside of the house.
Yeah, I just mentioned saying my brother's outside. I do remember someone or a few,
I want to hear the answer first.
just a few people saying, "Oh, just have your brother come in." So I went outside, and it was my brother in the passenger seat, his friend Ricky, and then his ex-girlfriend Heather.
All I can
I asked
say
them.
is these three people must be so fucking glad they didn't come inside, because whatever the fuck was in store, their lives would be much worse. And this entire, like, I bet they're so glad they just stayed. Yeah, they made the right decision. God.
If they wanted to come in, they said no.
I'm going to let that stand, but next question.
So you go outside to where your brother is, right?
Yes.
And you recall which of the two front doors you used to go outside?
I used the front door.
Front door is
They're
the
down
one
with
with
the door,
brick
remember?
steps, is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Yep.
You come down the brick steps, go down the walkway. Do you recall how you came down to where your brother was?
I walked down the steps through the little path, and then down the driveway.
What if any, I don't know, I'm going to say the word tomfoolery. I don't know. What if any tomfoolery also? Like, I'm like, what if the basement's not really what? Maybe if it's really the garage. Like, what if that's where the information lies? Whether it's another vehicle that's in there, or whatever the fuck. Huh. You couldn't pay me to go down in that basement, though. That basement was fucking creepy.
And they were parked right in front of the driveway.
So they were parked right at the end of the driveway?
Yes.
And what kind of vehicle was this that you came up to?
It was Ricky's pickup truck, a Ford F-150.
And you mentioned that there were three people in the truck, is that correct?
Yes.
Where were they seated within the truck when you got?
Ricky was driving his truck, Ryan was in the passenger seat, and then Heather was in the back seat.
And so at some point later, there was another vehicle that came up?
Prior.
Prior. Okay.
Correct.
And can you describe that vehicle for the jury? Sort of what did it look like? What kind of vehicle was it?
Yeah, it was a black SUV.
We
And have you
pointed
ever
this out.
seen that vehicle before?
Oh my God.
No.
I pointed this out before too, but this isn't that hard. Like, dude, even when we get to Matt McCabe and shit, it's like black SUV. All you have to do is to get the Lexus, right? Like I said, I think I said this the other day. Like, you could, to show as exhibits, you could have a Lexus and take the brand names off, right? Like the Lexus SUV, whatever model it was that Karen Reed had, and then other SUVs. They could be random, or it could be particularly maybe the ones that we know that Alberts own, the other black SUVs, right? The different SUVs of the household, or any of the SUVs of people that maybe would have been there, whatever the case is. But my point is, like, you could line those up where you just do like a silhouette, right? Or like, I guess they could be more than that, but just have the brand name off, and they're all the same color. I mean, a lot of people would be able to tell the difference between the different body shapes, because sometimes they're really different. So like, I just think it's not plausible. Again, it's just not plausible to me that there's so many people that have testified as seeing this black SUV. How is it that so many people see a black SUV, but none of them see the make or model, or even just recognize it as a Lexus or something else? It strains credulity, as Will Folks would say, if it's news. It strains credulity. Like, it's a bridge too far, to quote Judge Newman. I still live in South Carolina, apparently. So, like, does that make sense though? Like, it's just, I mean, and I keep thinking it's going to improve, but it doesn't. And I think Matt McCabe took the stand, and then it just gets even worse, because then he places it at their house, and it's the same type of fucking nonsensical testimony about he sees it's Karen out there, but he doesn't actually see her because it's through the blinds, and it's a black SUV, but he doesn't actually know what kind because it's through the blinds. And it's just like, all of it is just, I don't know. It's like, some of this stuff, it just wouldn't be hard. It just wouldn't be hard. Like, if you wanted people to have an easy way to actually identify this vehicle, like you could do it. So I think anyway.
And you go up to the truck and you're talking to your brother, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with regard to about how long a period of time were you talking with your brother next to the truck?
I would say maybe 3 minutes max, not even.
And did you invite your brother and his friends inside the house?
Yes.
How did they respond?
They said, no, we just want to go home. And then I was like, I'll find out another ride home.
That's awesome. I don't know if you know this, but I trained for a marathon a number of years back. I love running. That's awesome, though. Have fun. Have a good sleep and good luck on your run. And oh, awesome. Glad you had fun. And actually, we're wow, she looks very happy there, doesn't she? We're just gonna she's the last one for this video, so we just finished with her testimony. Actually, she ends up back on the stand the next day to do redirect. So, but we just have direct and cross of her, and that's it for this video. So, but yeah, for anyone who also is on replay or what have you, as always, timestamps are now also on the scrolly bar and in the description. So yeah, good night, Candace. Thank you for being here as always.
And so that brings me to my next question as far as arrangements for you coming home. Was there any, prior to you coming out of the house, was there any talk or discussion about how you would get home if you didn't go home with your brother?
Yeah, Matt McCabe and Jennifer did offer to drive me home if I didn't want to go home with my brother. So I just stayed and then took their offer.
So you decided you wanted to stay and took them up on their offer?
Correct, yes.
And in addition to yourself, who if anyone else, went home from the residence on Fairview with the McCabe's?
It was me and Sarah Levinson.
Now, if I could bring you back to that period of time when you're outside, the vehicle that you were talking about, where is that in relation to the pickup truck that Ricky's driving?
Well, it was like the SUV wasn't there when my brother was there. It was like before. Like when I was inside, I noticed it. Yeah.
And so at the time that you were talking to your brother in the pickup truck, was the SUV still there?
I don't believe so, no.
And so where was that SUV parked in relation to where the truck was?
So when I noticed looking out the window, I did notice the SUV in front of the mailbox, and then pulled up a little bit in front of the yard, and then stopped, and then pulled up again towards the flagpole.
So you saw it in sort of 3 different locations at the time that you were seeing it?
Correct, yes.
And again, where were you in relation to the vehicle at the time that you made these observations?
I was inside at the dining room table, looking out the window.
And at any point in time, did you see anybody come out of that?
I did not know.
And at any point in time, did you see any sort of, well, when you came out initially to, or when you were looking out and when you came out, did you recall anything about the weather and sort of what it was doing at that point?
It was, I would say like flakes of snow, a little dust on the ground.
And so from the dust on the ground, from either the SUV or the pickup truck that Ricky was driving, did you see any sort of like imprints in the snow from tires or anything like that?
I don't recall.
You don't recall if there was that much snow or what it was?
Correct.
And as far as anywhere in and around where you had seen the SUV at either of the 3 spots that you saw it, did you see any sort of like footprints in the snow or in the ground or anything like that? And did you see inside of the vehicle, see anybody inside at any point in time?
No.
And you never saw anybody get out of that vehicle at any of the 3 different points where you saw it parked, correct?
I did not know.
And when you saw the vehicle parked at those 3 sort of separate different locations, was the vehicle on? Was it running, if you could tell?
I'm not sure, no.
I mean...
And so, Ms. Nagel, directing your attention up to the screen above you, to your right. This is what you have before you as Exhibit 71, is that correct?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser...
I had to pause it for something important real quick, because just in case just to make sure there's no confusion about what we're looking at here, in case anyone's like, what is this?
It's a house.
Okay.
Pointer that's on the desk in front of you, if you could direct the jury's attention to the door that you were talking about that you came out in order to come down and talk to your brother.
Yes. That one right there.
Now,
Well,
with
you guys can
respect
see in this
to
picture.
Higgins' truck, when
Also quick, you guys can really see in this picture the significance of the two-door thing, right? Like when I'm talking about the whole thing with the garage, and this is just, again, I think it's part of what I think might be going on here based on the questioning of the attorneys. When you look at that middle, the main door that everyone talks about using, and then you look at the other door, and I keep using my mouse even though y'all can't see it, but that other door is really fucking close to where the cars would be parked. It's also close to the garage. And we don't really know yet, I don't think, what happens if you go in that door, because everyone talks about going in the other door. So who knows? Maybe if you go in that door, maybe it connects to the garage, or I don't know, but it's much closer to that whole area. And on top of that, it also, using that main door, puts you closer to having a vantage point to be able to see any body over there by the flagpole. So, yeah.
you came out to speak with your brother Ryan, where was the truck parked?
The truck was parked right here.
And with respect to that vehicle, the black SUV, where that vehicle was initially when you saw it, is that visible in this photograph?
Yes.
And if you could direct the jury's attention to where that. If you could, using the laser pointer, just direct the jury's attention to where that second point was that you saw. If I could ask you just to flip to the next exhibit, number 73. Just going to, if I can have that up on the screen. And Ms. Nagel, with regard to the third point, or the third different location that you observed that black SUV on that morning, is that visible in this photograph?
Yes.
And again, using the laser pointer, if you could direct the
I've said it before and I'll say it again. What big trouble we would all be in if it weren't for that flag.
The third point that you observed the black SUV. Thank you. That's all with this, Ms. Gilman. You can take that.
But hang on, saying too, right? Like the prosecution is basing the facts and what's coming into evidence for a murder case based on the location of things in proximity to a flagpole because measurements weren't taken. I mean, it's just.
Thank you.
I know we already know that. It's just still shocking, you know?
So, Ms. Nagel, you speak with your brother outside, and then at some point after a couple minutes come back inside. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the people that you had mentioned that were in the kitchen and dining room area, were they still in that area?
Yes.
And at some point over the course of the evening, things eventually start to wind down and people are leaving the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you recall what order it was that the people left the house on that morning?
I'm not quite too sure, no.
And with respect to yourself, you indicated that you left with Miss Levinson and the McKays, correct?
Yes.
And do you recall who, if anyone else, was present in the home when you left?
I'm not sure, no.
And so when you left, how was it that you came out of the residence at that point?
Out the front door.
Same front door that you had indicated earlier.
Yes.
So let's move on with which door, please. Go ahead.
You come out from that door. Where was it that you went?
Went into Matt and Jennifer's car.
Do you recall anything about the car, what type of car it was, or?
It was an SUV, but I don't know what kind it was.
And where was that vehicle parked when you went over to it?
I was in the driveway.
And do you recall sort of how you came from the front door to the driveway?
Just walked on through the pathway in the front yard and then out the door.
So sort of along the brick path to the driveway to the car?
Yes.
Recall when you got in the car where it was you were seated or where anyone else was seated in the car?
Yeah, it was Matt driving, Jennifer in the front, and then me behind Matt, and then Sarah next to me in the back behind Jen.
Now, after you get in the car, about how long was it before the car backs out of the driveway?
I'm not quite too sure.
And what, if any, conversations do you recall as far as going on during that period of time prior to the car backing out and going?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Come
Now,
on, Lolly.
when the vehicle leaves from the house, at some point it's going by the house, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall which side of the McCabe's vehicle was facing towards the house? And by that I mean, was it the side you were sitting on or the side that Ms. Levinson was sitting
On the side that Sarah was sitting on.
And that would have been the passenger side, is that correct?
Yes.
And at the time that the vehicle was driving by the house, what is it that you were doing at that time?
We were having a conversation. So Jen was kind of facing towards the back, towards me and Sarah. We were talking about making PB and jelly sandwiches because there was some peanut butter and jelly and bread in the car. So talking about that. But yeah.
And so when Ms. McCabe she's in the front seat, is that right?
Yes.
And she's talking to you and Ms. Levinson, correct?
Yes.
And how is it that she's...
Sarah Levinson testified that there was bread in the car and they talked about making peanut butter and jelly, but I don't recall her testifying that there was actually peanut butter and jelly also in the car. And sometimes stuff like that, okay. You never know when a detail can matter. We learned that time and time again doing the Murdaugh deep dive, where it was like stuff that felt like an oddity, but you couldn't figure out why. And then it mattered, you know? But even without knowing any other context, at the very least, if one person is saying, yeah, there was only bread, and the other one's saying, yeah, there was bread and peanut butter and jelly, it's like too specific of a thing. Like, in other words, the only way that would be possible would be if they talked about their testimony ahead of time and kind of came up with a plan, and then one of them got it wrong, right? Because otherwise it's like, it's too oddly specific when they're like, what did you talk about? And then it's like this specific thing that is weird, you know? But yet it's also different. So I don't know. I might go back at some point and find her testimony and see what she says about that to make sure. But
talking to you with relation to the seat that she's in.
Yeah, I would say she was kind of turned back a little bit towards us in the back seat.
And what I'm asking is, she turned towards sort of the center of the vehicle, or she turned towards the window next to her?
Towards the center of the vehicle.
And you're speaking to her and to Ms. Levinson, correct?
Yes.
Which direction are you facing?
I'm facing towards Sarah and Jen.
And which direction is Sarah facing as you're having this conversation?
Towards me.
And as you drive by home, what, if anything, did you observe?
I did notice behind Sarah and Jen, I did notice something out of the ordinary, like a black blob in the ground by the flagpole.
And from where you were situated in the car, do you know sort of what was the lighting like over in that area of the yard that you saw by the flag?
It was pretty dark out, but the snow was kind of heavy at that point, so couldn't really see too much. But
so the snow's coming down at that point?
Yes.
And
I think what she was going to say is this. Because why would you mention the snow? The snow reflects light, right? So I think what she was going to say, the answer doesn't make any sense the way it was. Because he's like, was there any type of light or whatever? And she's like, well, okay, this is, again, it's conflicting testimony because we already heard from the previous witness that there was other lights on outside the house, right? Sarah Levinson said that. But she's saying it's pretty dark, but she uses the word but, not and. She uses the word but the snow was coming down pretty heavy. So that would mean that it's something like, well, it was pretty dark, but the snow was coming down pretty heavy, and that would make a difference in your vision because it would reflect light. Let me just rewind that, make sure. I'm pretty sure that's what she says. Pretty close anyway.
Car, do you know sort of what was the lighting like over in that area of the yard that you saw by the flag?
It was pretty dark out, but the snow was kind of heavy at that point, so couldn't really see too much. But
she pauses there. The snow was pretty heavy, so I'm in my mind, the way she was going to answer that is it reflected the little light, whatever little light there was, it reflected it, and you could see enough. Then she like backs away from that answer.
Coming down at that point?
Yes.
And if you know about where in relation to the flagpole was this black object that you saw?
I would probably say like close to like the street, but like in their lawn, right kind of in front of the flagpole next to it.
Can you see that area pictured in this photograph?
Yes.
And if you could, using the laser pointer, direct the jury's attention to where, as specific as you can be, where you observed it. Now, as the vehicle is going by the house, as you make that observation, what, if anything, did you say in the backseat of the car?
I did say out loud, I was like, I think I might have saw something. I'm not kind of sure what it was. But I was also intoxicated drinking, so didn't really know what I saw. But Sarah was like, "What, Julie?" And I was like, "I don't know what it was." And then that was kind of really it.
And that was sort of the end of the conversation in relation to that. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
This happened in trial, and I was like, "You've got to be kidding me." That's the big thing about somebody saw some like that. That's where we're at. Like, finally, it's like, oh, somebody saw something. It's like, that's what we've got. You're joking me. What is happening?
Just ask you one more question. With regard to the object that you saw in that area, the flagpole.
Since the state has never done a murder.
Describe how big an object it was that you saw.
I'd probably say like 5 or 6 feet, like long, but.
And at the time that you were driving by at that point, could you tell what it was?
Not quite sure, no. It was just too quick to tell.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you.
All right. Comes a nice cross.
Thanks, Ron. Good afternoon, Ms. Nagel.
Good afternoon.
On January 28th of 2022, you got to 34 Fairview Road at about 6 or 7 p.m.?
Correct.
And you didn't leave until 1:30 or 2 a.m., correct?
1:45 around there, yeah.
Okay. So you were there approximately 8 hours?
I'm not really sure about the math, but I guess so.
A lot of hours.
Yep.
Other than the people who lived at the home and slept there, you were one of the ones to spend the most time there that night, correct?
I'm not sure.
You got there early.
Oh, the sirens are great. I love it.
You got there early, correct?
Yes.
And you left late, correct?
Yeah.
And you were inside almost the entire time, correct?
Yes.
So you came in contact with just about everybody who came into that house, correct?
Yes.
And you know that everyone who was in the house that night is a witness in this case, correct?
Yes.
The only time you went outside before you left was when your brother Ryan arrived, correct?
Yes.
And even when you went outside, you stayed on the Albert property, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And you had some contact with your brother out there, correct?
Yes.
And you know that he's a witness in this case as well, correct?
I do, yes.
Right. And despite having contact with all of these witnesses in this case, Trooper Proctor didn't talk to you on January 29th, did he?
No.
Or the rest of January or the whole month of February, correct?
Correct.
He didn't interview you about these statements that you're making today until October of 2022, correct?
If that's what it says on paper, yeah.
October 5, 2022, does that sound right?
I don't know.
It was many months after January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Over 8 months after John O'Keefe was found dead on Brian Albert's lawn, correct?
If that was the time frame, yes.
And when he spoke to you on October 5, Trooper Proctor asked you for the first time to remember the details from 8 months before that, correct?
If that was the time frame, yes.
And you are good friends with Sarah Levinson, correct?
Yes.
Certainly over the last 2+ years, the two of you have discussed 28th and 29th, correct?
Yeah.
And you know that Michael Proctor only interviewed you after the defense in this case filed a motion to get Sarah Levinson's name from the DA's office.
Objection, Your
correct?
Honor.
The objection sustained. Next question.
Before January 28th of 2022, you knew Jennifer and Matt McCabe.
Yes.
You had been to their home before,
Whose home?
the McCabe's home.
I don't recall.
You'd driven their daughters around, correct?
I have, yes.
And you had actually pet sat for the McCabe's golden doodle, correct?
Correct, yes.
Wait, golden doodle is my
Yes.
favorite.
And so the answer to my previous question is certainly
Golden
you've been to
doodle.
their home, correct?
Yes.
And their golden doodle was named Bailey, correct?
Yes.
On the night of January 28th into the 29th, you saw Brian Albert Sr. After he came back to 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You were on the first floor of that residence the whole night, were you not?
Yes.
And you have a specific memory of Brian Albert Sr. walking Chloe through the first floor of that house, correct?
Yes.
When Brian Albert Sr. was walking Chloe through the first floor of that house, he maintained control of Chloe's collar, did he not?
He did, yes.
You like dogs, right?
I do.
But you didn't pat Chloe, correct?
Boy.
I have, yes.
That night.
No.
You've never pet sat for Chloe, correct?
No.
But you did hang out regularly at the Albert home for years because of your friendship with Brian Jr., correct?
Yes.
Which meant that you have had contact with Chloe over the years, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that Chloe's a very different dog than Bailey, the McCabe's golden doodle, correct?
Objection.
Golden doodle.
Bailey is a friendly dog, is he not?
Objection.
Sustained.
Chloe is not friendly, correct?
Objection.
I'll let you have that. Can you answer that?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, Chloe is not a friendly dog.
I mean, I would say so, yeah.
It was clear to you that she is not good with people, correct?
I'm not aware.
Prior to January 28th of 2022, you knew who Colin Albert was, correct?
It's so crazy because there's just even conflicting testimony about the dog of all things, right? Like it's crazy. I mean, Nicole Albert flat out denied that Chloe was not friendly to people. She said it was only other dogs, but Brian Albert says she wasn't friendly to people. And then we hear conflicting testimony from everybody else too. Anyway, it's just like everything else. In this
Yes.
trial, right?
You knew that he was your friend Brian Jr.'s first cousin, right?
Correct.
When you were at 34 Fairview, you did see Colin there, correct?
I did, yes.
You believe that he got there shortly after Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Julie Albert left the residence, correct?
At some point, yeah.
And you say at some point, that's because you're not sure of the exact time when he got there, correct?
Correct.
You're also not sure of the exact time when he left, correct?
I would say 11:30, 11:45, around there.
He wasn't somebody who was important to you that night, was he?
Not really, no.
You weren't paying attention to monitor when he came or when he left, were you?
No. I said no.
You never physically watched him walk out the door, correct?
I don't remember.
You can't even say which door he walked out, correct?
I don't know.
You never saw him get picked up.
I did not know.
You never saw any car arrive for him.
I don't know.
And you never saw how he got home.
No.
Now, on January 29th of 2022, after midnight, your brother Ryan Nagel and you lived in the same home, correct?
At the time, yes.
At about 12:15 to 12:20, you texted your brother Ryan for a ride home, correct?
If that's what the timestamp says, yes.
Do you have a screenshot of that text message?
Somewhere, yes.
Did you provide that to any investigator or assistant district attorney?
I don't remember.
Do you recall whether any assistant district attorney or investigator asked you for a copy of that text message?
I don't know.
Is that text message still on your phone?
I don't know.
Did you delete that text message?
I don't
Objection,
know.
Your Honor.
So let's move this along, Mr. Yanetti.
When you texted Ryan
School
that
says
night,
that
you were
too.
contacting him
She
because
often
you
says
thought it
that
was an
to
appropriate time for you to leave, correct?
Yeah.
How long did it take your brother Ryan to get to the Albert home after that text message?
I don't know.
Was it an hour?
I don't think so, no.
Was it a half hour?
I,
This is part of like what I was saying about the confusion with the timeline, because we can't even figure, dude, she doesn't know how long it took for him to get there. And then when he testifies, I think I feel like if I recall, he estimates 40 minutes, but it's just a guess. So again, how the hell have they not, I mean, come on, phone records, like surveillance, there's so many ways that this could be confirmed. It just is mind boggling to me. I've never seen a trial where there's no information.
do not know.
So you have no idea how long it took him to get there and how long you stayed after you texted him, correct?
I don't know, no.
By the time you're texting Ryan, Ms. Nagel, how much do you think you had had to drink since 6 or 7 p.m.?
A decent amount.
Would you say that another word for it would be a lot?
No.
What were you drinking that night?
Michelob Ultras.
And how many did you have?
I don't know, I don't remember.
Did you bring your own?
All right. Here's the part where it makes me wonder about the garage, because we know that Brian Albert Sr.'s beer of choice was Michelob Ultras, and that he's testified, and this all tracks. That's why I'm like, I believe. So she didn't like, okay, here's my guess. She didn't like the Trulies or the whatever the fuck other brand, the seltzers. Oh my God, why am I forgetting the name? Anyway, she didn't like those. She liked beer. And that would be the beer that he would have at the house because that's what he drank. Well, you know what? I have a feeling that it was maybe kept in the garage. And she kind of dances around that question by saying, oh, I think I got it from, when he's like asking her, where did you get your beer from? She's like, I got it from the fridge. Because that's almost like, well, I don't know. It could be a fridge in the garage, right? Or it could be a fridge in the kitchen. But everyone is, not wanting to say, I mean, it seems like there's something weird with the garage. That's all.
I don't know.
You don't remember whether you brought any beer to the party?
I don't know.
Where was the beer?
I either brought it or, I don't know, I don't remember. It was 2.5 years ago.
Where was it within the home?
Here.
In the fridge?
Yeah.
You have no memory of running out of beer that night, correct?
I don't remember, no.
There appeared to be plenty of beer to go around, correct?
For myself, yeah.
Between the time that you texted your brother Ryan and the time he arrived, it's fair to say that you changed your mind about going home with him, correct?
Yes.
You changed your mind while you were still inside the Albert home, correct?
I did not say that, no.
Well, I'm asking you now.
No.
You changed your mind only after you left the residence and went out to talk to him?
Yes.
You claimed on direct examination that he was the one that said, why don't you stay longer?
No, that's not what I said.
Who was it that said that you wanted to stay longer?
If myself.
So you told him that you wanted to stay longer, correct?
Yeah. I did.
And when you went outside, you learned that he had come and his friend, is it Ricky D'Antuono? How do you pronounce the name?
It's Ricky D'Antano.
D'Antano. Ryan had come in Ricky D'Antano's gray Ford F-150 truck, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
I butchered that. When you went outside, you saw that your brother Ryan was in Ricky D'Antano's gray Ford F-150 truck, correct?
Correct, yes.
He was sitting in the front passenger seat of the truck, correct?
Ryan, yes.
The truck was parallel to the Albert's residence, correct?
Yes.
It was not parked in the driveway.
No.
The truck was facing toward Chapman Street, toward going up the hill, correct?
Yes.
So Ryan's seat would have been the closest to the property, right? The passenger seat?
I'm sorry, closest to the what?
To the Albert home.
Yes, correct.
You walked down the driveway to get to the truck, correct?
Yes.
Cave's SUV was in the driveway at that point, was it not?
Yes.
And at that point, it's like that. I want to go back, if I can, to when you were inside the house, because you had testified that when you were inside, you looked out the window and you saw a different view, correct?
I did, yes.
That was the black SUV.
Yes.
And you've testified that you saw that black, from within the house, you saw that black SUV move 2 times, correct?
More than 2.
So it was at first parked near the mailbox?
Yes.
And then you saw it move forward, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And then you saw it move forward again to near the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
And was there a third time that you saw it moved?
I saw it pull up, stopped, pulled up again, stopped, pulled up again by the flagpole, stopped. That's all I saw.
All right. And that was all while you were inside the house, correct?
Correct, yes.
And, when it was pulling up like that, Ms. Nagel, it wasn't going 80 miles an hour, correct?
It was not, no.
It wasn't going 50 miles an hour, correct?
I mean, I didn't have a radar gun on me, but no.
Oh, come on.
It was going at a safe speed, correct?
That was a bit much.
Yeah.
It wasn't going a very long distance, correct? Each time?
No.
Just a matter of several feet, correct? Adjusting its position?
Just pulled up and stopped a few times.
Right. And as you saw it pull up and stop a few times from within the home, its direction was always forward, correct?
From what I saw, yes.
Right. You never saw that car back up, correct?
No.
You certainly never saw it speed at a crazy pace backwards, correct?
Objection.
Objection sustained.
I asked you about the screenshots of the text messages that you had with your brother Ryan and whether any investigator or assistant district attorney had asked you for them, correct?
I don't remember.
You didn't remember, right. But somebody did ask you for a screenshot, correct?
Yes.
Who was that?
JJ McCabe.
And by JJ, you mean Jennifer McCabe?
Correct, yes.
When JJ asked you, do you remember when it was that JJ, Jennifer McCabe, asked you for a copy of those screenshots?
I do not remember, no.
Did you provide them to Jennifer McCabe?
I did, yes.
Did Jennifer McCabe, when she asked you to provide her with those screenshots, claim that she was an investigator in this case?
Objection.
You can answer that.
Do you mind repeating that, please?
Sure. When Jennifer McCabe, or as you call her, JJ, asked you for screenshots of the text messages that you had with your brother Ryan, did Jennifer McCabe tell you that she was investigating this case?
No.
That is so insane. I can't imagine, right? I mean, they wouldn't say that. And they couldn't say that if there wasn't something, right? Like they have to have some sort of evidence. So, but the weird thing is why would Jennifer McCabe think that anybody would think that made any sense? Like, she's a stay-at-home mom. She doesn't even work. Who would she think would fall for that if she's like, yeah, I'm investigating a case? It just doesn't even make any sense.
And you have no memory of providing those screenshots to any investigator other than Jennifer McCabe, correct?
I don't remember, no.
Okay. Now, when you're ultimately leaving the residence, it's about, I think you said 1:45 a.m. is your best guess?
Yes.
You walked out which door?
The front door.
And that would be the one to the left, right? The real front door of the house.
Yes, correct.
That door faces right to the front lawn, correct?
Yes.
You left with Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, and Sarah Levinson, correct?
Correct.
And you all went out the same door, correct?
I know what door I went out. I don't know about, it could have been. I don't know if they went through the side, but yeah.
Fair to say that walking out the front door of that house, you saw no body on that front lawn in front of you, correct?
When I walked out?
Correct.
No.
None of the other three people yelled out that they saw a body, correct?
Correct.
You got into Jennifer McCabe's vehicle, correct?
Yes.
And you were seated behind the driver, correct?
Yes.
And the driver was Matthew McCabe, correct?
Correct.
Jennifer McCabe was in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
And Sarah Levinson was sitting next to you behind the front passenger, correct?
Yes.
Matthew McCabe backed the car out of the driveway and then headed up toward Chapman Street, correct?
Yes.
That meant that the passenger's side of the vehicle was closest to the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
So that meant that Sarah Levinson and Jennifer McCabe were in the seats that were closest to the Albert home, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Sure. As Matthew McCabe was driving that vehicle alongside the Albert property line, Jennifer McCabe in the front passenger seat and Sarah Levinson in the rear passenger seat were the closest two people to the Albert home, correct?
Yes.
And as the car passed in front of the Albert home, you saw no tire tracks in the snow, correct?
I don't remember.
Right. You claim now to have seen a black object in the snow, correct?
Yes.
Object is the term that you used when you were finally interviewed about this matter, correct?
A black object, yes.
Right. You never before ever told any investigator that what you actually saw was a black blob, correct?
Like, it just gets worse and worse and worse.
I don't remember.
Shit.
And
even if it wasn't,
also
it doesn't.
Never,
it's not enough to prove
ever
anything. It's
told
not, it's not.
any investigator that this black object that you described was actually 5 feet or 6 feet long, correct?
Correct, yes.
The very first time you're now mentioning this testimony that this black object, as you describe it, was actually 5 or 6 feet long was just today, after 12 noon on May 14th of 2024, correct?
Lally asked me how big it was, so I just told him right now, yeah.
Yeah, Lally.
She called him Lally.
When you say Lally, you mean Mr. Lally?
Yes, Mr. Lally, correct, yes.
Mr. Lally just asked you during this trial, again,
Yeah.
right before this jury. That's the first time you've ever been asked or ever given an answer as to how big that object was, correct?
Not necessarily, no.
What? Oh my God.
Did you review any report that was taken when the investigators spoke to you regarding this case before taking the stand today?
No.
You've never testified in a grand jury regarding this case, correct?
Correct.
Who did you tell prior to today?
About what?
Oh my God.
Okay, I thought we were talking about the fact that you've now testified that this black object was 5 or 6 feet long. Do you recall that?
Today, yes.
And my question to you was, you've never mentioned that this black object was 5 or 6 feet long until the last hour or so when Mr. Lally questioned you about it, correct?
Yes.
Now, when you were passing the property, you did not think it was a body.
At the time, no.
You claim that you told everyone in the car that you saw something, correct?
Correct.
And your friend Sarah said what? Or something to that effect, correct?
Correct.
And there was no further conversation after that, correct?
Not that I can remember.
Yeah, crazy.
No.
And you didn't think that it was a person who was in trouble, correct?
Objection. Did you think that? At what time, Mr.?
When you were leaving the property, after leaving the house at 1:45 a.m. and getting into the McCabe vehicle and passing the Albert lawn, you did not think that you saw a person who was in trouble, correct?
No.
Or a person that may have needed help, correct?
I don't know, no.
And you were right there, correct, passing the property?
I was passing the property, yes.
Not as close to the property as your friend Sarah Levinson, but you were in the back seat on the driver's side, correct?
Correct.
And you were in a car such that if you thought that you saw something that could have been a person, all you had to do was tell the driver, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell the driver that you saw somebody who was in trouble?
Well, I said it out loud in the car.
So is it your testimony now that you said out loud in the car, there's a person who's in trouble?
That's not what I said, no.
You didn't mention a person at all in the car, correct?
No.
You did not tell Matthew McCabe, hey, stop the car, correct?
This is crazy.
I did not know.
This is insane to me how she questions was just emotionless, as if there was nothing wrong, and so like actually kind of smug. I don't understand how you can just act like you didn't, like this makes sense. Like you would just, like this makes sense.
If you had seen a person in the snow lying there, you would have done something about it, correct?
Objection.
Sustained in that time.
You didn't ask Matthew McCabe to stop.
No.
You didn't ask him to back up.
Nope.
You didn't ask him to check on whatever it was.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow that.
No.
You had your phone with you, correct?
Yeah.
Your phone was working, correct?
I don't remember.
You used that phone to text your brother.
An hour and a half before.
Are you testifying today that your phone was completely out of charge?
I don't remember, no.
Did you text your good friend Brian Albert Jr. to tell him that you saw somebody lying on his front lawn?
Did I text him
Yes.
that night?
As you are supposedly seeing this black object,
Objection.
the immediate aftermath of that, did you text Brian Albert Jr. to tell him about that black object?
So in that form, it's sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Yanetti.
You had your friend Sarah Levinson with you, correct?
I did in the car, yes.
You knew she was a nurse, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
You
just
didn't tell your friend
obliterated.
Sarah that you just saw somebody lying in the snow during a blizzard who might need some help, correct?
I did not know.
That Brian Jr.'s father was a police officer, correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
So let's move this. Are you just about done with this line of
What
questioning?
says
I'll give
that?
you a little bit more.
Just a couple more questions and I'm
Okay,
done.
go ahead.
Like rule on the objection, man.
You knew that he was a police officer, correct?
Yes.
And obviously a first responder as a police officer, right?
Yeah.
And you knew that that was Jennifer McCabe's brother-in-law, correct?
Yes.
And Jennifer McCabe was in the car with you, correct?
Yes.
You didn't tell Jennifer McCabe or JJ to call her brother-in-law, correct?
No.
The fact of the matter is, you did nothing, right?
Yeah.
And that's because
Yeah, she's like, yeah, that's the right point. Like
you
that.
did not see a body on that lawn, correct?
Objection.
Is
That's
that true?
That's the only way that's acceptable. Like the only way that you're like, yeah, I did nothing. Like, duh. Like the only way that that is acceptable is if you didn't see it.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You didn't see a body on that lawn.
I mean, I don't know what I saw, but I saw an object.
You were drinking for hours.
Is that a question?
Yes, you were drinking for hours. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And you were intoxicated as you were leaving that home.
Objection.
Were you?
Yes.
You were drunk, right?
Some would say, yeah.
You would say.
Yeah.
I love that.
And you believe that except for Matt McCabe, who was driving, everybody in the car was drunk, right?
Objection.
I don't know.
I'm going to let that answer stand.
You have previously testified. I'm sorry, strike that. You have previously given a statement indicating that you believe that everybody in that car except for Matthew McCabe was drunk. Do you deny that?
I don't remember at this moment.
Get it.
All right. You told investigators that when Brian Albert Jr. called you the next morning and you found out about the tragedy the previous night, you, quote, put two and two together, correct?
I did, yes.
And when you put two and two together, you did not call the Canton police, correct?
I did not know.
Not call the state police, correct?
Nope.
Not call the district
Crazy.
attorney's office.
Absolutely
No.
You would agree with me that you just sat on this revelation, correct?
I wouldn't.
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, that's sustained in that form.
And you were not interviewed by any investigator in January, February, March, or any time over the spring or summer of 2022, correct?
I don't remember the time frame, but not right after, no.
And when an investigator finally spoke to you, it was Michael Proctor, correct?
Correct.
He was the one who took your statement on October 12th of 2022, correct?
If that was the date and time, yes.
And that was over 8 months after you were driving past the Albert home at around 2 a.m. while you were drunk and supposedly seeing some black object, correct?
Before 2 a.m., yes.
And you know, Ms. Nagel, that as of October of 2022, the defense had, in this case, had publicly announced that
Objection, Your
no one in that
Honor.
house saw
All
a
right.
body on that front.
So that question's improper. I'm going to strike that question.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right.
There's the only fan. Shout out to the only fan. Where's my thing? Here we go. All right, guys, that's it for this one. So I'm going to get to work on the next episode and timestamps, whatnot. So hopefully should have it done tomorrow. We'll pick up with her testimony on redirect, and there may be a recross. Probably is, I feel like. And then after her, we have the doggy DNA lady, followed by, I believe it's like Brother Nagel and Ricky Deltano. And then maybe we get to Allie McCabe. So anyway, there's still a lot of fun stuff to catch up on. I think we're probably going to be pretty well caught up, maybe, because there's no court on Monday. So, and then Tuesdays are typically half days. And so I don't know if that's still the case this Tuesday, but if so, that even bodes well for that being caught up. So anyway, I appreciate everyone who is here and watching on Replay Crew, or everyone who was here. It's fun as always to get to hang out with you guys. And just for anyone who isn't aware, there's also a playlist here in the video description for all of these videos. related to the Karen Reed trial. And yeah, I think that'll do it. So let me find my outro, and I will see you guys on the next video. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being a squirrel.